Kim Dun was just an ordinary guy who unexpectedly transmigrated into the world of a superhero, Manhwa, called Stardust. In this world, Dun decided to become a villain, but his goal was actually to strengthen Stardust's powers and proactively prevent all the tragic events that occurred to her in the original story. However, despite everything, the female hero who initially held a strong prejudice against him began to develop feelings, eventually becoming obsessed with this so-called villain. It all traces back to one particular day. Dun laid out a plan called villain hunting, because based on his knowledge of the plot, these minor villains would grow much stronger later on. Therefore, Dun intended to eliminate them before they could cause chaos in the city or harm Stardust. Helping and supporting him in this plan was Seo Yoon, a person with superintelligence who communicated with him through an earpiece. The current target was within observation range, sitting motionless in a chair. When the perfect moment arrived, Dun loaded his weapon, ready to execute the plan, utilizing his first power, teleportation. In the blink of an eye, his gun was pointed directly at the forehead of Rhino, an A-rank villain, as he utilized his second power, psychokinesis. Dun, like a demon king, echoed a greeting from hell. Without even a second for the target to react, he ruthlessly sent Rhino to the afterlife. Once eliminated, Dun picked up the stack of papers the man had been obsessed with. As expected, he was indeed planning a terrorist attack. In the original work, this man named Rhino would later become an S-rank villain, wearing a rhinoceros mask and murdering hundreds of people. Simultaneously, Seo Yoon reminded him that the police and heroes had arrived. Before leaving, Dun smeared a message in blood on the doorframe. Before long, the police and heroes reached the scene. They deduced that the perpetrator of this case and the previous one was the same person, and the message Dun left was addressed to Stardust. This successfully infuriated her. The press began to report the news. In the comments sections, many people actually supported Dun's action, even complaining about the way the official heroes operate. Back in his room, Dun felt quite awkward reading these comments. He sat there scratching his head in frustration. Seo Yoon peered in because he was being too noisy. A flame of determination ignited within Dun. He couldn't let things stay this way because only his image was being elevated, while Stardust would suffer as public opinion turned against her. Because of that, Dun resolved to become an absolutely irredeemable jerk. From that moment on, the villain Egoistic officially made his debut. He prepared a time bomb and stuffed it into a backpack at a certain location in the city. Everyone was staring intently at their phone screens, waiting to watch a beautiful spectacle. Right as it was about to start, Dun, in his villainous persona as Egoistic, hacked into the screens and greeted them. Every electronic device in the city was covered with his live broadcast. Dun introduced himself by revealing he was the one who had recently eliminated Rhino and Zodiac, two A-rank villains. He arrogantly pointed his hand toward the tower at 127, and his other hand toward the observatory of Building 61. The people inside those buildings were also watching the broadcast. Dun directly revealed that he had planted bombs in both of those buildings. Every citizen immediately shared an expression of sheer terror. Some panicked and tried to find a way to escape, while others were so shocked they stood frozen. Before hundreds of cameras, Dun announced his challenge to the heroes. Specifically, the one he wanted to summon was none other than Stardust. Not letting him wait long, Stardust arrived as fast as the wind. Dun checked her over from her long cape, pants, and boots to her mask. One thing was certain, his hands wouldn't stop shaking, because this was the first time he was meeting his favorite character in person. Stardust landed both swiftly and powerfully. As soon as he saw her, Dun couldn't help but let out a wow in admiration. Who could blame him? Stardust was as beautiful as a goddess. Before that radiance, Dun stood frozen for several seconds. Memories flooded back to the moment when he was first brought to this world. Dun, with a bruised body, looked at the chaotic scene around. He desperately wanted to return to his old world, but when he reached a certain place, the light from a screen illuminated Dun's face. He recognized Stardust, the hero he had read about in the manhwa. At that very moment, Dun discarded his desire to go back. If he became a hero, he could be by her side. But as someone who had read the original story, he knew that even becoming a hero wouldn't allow him to protect her. Therefore, to protect Stardust, Dun would become a villain meant only for her. Shifting back to our protagonist Dun when he was just 15 years old, the violent laughter of a man tied up on the TV screen wouldn't stop. He looked quite delighted, laughing manically. At the time, Dun really couldn't understand it. He thought Jackie was truly insane. Even for a villain, the concept was a bit much. Now that he understood the mindset of a villain, he joined in with a massive laugh, haha. Even as the hero in front of him looked at him with furious eyes, ready to beat him to a pulp at any moment. The world seemed to stand still, including the panicked crowd below. It felt as if only the hero and the villain remained on the rooftop. Flashing back to a few minutes before the two officially met, Dane pointed at Stardust with a self-satisfied look. I know what you're thinking right now. Even my subordinate controlling the broadcast has a detonator, so don't even think about trying to suppress me with force. The hero's footsteps faltered slightly at those words. He gestured toward the fleet of drones hovering behind him. This stage was created specifically for you. Stardust, what do you think? She responded with a scowl, calling him a terrorist, and demanding he release the innocent people immediately so they could fight and she could arrest him. Dane kept a relaxed smile on his face as he tilted his head and looked into the camera. Of course I have to release them. Those are the words of the hero of justice, Stardust, after all. Everyone, focus on me now, because I am going to hack the elevators in each observatory. He snapped his fingers with a taut. A mechanical sound echoed from the elevators of both buildings. Stardust's brow furrowed slightly, because she understood the nature of villains too well. Things couldn't possibly end this easily. The people inside the buildings saw the elevators working again and rushed toward them. A voice suddenly rang out, stopping them in their tracks. Wait, this was still part of Dane's plan. If he let them go immediately, where would the fun be? Look, the down button is glowing. He told them excitedly. All you have to do is press it, and the bomb in the other observatory will blow up. Simple, right? His voice was melodic as he checked the time. There are only a few dozen minutes left before the bombs go off, so hurry up and press it to get down. Den became a demon tempting the weak-willed. Hurry, they're just total strangers to you anyway, right? The large screens showed the chaotic scenes inside the building. The sound of children crying and people arguing was all mixed together. Stardust grit her teeth and cursed at the bastard. Den acted as if he didn't care about her mood. Today, I will show everyone the absolute depths of human selfishness. This is the game of egoistic. The people inside were in a frenzy. If the other side presses first, we'll die horribly, and we have to live too. When the timer hits 0, it's over. Does that mean you want to kill the people over there with just one butt? They were all anxious, restless, and suspicious. Will the other side press it? There's no time to think. The bomb goes off in minutes, so what now? They were going to press the button. The situation was truly chaotic, with people unable to stay still. Damn it, what is the hero doing right now? Stardust stood there, unable to act rashly. Even if she took him down in an instant, if there were other detonators elsewhere, it would be useless and the hostages would die. Her eyes were cold as ice and her voice was strained. Is playing with human lives fun to you? Facing her, Dane was still smiling with squinted eyes. He laughed loudly, saying the fun isn't in that, Stardust. One of Korea's few A-rank heroes, a believer in justice and her own convictions, never compromising with evil. Actually, I quite respect you, Stardust. Those words made her blush with anger, asking what nonsense he was talking about. He happily rubbed his nose in pride. I just wanted to compliment you, while the whole country is watching you on TV. Dane's voice rose again to draw attention, seeing her in a helpless situation where she could do nothing. His face looked manic as he fingered the detonator. It's truly fascinating. His figure blurred slightly. I'm giving you a chance to participate in the game too. Now, I will connect you with the people who are desperately waiting for a hero. Stardust looked at him with a wary and confused expression. What? Dane continued the performance. If you successfully persuade them, and no one presses the button for 30 minutes. He crossed his legs and gave a wicked smirk. Then the bombs won't explode. Stardust naturally didn't believe him, asking if he expected her to trust a scoundrel. He wasn't afraid and even goaded her. It's better than letting them stare helplessly at the sky, isn't it? She helplessly clenched her fists at her side. Dane didn't need her opinion. He waved his hand to signal. Now then. A loud shout rang out, ready, as all the cameras swiveled to surround her. 3, 2, 1, when the countdown ended. The dramatic scene began. The hero's face appeared on the massive LED screens on the building. The citizens immediately recognized her. Stardust, Stardust. She took a deep breath against the invisible pressure. She looked into the camera as if looking them straight in the eyes and said, "Hello everyone, I am the A-rank hero Stardust. Every single person carries their own beliefs in their heart." Dane's handsome face went blank. That's right, this is exactly what I wanted. The world, half real and half fake, was just like a dream. I will be etched into the public's mind as a terrorist villain. His dream was coming true, and she would shine. This is the stage meant for you, Stardust. She looked radiant so that later everyone could be proud of the choice they made today. Show this villain. Her voice was like warmth spreading into everyone's hearts. We are very strong. Their gazes gradually grew steady. Our faith does not waver. We never succumb to evil. Thank you, everyone. Dane let out a small, mysterious smirk. The countdown on the screen was down to 5. The people trapped in the buildings hugged each other tightly and prayed. Stardust's face was filled with anxiety as she watched the screen. As soon as the timer hit 0, everyone closed their eyes and braced for the impact. Every person there was consumed by a state of intense tension and unease. No one knew if the punishment would actually fall, or if the villain was even telling the truth. That was also the moment Dane stepped onto his stage. Right now, all the cameras dropped down as his incredible roar echoed out. No way, selfish people like you. The cameras caught his face, which was twisted in a mix of confusion and simulated agony. Wouldn't just rush out to save yourselves. Impossible. It's impossible. Surely at least one person should have pressed the button. There had to be one selfish bastard like me who pressed it. Dane clutched his head and muttered, deep in his performance, humans can't be this kind. Why? At that moment, Stardust spoke up. Egoistic, people aren't as selfish as you think they are. Her image appeared as if radiating a brilliant, holy aura. No one is purely altruistic, but I believe in the inherent goodness of humanity. Din replied, it's all thanks to you, Stardust. You're the one who made them unite. He suddenly shifted his expression and gave a low chuckle. How interesting, Stardust. Just before Stardust could charge at him, he gave a polite, elegant bow. In the next game, for certain. Dane took one last look at her. Man, Stardust's resilient blue eyes made him marvel. Her gaze was filled with a sense of justice. Finally, he vanished with a firm declaration. I will win. The entire populace erupted in a wave of sheer joy. They burst into tears, hugging each other and celebrating the hero's victory. Everyone began to chant one name in unison. Stardust, Stardust. Despite that, the hero remained silently standing in midair. Dane had quickly teleported to a different location. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he collapsed, completely drained of strength. He groaned and lamented, oh my god, I'm gonna die. This was the consequence of teleporting, a deadly side effect of the instant movability that damages the body in direct proportion to the distance traveled. His body felt so heavy he couldn't even crawl. He'd probably be bedridden for several days. A girl's voice suddenly rang out. I told you to stop wearing that hat, brother. A white-haired little girl looked at him with a look of pure disdain. It looks so ugly. Den pleaded in a weak voice, Seo Yoon, I'm seriously dying here. Get me a glass of water. The little girl ruthlessly turned her back and walked away. Get it yourself, leaving him frozen in place. A large LED screen announced the breaking news. Terrorist attack at the building, but the death toll is 0. Stardust hovered in the sky. She gritted her teeth in pure resentment. Playing with people's hearts like that. I'll definitely catch you next time. That name was one she would remember forever until she finally caught him. Egoistic. Early one morning at the Korean Hero Association, the organization for people with superhuman abilities in Korea. Countless tabloid articles were posted on a massive screen. These were recent headlines. Broadcasting hijacker watched by the whole nation. Who is the villain who targeted hero Stardust? Reviewing her past actions. Who is the A-rank villain Egoistic? Hot topic. No casualties in terror attack. Terror spreading across the peninsula. Broadcast hijacking reaches overseas. Is Korean television security this fragile? The meeting host flipped to the next page. Next is Egoistic's analysis profile. Egoistic's villain profile appeared along with information on Dane's alter ego. Name, Egoistic, gender, male, mask, identity obscuring function, estimated residence, Seoul. A balding, pot-bellied man spoke up. All right, let's begin the briefing. This was Park Jun-ho, the president of the Korean Hero Association. Images of the murder scenes in the locked rooms appeared. He looked at them until he was sick of it. All right, I've seen this part enough times. Move on. Yes, sir. The host continued the presentation. I will now explain yesterday's incident in detail. First, it appears the perpetrator used his teleportation ability to plant bombs on the building's exterior beforehand. After disposal, it was confirmed to be a high-output homemade bomb with enough power to blow away the entire observatory. It's a high-performance improvised device, leading us to conclude he likely manufactured it himself. Park Jun-ho rubbed his shiny head in frustration. Still no leads on the kidnap. The secretary replied awkwardly, yes, sir. How he bypassed modern security systems to broadcast remains a mystery. They have some specific analyses, but since no one with signal-related abilities has appeared before, we believe there is a high probability he has a tech-savvy accomplice standing behind him. That was the extent of their current speculation. An accomplice, likely the one who made the bomb. The secretary's face grew serious. There is one more thing I want to add. He seems completely obsessed with Stardust. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the blonde girl. Through small clues, we are certain he left a message targeting her at the murder scene, to Stardust. And in this case, it's confirmed he mentioned her directly through the villain's own words. Seoul's A-rank hero, Stardust. Park Junho heard this and asked her directly, what was it like meeting that guy in person? He called her straight by her hero name, Stardust. She stood up slightly and gave her assessment. He seems like a psychopath who enjoys playing with human hearts. Furthermore, he has the capability to organize large-scale terrorist attacks. He is a dangerous villain in every sense of the word. 2 days after the terrorist incident, in Dane's room, he lay bedridden, groaning. Oh my God, I'm dying. He had to force himself to sit up and crawl into the kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he was chugging a bottle of orange juice, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you at it again? Dane jumped and spat out his juice, frantically explaining. It's not like that. Seo-yoon, it's not what you think. Allow me to introduce this girl. This is Han Seo-yoon, someone with the ability of superintelligence. At first, he wasn't used to her calling him brother, according to the original story. According to the original plot, she would grow up to be an S-rank villain, a genius hacker. Well, that was the original plot. Currently, I've managed to keep her by my side. The little girl was fuming and causing a ruckus. This is my house. Stop acting like you own the place. Because the place they were currently in was actually Han Seo-yoon's underground base. He gave a sheepish laugh. Haha, well, I'm the one paying for the living expenses and everything. Han Seo-yoon cut him off. Shush, just shut up and drink, got it. Dune chuckled softly at that cute threat. He gently patted her head. All right, I get it. The warm moment didn't last long before the girl awkwardly dragged him and his juice bottle along. Something else has happened, hurry up. The door to the modern electronic room opened and then shut. Han Seo-yoon sat before an advanced control screen. Remember that girl Lee Subin I mentioned before? She's a candidate to be our assistant. Didn't need much thought. That girl active on the deep web. I heard she's a fan of yours. The girl made a few maneuvers and pointed at the screen. Look, she's right here. The announcer's voice rang out. A group of egoistic fanatics is conducting a terrorist kidnapping in the center of Incheon. They have planted bombs in the building. He leaned closer to the screen in shock. What the hell, these psychos? Is that girl being held hostage there? Han Seo-yoon pointed at a trembling person holding a gun. No, she's the girl wearing the mask. The announcer reported the situation. The egoistic fanatics have declared they will not negotiate. They only want terror and death. Police confirm at least 3 deaths so far, and approximately 300 hostages are still trapped in the building. His voice went quiet. Seo-yoon, what is our principle? The little girl still remembered her brother's instructions perfectly. Never, under any circumstances, kill a civilian. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Time to clean them up. Help me out, Seo-yoon. Han Seo-yoon nodded, resolute. He was already thinking of the next move regarding the other person. That girl would observe the scene and make a judgment. Back at the site of the terrorist kidnapping, Stardust stood before the building, which was engulfed in raging flames. She stood in silence for a long time, biting her lip. Then she spoke into her radio. Command, requesting permission to breach. But the other side refused. She was told to wait for instructions. Permission to breach and a shoot-to-kill order would only be given after police finished final negotiation. This incident only made her hate him more. It's all because of that bastard. Most previous terrorist attacks were almost exclusively the privilege of villains with superpower. This drama, to a greater or lesser extent, caused a major shock in the villain community. But this time, he didn't center it around superpowers. He used explosives and kidnapping as a spearhead to pressure the heroes. Clearly, the image of him cornering us has inspired ordinary people. She grumbled bitterly. Copycat crimes had already occurred the very next day. Suddenly, an alert came through her radio. Stardust, Egoistic has appeared on the scene. He's live-streaming the interior content on YouTube. Check it now. She was stunned. YouTube. Stardust immediately opened her phone. Indeed, that new villain who joked about death had appeared again. Viewers flooded in quickly. What is this? Egoistic is live-streaming a terror scene. The #1 villain in the world. The chat was full of crazy people. This is a real crime scene, guys. As long as it's not me, free Kim Seon-woo. Release Kim Seon-woo. Where's the censorship? Hijacking again. The footage showed Egoistic inside the building, facing the crowd dressed exactly like him. They pointed guns and barked. Who are you? They quickly realized. They immediately rejoiced. Their hero Egoistic had descended to this very spot. Egoistic. Unaware of what they were expecting. He's here. He's really here. Woo, he's going to kill these fools himself. Din's face wasn't exactly happy with this crowd. Man, my body is aching from that long-distance teleport, and now these guys. Damn it. The terrorists were confused. Egoistic. Suddenly, a roar of laughter rang out. Haha, this is interesting. Haha. They didn't understand but gave an awkward laugh along with him. Haha. At that moment, Han Seo-yoon reported. Position 3 o'clock. The guy by the pillar holding the detonator. He glanced over at that man, confirming. And immediately, the man met his end. Without a shred of mercy, his body was gouged into a donut shape. The other terrorists shouted in panic. No, this isn't Egoistic. He must be a police officer in disguise. They quickly aimed their guns at him, but before they could pull the triggers, the guns flew from their hands. The next scene showed the muzzles, aimed directly at each of their faces. Dun sneered, using his power. "I've never had idiots like you as my follower." A series of gunshots rang out, and the building was filled with thick smoke. The screams of the men being shot were captured in the live stream. Commenters were baffled, while those with common sense spoke up. Are they on the same side? Why is he taking them out? Just killing them all so satisfying. Who is egoistic to be this brutal? You psychos, people are dying. Where are the heroes? A villain is taking over the role. Ha ha ha. Is he a psychopath who wants to kill everyone? Just looking at the back of Egoistic's head, he's kind of handsome. So many crazies here. This is a real situation, guy. At that moment, the higher-ups finally gave Stardust the green light to move in, with the top priority being to ensure the safety of the hostages against both the terrorists and Egoistic. She charged in without a moment's hesitation to confirm the situation. Only one person remained who hadn't been shot, and she was precisely the one he was looking for. Han Seo-yoon's voice rang out. "Brother, save her. I've confirmed that she was dragged into this by those lunatics. She didn't participate in the terror at all." The girl was cowering in a corner, clutching her head and sobbing. "Help me, please." Dain's hand made her jump with a startled sob. He directly tossed her mask aside. His voice demanded, "Did you do anything wrong? Yes or no?" Lee Subin choked out through her tears. "All right, I admit it. It's my fault." She cried even harder. "All right, I admit it." Dain didn't have that kind of patience. If you keep wailing like that, you're getting a bullet. Lee Subin immediately went silent and covered her mouth tight. He then turned his steps toward the civilians who had been held hostage. To everyone's surprise, he bowed solemnly. "I apologize. Even though I didn't cause this directly, I feel a heavy responsibility for the copycat behavior triggered by my actions." This move sent the comments into a frenzy. What? Is he really a villain? Wait, what on earth is going on here? He continued sincerely. "To the hostages and all those affected because of me, I will send compensation to your accounts. Please check them. I offer my deepest apologies to the 3 victims who lost their lives. I will pay the highest possible compensation." However, Dain was still hesitant deep down because of the drawback. "Man, transferring from these shadow accounts makes it too easy to be tracked. Whatever, Seo-yoon can handle it, right?" Han Seo-yoon sighed and urged him. "Sai, just bring her back now." Knowing she had agreed to take care of it, he replied, "Okay." Dain lifted Lee Subin onto his shoulder. His body felt like it was falling apart. The backlash from teleporting is making my whole body shake. Suddenly, a tremor shook the entire floor. Dain realized the only one capable of that was Stardust. She was bursting in before she could even accurately grasp the situation. A few more days passed since the incident at Yonhee University. At a cafe, KPS News reported that the villain had taken responsibility by providing monetary compensation, leaving the public in a state of chaos. The villain Egoistic had bowed his head at the scene of the terrorist attack, and while verifying the accounts of the hostages was no easy task, KPS launched an in-depth investigation to discover what kind of character he truly was. A blonde girl sat alone at a table, her eyes intently fixed on her phone screen. Her fingers scrolled through the comments as everyone gossiped. People wondered who Egoistic really was, saying he sounded like a legend or questioning if he only saved women. When Stardust wasn't a hero, she was an ordinary person named Shin Ha-yeol, currently a college student. For some reason, she let out a tired sigh. She remembered how she had aggressively and desperately charged into the building back then. That attack had caused tremors throughout the entire structure. As soon as she burst in, she was met with Egoistic's surprised face. She immediately locked onto her target, calling Egoistic a bastard, and vowing that she would definitely catch him this time. She abruptly changed her direction and lunged forward. Fortunately, Dane's legs had gone weak at that moment, allowing him to dodge just in time. Stardust had been far too impatient and couldn't react quickly enough. "Oh my god," she thought. And just like that, she let the villain she needed to capture slip through her finger. Thinking back on it only made her more frustrated. Shin Ha-yeol sighed in annoyance just as another girl approached and pulled out a chair. She asked gently and caringly, "Ha-yeol, what's wrong? Is the homework too hard to finish?" It was Kim Ki-hyun, Ha-yeol's senior. She snapped out of it and looked up, stammering, "Oh, it's nothing, senior." She turned back to her studies in embarrassment. "I'm fine, I was just a bit distracted." Stardust, Korea's rank hero, is actually named Shin Ha-yeol. When acting as a hero, she hides her identity using a perception-impairing filter. Therefore, everyone thinks she is just an ordinary student named Shin Ha-yeol. Or perhaps not entirely ordinary, given that every man's gaze was fixed on her. Regardless, she had been worried about something lately, specifically Ha-yeol constantly muttering the name Egoistic. She circled that hateful name on her paper. Humans are all selfish. A big question arose in her mind. But then, why did he save the hostage? Suddenly, the person in front of her pinched her cheek. Look at you, making that sad face again. Ki Hyun suggested cheerfully, put the homework aside for a bit. Let's go get mango bingsu, your favorite Ha Yul. Ha Yul's face immediately brightened. Mango. But it was immediately replaced in her mind by Egoistic's crazed face and perverted laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha Yul's face darkened in an instant, which was clearly visible. Ki Hyun stared intently at her expression. Even Mango can't fix this. No way. She heard her snap her pen and mutter, the mango is mine. So Ki Hyun coddled her like a child. All right, the mango is yours, it's all yours. A fire burned in her heart like the fires of hell. I'm obsessed with that guy Egoistic. I will definitely force you to reveal yourself. Despite her anger, she looked adorable as she was fed the mango ice cream. In the heart of Seoul, where the villain who obsessed the hero lived in a very ordinary-looking house. But when the main door was opened, there was another door right next to the entrance. When that second door opened, it revealed something unexpected. An elevator appeared. After entering the elevator and entering a code, the doors closed and the elevator began to descend. It went down dozens of underground floors. The destination was Egoistic's base. Din proudly lay in a glass chamber he called the Ego Base, while Seo Yoon looked annoyed. Seriously, stop nomming other people's houses. He used his usual logic. Well, why? There's no your house or my house between us, right? My house is your house and your house is my house. The girl curled her lip in disdain but didn't deny it. Good grief, that makes no sense. Suddenly, his knee wouldn't let him stay relaxed like that. The pain shot through him, making him writhe and scream. Seo Yoon scolded him irritably. Stop talking nonsense. You'll heal faster if you just lie still, so quit making a scene. Din whined, don't say that. Teleporting while carrying another person made me twice as tired. Suddenly, he gave a sly smile. Han Seo Yoon was someone with super intelligence. He was definitely casting a longing gaze toward the girl sitting on the sofa. Let's see, where was I? His face looked satisfied. Although the reason he recruited her as an assistant wasn't for this, the fatigue recovery capsules were truly the best. Seo Yoon gave him a strange look as he naturally gave a thumbs up. What's with him? The door suddenly opened. The person he had risked his life to save walked in. I'm back. I saw the fridge was empty, so. Lee Subin asked shyly if everyone wanted some snack. Dane suddenly jumped and shouted, wait, aren't you on the wanted list? She explained excitedly, I covered my face before going out. He snapped back in panic. That's even more suspicious. However, little Seo Yoon put her book down and obediently ran toward the Melona ice cream. But that behavior gave Dane an unusual thought. Is she telling me to go kidnap people to be her errand runners? He immediately teleported in front of the girl. Why did you tell me to bring this person here? The girl peeled the ice cream and replied nonchalantly, oh, I just wanted her to help with a few things. Dane threw a tantrum. What? He kept whispering frantically. You only consider that before someone becomes a terrorist. I object to bringing a terrorist into the house. Seo Yoon, can you guarantee she won't start shooting in our home? The girl sighed and denied it. That won't happen. She asserted firmly that this person had no intention of participating in terrorism, but was practically forced into it by his subordinates. Then she pointed straight at the girl's face. Ma'am, I mean sir, wait ma'am, it's Lee Subin, right? She was startled. How do you know my name? Seo Yoon looked like she knew everything. I know it all, Ms. Lee Subin. She even knew her family background. Your parents were both researchers at the Hanun Group, right? Her face turned pale. How could you know that? Seo Yoon explained calmly. I read the articles you wrote on the deep web. Those cloaking programs have many loopholes. Do you want revenge? The girl stepped closer to Lee Subin. Hanun Group, don't you want revenge for what they did to your parents? I'm looking for the heads of that group. I've suffered a lot too. The girl issued a clear invitation. I'll only feel at ease once I find those bastards and crush them. Will you help me? In an instant, Dane realized Seo Yoon's motive. So that was it. The other girl was also a victim of Hanun, just like Seo Yoon. When I wanted Seo Yoon to be my first assistant, I also persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge. Of course, my goal was to prevent her from becoming an S-rank villain later, but regardless. I have no impression of this Lee Subin in the original story, so she's probably just an extra. Maybe that's proof she's harmless, but I'll have to see if she can be of any use to me first. Suddenly, he snapped out of it when he saw the two girls hugging and crying. Dan looked blank amidst the sobbing of the two. Boo-hoo, sister, sniff. Seo Yoon, this development is way too fast. I'm the only one who can't keep up with the emotions. Seo Yoon, your cool image is totally shattered. He watched the two of them being emotional for a long while. Then he settled back into the chamber. I'll just stay still. That evening at a cozy restaurant, everyone was worried about a young couple. The restaurant was quiet, save for the sound of the wife's sob. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she asked desperately for an answer. Why are you doing this to me? However, the man opposite her gave her a dark glare that ruined her appetite. I'm confessing to you, so why do you look so sad? This incident led someone to report it to the police. A man with a cold face approached their table. There's a report of assault. Please follow me to the station. The man muttered curses. Oh, damn it, let me eat a bit. Beat it. The police officer couldn't wait any longer and placed a hand on his shoulder. Fine, consider yourself officially under arrest. His body flashed with a red light. Suddenly, the police officer was teleported to the edge of a rooftop railing. The man's perverted tone rang out behind him. Are we going to the station together? He gave a disdainful kick. Fine, but let me send you off first. The police officer was caught off guard and fell from the high building. The man gave a cold smile. Who do you think you are to talk back to me, you fake cop? This was the A-rank villain, Kim Hak-chul, a spatial teleport. The world appeared in a state of chaos. A scream rang out. Do you think the world will change just because you kill me? Han Seo-yoon, the 5th A-rank white witch villain, appeared with a completely different look than her current self. A call cut through the flashback. Brother. Returning to the present, 16-year-old Han Seo-yoon, who loved orange juice, shouted, You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you? Lee Subin, who was washing dishes, spoke up awkwardly. Seo-yoon, I'm sorry, I drank that. I'll buy you more. Seo-yoon, who was berating her brother, ran over to hug her. She changed her face in a flash and gave a bright smile. It's okay, sister. Dun scowled in disgust at the scene. She acts so different with me. He suddenly asked, By the way, Seo-yoon, have you finally given up on dressing like a boy? The girl immediately shouted in anger, You. Din took the chance to tease her. Ha ha ha. Life for the three of them passed happily and peacefully. Recalling the misfortunes mentioned in the original story, Han Seo-yoon, with her superintelligence, was the sole survivor of the Flower Project, conducted by the Hanun Group, where hundreds of children were subjected to illegal experiments. One day, a child developed an unexpected complication. Everyone involved died, except for Seo-yoon. The entire building collapsed back then. Afterward, with a body covered in injuries, she escaped the research facility and hid in a basement, building the hideout she has now. She lived in solitude for years, until I found her. Dane's sudden appearance happened while the girl was finally safe. A chair fell with a loud thud. Seo-yoon was like a defensive porcupine. Dane calmly made his offer. Don't you want revenge on them? I need your help too, Han Seo-yoon. Before the girl's fearful gaze, he reached out a friendly hand. I'm not here to hurt you. And that was the starting step leading to the present. I'm here to save you. Unlike the original story, where Seo-yoon became an S-rank villain out of spite and lost her life, I promised myself I wouldn't let her fall down that path again, poor thing. He had a slight doubt. Well, since she's my accomplice now, does she still count as a villain? Anyway, let's just stay on the right path. Sensing his stare, Seo-yoon turned and waved her hands. What are you looking at? You wouldn't understand even if you looked. Din's gaze shifted to the other person. As for Subin, both her researcher parents had passed away, and she had self-studied to get into a prestigious university. He knew her background well. She was a computer engineering major, so she would likely support Seo-yoon with technical matters later. He took a sip of water. Even though she's a character I never knew and seems a bit suspicious, I have to admit her cooking skills are top-notch. Suddenly, Seo-yoon held out a small robot spider. Here, it's done, an external positioning sensor. Dane stepped back as he took it. What's the tracker for? The girl clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tusk, did you forget our line of work already? She pointed at the person on the screen. It's for the person on the villain list you chose. He gasped in surprise. The teleporter, it's him. Dane knew his abilities well. This guy could teleport infinitely over short distances without any cost. He can't be tied down with telekinesis. He's extremely difficult to handle. The girl smiled excitedly. The harder the opponent, the more we need to deal with them first. He rubbed his head in agony. Do you understand how tired I get from constant teleporting? Seo-yoon cheered him on. Get to work, egoistic. They quickly set out. The destination was a small apartment in a remote area. Din lurked nervously on a building. Seo-yoon, can I go in now? The girl urged him. What? You're not in yet. Just go in already. Yet he was still nervous and tense. Is it really okay to teleport straight into the living room? What if he's right there? Seo-yoon sighed and repeated it one more time. I've told you how many times. You fire the bullet with the tracker. Even if he avoids the bullet by teleporting, he'll still be tagged. Din looked at the shiny gun. Wait, why? The girl began to get irritated. Because I made it faster than a bullet. You're a social sciences major, so you wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Just go in. Still, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be faster to just finish him off on the street? Seo-yoon wanted to flip the table at her brother's behavior. The target never went out on the street, using only teleportation. She had investigated and prepared this plan in advance, so she was incredibly impatient. The girl was burning with anxiety, and gulped down a bottle of water. Lee Subin cheered nervously from the side. Go for it, Egostick. Hearing that, the little girl shyly joined in. Yeah, go Egostick. Dane felt as though he had been empowered. All right, thanks, let's begin. He suddenly teleported into the criminal's home. Just as he had finished taking a shower, the man was startled by his appearance. HMP8. Immediately Seo Yoon shouted, "Brother, fire." He raised his gun and squeezed the trigger. Surprisingly, 2 small robot spiders were launched with incredible speed. But as expected, Hak Chul immediately vanished from the spot. Dane threw the gun aside. Damn it, Seo Yoon did the tracker stick. Seo Yoon was on top of the situation. It stuck. Sister Subin, report his location. Subin quickly found his coordinates. He's currently 500 meters to the east. Without overthinking, he followed the instructions. Okay. Suddenly he appeared right in the middle of a street. Wait, what's that person doing? What is that? The people around him immediately recognized. Brother, isn't that Egostick? Whoa, it really is him. He frowned as he scanned his surroundings. Damn it, this situation wasn't part of the plan. His presence immediately went viral across social media. At Yonhee University's lecture hall, Shin Ha-yeol was focused on her studies, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, a voice came over her radio announcing, Egostick has appeared in the middle of the city. Superhero Stardust, prepare to mobilize per association order. She jumped up in shock and shouted, what? Everyone in the class turned to look at her. Oh, sorry everyone. Ha-yeol hurriedly packed her things to leave. Excuse me. She rushed off as fast as she could. What is he up to this time? Egostick. Seo Yoon checked the tracker again. Brother, over there, at the intersection ahead. Dane quickly spotted Hak Chul stumbling away. Was he hit by the bullet? Just then, the traffic light turned red. He jumped out to block his path anyway. Whatever, let's just do it. Seo Yoon's panicked voice rang in his ear. Delin. In his haste to catch the A-rank criminal, he hadn't paid attention to the road. A truck was hurtling toward him at a dizzying speed. It was uncertain if he could react in time to escape with his life. While fleeing, Kim Hak Chul suddenly remembered that fateful day. Hey Kim Hak Chul, you had a lot of fun stealing our money and running away, didn't you? Back then, Kim Hak Chul was helpless and weak, only able to moan and plead. I'll pay you back, please spare me. Feeling his sincerity wasn't enough, he switched to shouting his pleas, I'll pay you back. But those words only irritated the leader. Unable to take it anymore, the leader bluntly pressed a cigarette into the rope binding Kim Hak Chul. I don't need it anymore. Witnessing this, he struggled even more violently. No, please don't. I was wrong. Please just let me go this once. No matter what he said, the rope burned through and he fell into the sea. At that moment, he had no more regrets. Kim Hak Chul bluntly cursed, "Damn it, you bastards." As his face was about to hit the water, he used all the rage in his heart to scream, "I curse you all to death." At that very second, Kim Hak Chul suddenly vanished. And just as those people were about to leave, he reappeared nearby. This strange phenomenon turned their faces pale with fear. What was that? Kim Hak Chul himself stared in bewilderment as he found himself safe and sound. Wait, what? Once they recovered, the group quickly lunged toward him to grab him. Before long, Kim Hak Chul was surrounded, yet he hadn't moved an inch. This power. After standing still for a while, Kim Hak Chul clenched his fists in delight. So now, no one in the world can catch me. With that thought, he quickly vanished, letting the two sides crash into each other while he escaped. No one could stop him. Returning to the present, the truck driver noticed someone and slammed on the brakes. But Egostick had already vanished, reappearing in the cab and scaring the driver half to death. Seeing him unharmed, Kim Hak Chul was furious. Motherfucker. Realizing the situation was bad, he turned to bolt. I calculated the timing perfectly, yet he still dodged it. Damn it. Just as he got out of the truck, Kim Hak Chul teleported to the roof of a nearby building. Carefully observing the situation, he grit his teeth in rage. It really is Egostick. He couldn't have finished off those two villains for personal reasons, could he? The more he thought about it, the more Kim Hak Chul couldn't swallow his anger. Clearly he and I have nothing to do with each other. Below, after exiting the vehicle, Egostick was surrounded by a crowd of citizens. Yes, I'm busy working so I can't talk much. Oh, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Now go to hell, you rank teleporter villain. As soon as those words were spoken, a crazy thought occurred to Kim Hak Chul. Is he actually hunting down villains to finish them off? Just as he snapped out of his thoughts, Egostick appeared out of nowhere. From then on, wherever Kim Hak Chul went, he followed. Trash belongs in the bin, and trash villains should be erased from the world. Come on, get over here, I'm cleaning up a piece of trash today. Got him it. Being stalked so relentlessly, he went mad and reached out to grab a nearby citizen. Why can I still hear that guy's voice in my ear? Kim Hak Chul immediately threw the person behind him and fled. Before the girl could even fall, Egostick reached out and caught her. Oh my. While the girl was still dazed, he asked gently, "Are you okay, miss?" This gentleness made the girl blush. Yes, sir. That guy Kim Hak-chul had exhausted most of his strength after constant teleporting. Unable to take any more, he finally collapsed. Why me? After letting the girl rest, Egoistic turned his attention to his original target, the rank teleporter villain. Seeing he had nothing to say, he pulled out a handgun and pressed it against his head. You've confessed to your crime. Being scolded like that, Kim Hak-chul, who was unconscious, had to argue back. Egoistic smirked and retorted, damn it, you're a villain yourself. Yeah, but at least I'm not a coward like you. After that, he turned and shouted to the onlookers. Everyone, this piece of trash has stolen tens of billions and murdered 4 innocent people. Those people were someone's husband, father, friend, or son. Do you want to spare this cold-blooded killer? Asked this, those present didn't hesitate to give a brief answer. Finish him. That's right, finish him. Kill him, kill him. Hearing this, Kim Hak-chul writhed. You sons of bitches, how are you any different from me if you're calling for me to be finished? Egoistic gave a satisfied smile upon hearing everyone's answer. Hak-chul. Actually, your biggest crime is becoming an S-rank villain later, murdering hundreds and tormenting Stardust countless times. Snapping out of his thoughts, his face shifted to a threatening glare. You mean to say those two things are the same? Sorry, but it looks like your life ends. A split second later, a scream of agony rang out, making Egoistic peek around cautiously. What met his eyes was the joyful excitement of the citizen. This reaction didn't fail to surprise him. Wait, what? They just saw someone get shot dead. Shouldn't they be screaming in fear? After finishing the job, he stood up dazed, observing the joyful faces of the crowd. Other than having superpowers, this world isn't much different from my old one. But moments like this make me truly realize I'm in a different world. The people here are truly incomprehensible. After thinking it over for a while, Egoistic put the matter aside, took off his hat, and offered a greeting. But I'm a villain, you know, aren't you afraid? Witnessing this expression, the citizens around him showed a bit of hesitation. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Egoistic knew the owner well, and the voice made him quickly look up at the sky. Stardust. Damn it, I held the attention for too long. Stardust landed quickly, pointing right at him and scolding. You bastard. Egoistic didn't pay any attention and just focused on admiring the newcomer. Normally, she was just a somewhat cold college student. But when she became a hero, her voice changed to a formal, archaic tone. Thinking of this, he blurted out, so cute. However, that look was misunderstood by Stardust. What have you done? No matter how much he admired her, Egoistic played the villain perfectly. What have I done? I just dealt with a wicked A-rank villain who was both a murderer and a bank robber. I was just doing the hero's job for them. Facing those words, Stardust couldn't argue back. You. He watched her reaction and continued talking. Oh, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? An A-rank villain can be judged on the spot by a hero anyway, right? Unable to argue, she changed the subject entirely. Egoistic, do you think you're a hero? Those words successfully stunned Egoistic. Huh, I'm a villain. Then it suddenly dawned on him. There must be a lot of people filming and cheering for Stardust right now, right? It's crowded here, perfect. Snapping out of his thoughts, he chuckled and clapped half-heartedly. Spoken like Stardust. A villain like me punishing evildoers is indeed against the law, but I truly don't respect your ironclad sense of justice. Perhaps I should withdraw for today. These words once again caused the crowd to gossip. That's right, our villain's only allowed to hide from heroes. He sounds so cool. You arrived late after all, you didn't take down the teleporter. Honestly, Egoistic hasn't done anything wrong. These words left Stardust feeling confused and sad. Not only her, but Egoistic felt the world had turned upside down. Wait, what? Something feels wrong here. Just then, Han Seo-yoon urged him through his earpiece. Brother, stop rambling and get moving. Being urged and considering the current situation, he explained in a panic. Wait, no, I didn't mean I was doing the right thing. I'll keep doing evil, and Stardust can just keep trying to stop me. Pausing for a second, he returned to his cool persona. Well then, that's it for today. Having said that, he immediately used his power to vanish. With nothing left to watch, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a pensive Stardust. We should probably go too, right? Yeah, let's go. Once everyone had left, she walked over to where Kim Hak-chul lay, and felt sad. Back at the base, Egoistic collapsed as soon as he arrived. Han Seo-yoon, having been ready, called out loudly, Sister Subin, over here, hurry. Lee Subin came running in a panic. What happened? The girl sat down to examine the situation while explaining, it's a side effect of the teleportation power. Once finished, the two girls dragged him back to his room together. All right, 1, 2, 3. Just then, Egoistic's phone vibrated in his pocket. It turned out a post about that afternoon's event had been uploaded to the open forum, gauging public sentiment. Who likes the cool Egoistic more than the old-fashioned Stardust? Count me in. That evening, Stardust sat on a rooftop somewhere, quietly reading that post. After finishing, she couldn't hide her sadness, sitting on the edge of the building. Stardust remembered some unpleasant things from the past when she was just Shin Ha-yeol, a 17-year-old student. Something tragic had happened. No, mother, father. Witnessing her distress, the robber gleefully held the stolen wallet in his hand. You should have just handed this over quiet. After observing his spoils for a while, he put it away, took out a handgun, and threatened, "Blame your stupid parents." Despite having a gun to her head, Shin Ha-yeol had nothing left to lose and wasn't afraid at all. Not getting the reaction he wanted, the robber became bored. He then smiled brightly and put the gun away. Lucky, how very lucky for you. With that, the robber tossed aside his cigarette and turned to leave. Having let her parents' killer escape, Shin Ha-yeol was unwilling to accept it, but could only collapse in helpless tears. If only I had the power to protect mother and father. No matter how much she regretted it, what was done was done. Mother, father. I will finish that bastard. After that declaration, Shin Ha-yeol just sat there by her parents' bodies, crying her heart out. Just then, a streak of light appeared in the dark sky. Immediately after, a shooting star streaked straight down into the small alley. The weeping student, Shin Ha-yeol, saw the strange light and looked up. As she looked up, a blindingly bright light met her eyes. Then a strange light filled the alleyway. When the light gradually vanished, Shin Ha-yeol was unconscious, and her hair had turned from black to blonde. The next day at the secret base, after a full rest, Din finally opened his eyes. Han Seo-yoon had been waiting by the glass, just for this moment to cheer. "You're awake." Before he could say anything, he was met by the girl. He was exhausted. "Seo-yoon, I'm about to enjoy a hot meal." Suddenly, Han Seo-yoon held out her phone. "Listen to this while you eat." The girl immediately read the news article on the screen to him. Summary of the facts about the A-rank villain Egoistic. Only the facts about the A-rank villain Egoistic. Reading the article carefully, Han Seo-yoon recounted Den's numerous achievements. Eliminated A-rank villain Rhino. Eliminated A-rank villain and Zodiac. To the already weary people of Korea, he staged and suppressed a special situation at the observatory with no casualties. Just as it seemed the article was ending, the girl read more. Simultaneously, he suppressed a group of fanatics who caused trouble and terrorized hostages in his name, and even paid compensation to the hostage. After a short pause, Han Seo-yoon read the remaining parts of the post. A-rank villain, a teleporter who remained hidden for a long time. Despite the bounty, authorities evaluate capturing him as extremely difficult. Seriously, Egoistic doesn't look like a villain at all. Feeling that it wasn't shocking enough, the girl said with a grin, 7,842 likes and only 12 dislikes. What do you think about that? Hearing this, a bewildered Dane quickly asked, "What about Stardust?" Hearing that name, Han Seo-yoon couldn't hide her annoyance. "Oh her, just look at the comments right below." Without waiting for him to grab his phone, the girl read them out loud. "Actually, Egoistic is way better than Stardust. What has Stardust even achieved so far?" Hearing those words, Din spat out his drink. Not stopping there, the girl read more. "The king, Egoistic, has already taken down 3 A-rank villains." Once he regained his composure, Din asked hesitantly, So why is Stardust getting hate?" To this question, Han Seo-yoon thought for a moment before replying. "Probably because out of the 3 A-rank heroes, she's the least active. Honestly, Shadow Walker and Icicle have each saved dozens or hundreds of people single-handedly, while Stardust hasn't done nearly as much." After reading everything, the girl tentatively observed the reaction of the person beside her. "See, that's how people are reacting." Hearing these comments, Din couldn't hide his despair. Is that what the majority thinks? As if that weren't shocking enough, Han Seo-yoon directly showed him a screen with a weird jumping mango to brag. MHM, and Egoistic even has a proper fan club now. This information officially broke Din. He fell to his knees, clutching his head and pulling at his hair. No way, these psychos. What kind of villain has a fan club? Unable to accept the situation, he stood up and began to plot a plan. All right, I can't just let this slide. After thinking it over for a while, Din decided, time to start preparing for the next terrorist attack. All right, Seo-yoon Subin, can you guys handle it? Suddenly being called out, the 2 girls were stunned and panicked. Again, why me? Ignoring the girls' dejected looks, Din was filled with excitement and anticipation. I have to show the Korean people what a real villain is and who the real hero is. Just you wait, Stardust, I'm going to put you back on top. The person everyone was waiting for was currently enjoying a mango smoothie with total satisfaction. A mango smoothie. This is absolutely delicious. While enjoying her drink, Shin Ha-yeol suddenly noticed something. It turned out the cherry blossoms outside had fully bloomed, creating a deeply romantic scene. Despite the romantic and poetic setting, her mind was filled only with people's criticisms. Being a great hero, showing up only after the job is already finished. She probably couldn't even catch that teleporter anyway. Recalling those words, Shin Ha-yeol sighed. Taking advantage of her mood, countless negative thoughts washed over her mind like a tide. The public is more enthusiastic about Egoistic, a killer of villains, than heroes who only deal with suspended sentences. I've done my best, so why am I still getting trashed like this? Refusing to let herself sink further into negativity, Shin Ha-yeol slapped herself a few times to snap out of it. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Ha-yeol, why are you hitting yourself? Hearing the voice, she snapped awake. Seeing Kim Ki-hyun sitting down beside her with a gentle smile, Shin Ha-yeol was startled. Sister. The older girl smiled at her junior and suggested brightly, the weather is so beautiful, let's take a break for a bit. Being invited like that, Shin Ha-yeol didn't hesitate to agree. You're right, when did the cherry blossoms even bloom like this? Kim Ki-hyun took out her phone with excitement. Oh right, do you want to see this? It's really hot lately, but you probably haven't seen it yet, Ha-yeol. She showed her the image of the jumping mango and introduced it. Well, isn't it hilarious? I think Egoistic has been really charming lately. Looking at the image, Shin Ha-yeol gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. Even senior Ki-hyun likes him. While scrolling through her phone, something suddenly caught her attention. Wait, what's this? Kim Ki-hyun showed her the phone screen. Ha-yeol, ist is live streaming right now. Hearing this, she was surprised. What? As she took out her phone, a familiar voice rang out. Egoistic is targeting Stardust again. Return to headquarters immediately and deploy to the scene. As soon as the alert finished, Shin Ha-yeol slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Sister Ki-hyun, I have an emergency so I have to go. Sorry. Without waiting for Ki-hyun to get a word out, she turned and ran out of the shop. Ha-yeol. While running, Shin Ha-yeol's resolve was firm. Just you wait, Egoistic. I'm definitely catching you this time. Meanwhile, at a certain cliff, a familiar screen appeared, followed by Egoistic's voice. Long time no see. Hello everyone, I am the villain Egoistic. Right after the introduction, he watched the comments jumping continuously with anticipation. How will they react? This is crazy. They're treating this like a surprise event or something. Stopping his idle thoughts, Egoistic opened his phone and spoke mockingly. There's been a lot of news about me lately, hasn't there? I'm not a hero, I'm a villain. I even have a fan club now. At that, he gave a sinister smile and pointed the phone camera down at the tracks. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. I am a villain. After pointing at the hostages, he pointed toward a train in the distance. Ah, the train is almost here. Are you watching Stardust? As he asked this, a comment popped up. He really is a hardcore fan who truly loves Stardust, isn't he? Ignoring it, he began to explain. The rules are simple, you choose. Egoistic turned the camera toward the tracks and began to apply pressure. Keep the lever as it is to save one person instead of 5, or sacrifice one for the majority. Pull the lever, and one person dies. Thinking of Lee Subin, who was controlling the train, he continued to exert pressure. Don't think too long. If you try to pull those people off the tracks, I'll derail the train immediately. Do you understand, Stardust? After explaining the rules, Egoistic invited her. You only have one choice, pull the lever. As soon as he finished speaking, Stardust appeared. You bastard, Egoistic. The girl didn't hesitate and dived straight down to stand below. He looked on with satisfaction. So you've arrived, Stardust. Looking at the hostages, she began to calculate. If I try to save them, the passengers on the train will be in danger. Think, Stardust, how can I save everyone? Witnessing that hesitant face, Egoistic pushed her against his conscience. Now, the Pentakin train is entering the station. What will our Stardust choose? Even before she did anything, the viewers were already speculating. Egoistic was very pleased with the comments. Naturally, everyone thought Stardust would pull the lever, but he believed the Stardust he knew wasn't that type of person. Just then, Lee Subin screamed through the earpiece in a panic. Dylan, she's running toward me. What should I do? Seeing the figure flying toward the train, he comforted her. We're live streaming, so turn off the broadcast mic for a second. Don't worry, she's not coming to hurt you. Keep going. At this, Lee Subin regained some confidence. Okay. After successfully comforting her, Egoistic continued his role as the villain. All right, mic back on. Oh, is this even possible? What is Stardust doing? She can actually do that. You'll be torn apart like that. Stardust, why are you committing suicide? Stop it. No matter what was said, Stardust and the train collided head-on. With all her strength, she tried to encourage herself. Just hold on a little longer. But suddenly, the train accelerated. This state of affairs surprised Egoistic. The speed is increasing. Realizing something, he panicked. Subin, Miss Subin, wake up. But she had been unconscious for ages. Getting no response, he was horrified. I didn't prepare for this. He looked at Stardust, who was standing dazed at the foot of the cliff. Egoistic continued the psychological warfare. Now, the Pentakin train is entering the station. What will our Stardust choose? Despite his outward words, his heart was full of anticipation as he looked at the girl below. The girl filled with justice would choose. The person he was waiting for was currently enduring an agonizing mental struggle. After a moment of thought, she made her decision. Stardust gritted her teeth and flew straight toward the train. Witnessing this action, Egoistic was very satisfied. He pulled his hat lower. Good, everything is going exactly according to plan. Pleased with the developments, he carried a terrified, struggling girl closer to the tracks. Arriving at the spot, Egoistic gently placed the pale-faced girl on the tracks. Not stopping there, he used tape to secure her. Despite the action, Egoistic's heart was screaming, "Man, this is exhausting. If it weren't for Shadow Walker, doing this at night would be much more comfortable. Preparing a terrorist attack during the day really requires attention to everything." No matter how much he complained, he finished the final knot. Once the hostage was secured, Egoistic used his instant teleportation power to get onto the cliff to watch the show. Observing the 5 people he had tied to the tracks, he was very proud of the result. "I'm actually a bit impressed with myself." Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Egoistic recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust gets weaker after encountering villains, but in return she matures. So if I eliminate the villains beforehand to help her, she'll lose her chance to grow. Breaking out of his thoughts, he reached out and wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. Once finished, Egoistic smiled smugly and told himself, "Consider this a custom-made physical training zone for you." Returning to the present, seeing Stardust using all her might to charge straight at the train, he was caught off guard and quickly tried to stop her. "What are you doing? You'll be pulverized, Stardust." That scene also caused a stir among the people watching at home. Looking at the comments, he felt despair. "This wasn't my intention." Even though he said that, in his heart, he was extremely smug about what was happening. "It really was my intention, though." At that moment, Stardust slammed into the train, causing the front of the locomotive to crumble. Standing atop the cliff, Egoistic watched intently, analyzing the scene. Her power in both muscle and flight is lacking about 2%. She's still just a near-A-rank hero, so stopping this train might be beyond her. But there's a trait about her that others don't know. Carefully observing Stardust's tense and determined face, Egoistic noted truthfully, "It's that when she encounters danger, her power explodes exponentially." Even though he thought that Stardust was being gradually pushed back, still, he was confident, so she can absolutely stop this. With that fierce belief, the train's engine began to sputter. However, it didn't stop. Instead, it pushed harder. This phenomenon made Egoistic feel quite uneasy. The train's speed is increasing even more. Realizing this, he quickly called his accomplice, but Lee Subin had been out cold for ages. "Subin, Miss Subin, wake up." Receiving no response, Egoistic immediately fell into a state of panic. "I didn't plan for this." Just like that, the worst-case scenarios played out in his mind like a movie. If the people tied to the tracks die, then no matter how much her path is laid with flowers, Stardust's image as a brave superhero will be destroyed. Thinking of that situation, Egoistic clutched his head. What should I do? At the same time. The train drew closer to the unfortunate girl. Noticing this, Stardust gritted her teeth and used more power than usual. Seeing that the train wouldn't stop, she used her life force to hold it back. Even though the front of the train was nearly totaled, it hadn't slowed down one bit. Standing above, looking expectantly at Stardust below, "Please, please make it." As the distance between the train and the hostages closed, he could only pray, "Please make it." Suddenly, Egoistic noticed something. It turned out that after all her final efforts, Stardust managed to stop the train, and the whole thing was captured on the phone. Witnessing the incredible event, Egoistic's joy was visible on his face. She stopped it. The stalemate is broken. Amidst the chaotic and desolate scene, he was full of anticipation. "Come on, show yourself, Stardust. Is she okay?" The train was so fast. Looking at his phone screen live-streaming everything, Egoistic started thinking wildly. "Is she dead? No way." In that moment, Stardust's familiar figure appeared. Seeing the girl he longed for was safe and sound, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. A moment later, realizing he was still the villain, he quickly corrected himself. No, you stopped it. You actually stopped it. You really endured that. My plan wasn't supposed to go like this, but..." Turning his attention to the dazed Stardust, Egoistic hypnotized himself. She found her own way to solve the dilemma in her own way. Exact. This declaration caused the comments to explode once again. Reading every single word, his whole face was filled with excitement. "Yes, this is the reaction I wanted. See." With skyrocketing pride, he took the opportunity to praise the girl standing below. "This is the hero named Stardust. Look at how her power explodes just from her desire to save people." After using every ounce of her strength, Stardust finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Witnessing this, his eyes were filled with worry. Ignoring his image, he directly jumped down to check on the situation. Approaching the girl, his heart ached when he heard her faint cursing. "You bastard, Egoistic." No matter how sad he felt, Egoistic focused on the current matter. "All right, Stardust, you did very well. In a way I never imagined. This is your victory." With those words, he closed her eyes to let her rest and gave a few final instructions. "I'm leaving. Get some good rest. Other heroes will be here to help you soon." After letting Stardust rest, he stood up and removed his hat to express his regret. "Yes, my terrorist attack ends here. Thank you for watching." Following those words, the screen cut to black. A shocking comment was made. "Those two, what's with that suggestive atmosphere?" The next morning at the secret base, Han Seo-yoon was running around full of energy. wake up, you sleepyheads. Dane and Lee Subin were exhausted and bedraggled after yesterday's event. Oh my god, I'm dying. Good morning, Seo Yoon. At their appearance, the girl assessed them. It was just one terrorist attack. Why is everyone so worn out? Stopping her scolding, Han Seo Yoon pointed to a table full of food. Well, looking at the steaming dishes, their eyes lit up like high beams. Seo Yoon, did you prepare this? Din was now wide awake. He went over to pat Han Seo Yoon's head in praise. Thank you, Seo Yoon. It's nothing. Blushing for a moment, the girl directly pinched his waist. While Din was writhing in pain, Han Seo Yoon quickly sat at the table and urged them, eat up before it gets cold. Honestly, all right then. The three of them sat at the table together and began to enjoy breakfast. Bon appetit. After that, each of them focused on enjoying the delicious food. While eating, Han Seo Yoon suddenly noticed the remote control nearby. She immediately reached for it. The girl then ate hurriedly and ran to the sofa to turn on the TV. Let's see the new news. As the news broadcast opened, Han Seo Yoon excitedly pointed at the screen. Let's see how our exploits yesterday were reported. Next news. Hearing those words, Do-in, who was eating, couldn't hide his smugness. His image as a villain must have been firmly established. Naturally, Stardust also skyrocketed in popularity, killing two birds with one stone. Suddenly, Han Seo Yoon burst out laughing. This strange state of affairs confused him. Huh, what is it? The girl pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly. They say you two are dating. At that moment, the editor's comments rang out. This is about what happened after A-rank hero Stardust stopped the train yesterday morning. First, please look at this photo. Immediately after, the moment he closed her eyes to let her rest appeared. The editor then continued. Looking at this, it's clear that between the villain and the hero, they look exactly like a pair of lovers. Elsewhere, Shin Ha-yeol followed the entire broadcast, unable to contain her anger as she crushed her glass. The subject himself, Do-in, was terrified. What the hell is this? The host said in Korea the most popular villain is Egoistic, and the rising rookie is superhero Stardust. The dating rumors between them are really hot right now. Reporter Park, what caused this romance rumor to explode? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and added, look at this. Do you recognize it? The host said. Yes, it's a line of text with Stardust's name. Reporter Park slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting, wrong, it's not just a simple line of text. To my dear Stardust, this is a gift for you, that's the real meaning. And next, the screen showed the footage of Daein kneeling beside the unconscious Shin Ha-yeol, saying, all right, Stardust. You did very well in a way I never imagined. This is your victory. Reporter Park pointed at this scene and firmly asserted, look closely. If this isn't love, what is? When Egoistic said those final words and closed Stardust's eyes, she quietly fell asleep. If those two aren't dating, what do you call this? Elsewhere, Shin Ha-yeol sat alone in a classroom watching that discussion. Shin Ha-yeol, in a gloomy mood, held her forehead thinking, is everyone sane? Rumoring that I'm dating that crazy villain. Absolutely never. Shin Ha-yeol remained silent for a while. Then she asked herself, what's this? Clearly, I feel rising hatred and loathing toward him, but mixed in the middle is this incomprehensible feeling. While Shin Ha-yeol was sitting alone muttering to herself, a girl approached. Kim Ki-hyun said with a sympathetic face, Ha-yu, your soul is exhausted from all the schoolwork. Then Kim Ki-hyun took out an ice cream flyer and said with a bright smile, let me heal you today. Next, Kim Ki-hyun tossed the flyer aside, and with eyes shining with emotion, she said, just trust me today, let's go out and have fun together. In another location, a constant whining sound echoed from the house. Please, please. Han Seo Yoon was throwing a tantrum on the floor, kicking her legs. I want to go so bad. Lee Subin, not knowing what to do, spoke up. Seo Yoon, stop whining like that. Han Seo Yoon wouldn't budge, saying, we've already done 2 terror attacks, I want to go play now. At this point, Dain spoke up. Ms. Subin, Seo Yoon, how about we all go out for a trip? As soon as Han Seo Yoon heard those words, she immediately sat bolt upright and stopped her tantrum. The girl shouted in joy to celebrate, and Subin smiled as well. Dain also held a flyer for an ice cream festival in his hand, similar to the one Kim Ki-hyun had earlier. He smiled and thought, this event wasn't in the original story, but it shouldn't be a problem, right? On Shin Ha-yeol's side, she was also in a better mood, thinking expectantly. An ice cream festival, huh? At the ice cream festival, there were people everywhere. The scene was full of life, and Den remarked, wow, even for a weekday afternoon, it's quite crowded. Han Seo Yoon walked beside him with a cone in her hand, asking Dain in confusion, brother, are you wearing black again? Din replied with a smile, Seo Yoon, a man has to wear black. Han Seo Yoon said amusedly, what nonsense are you talking about? Din looked quite surprised. Oh, is she actually smiling that brightly? She even called me brother. Din gave a light smile and thought, it seems she really is in a great mood. Han Seo Yoon cheered and pointed in a direction ahead. There's the rice ice cream. Then Han Seo Yoon immediately ran toward that ice cream stall in excitement. Dain said to Lee Subin with a smile, Coming out to play was worth it, wasn't it? Lee Subin replied happily. Yeah, it was. She looked so happy. Lee Subin was using the perception filter for herself. She had been on broadcast once when Dane recruited. Dane tasted a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is actually delicious." Dane scooped another spoonful and said, "Subin, you should try some too." Lee Subin blushed shyly as she looked at the spoonful of ice cream Dane held out. Han Seo-yoon, standing nearby, asked innocently, "What's wrong? Sister, hurry up and eat." Lee Subin stammered, "Wait, just give me a moment." Lee Subin shyly opened her mouth and leaned toward the spoon, thinking, isn't this basically an indirect kiss? Finally, Lee Subin tasted the spoonful of ice cream. Immediately after, her face was full of enjoyment as she remarked, "It's delicious." Han Seo-yoon had also finished her ice cream cone. She happily ran toward another stall. "Look over there, mango-flavored," Dane called out quickly. "Hey, wait for me." Han Seo-yoon stared intently at the ice cream through the glass with sparkling eyes. Next, she excitedly said to the staff, "1 cone, please." The staff member scooped the ice cream and said to Dane with a smile, "Oh my, this little girl looks exactly like her parents. She's so adorable." Dane was speechless. "What?" Then he just closed his eyes and played along. "Haha, yes, that's right." Lee Subin stood nearby, her face turning completely red, while Han Seo-yoon turned back and teased Dane in a low voice. "This guy looks older than his actual age, doesn't he?" Dane didn't back down and retorted, "Maybe it's because of your height, it's not my fault." Han Seo-yoon couldn't win the argument and just huffed. The staff member brought the ice cream out. "Here is the little one's ice cream, 1 cone and 2 cups, right?" Everyone took their ice cream, and Dane asked Han Seo-yoon with a smile, "Did you order for us too?" The girl replied, "You're the leader of the Mango Club, so of course you have to eat mango ice cream." Dane was bewildered by his new identity once again and asked, "Mango Club?" Dane saw the staff member's smile and didn't know where to hide his face, saying embarrassedly, "Ah, it's nothing." Suddenly, Dane's eyes widened in shock. It turned out the staff member was showing off the back of his shirt, which had a chibi image of Dane in his egoistic persona. The man smiled and said, "I made this myself. Does it look good?" Dane couldn't find the words to comment, but Han Seo-yoon generously gave a thumbs up. Absolutely cinematic. A while later, the three of them sat on a stone bench, relaxing and eating their ice cream. Suddenly, Dane noticed something. Dane asked Han Seo-yoon, "Seo, did you know I used to be a pro at darts?" Dane was about to show off his skills. "I'll show you what I'm made of." Han Seo-yoon seemed to catch him in the act and asked, "Hey, are you planning to cheat using your psychokinesis?" Dane immediately froze up. The staff member said, "There's an event going on." The staff member at the dart stall introduced it. "If you hit all 10 times, you'll win a 10-layer ice cream." She looked at the prize and replied, "Oh, I see." Han Seo-yoon said, "I actually like the second prize better. That teddy bear is so cute." Dane asked the staff, "The first prize winner gets to choose whatever they want anyway, right?" The staff agreed. "Yes." Dane confidently promised Han Seo-yoon, "Seo, did you hear that? I'll get it for you." Dane thought to himself, "I'll just act like I'm focusing, find a discreet moment to use a bit of my power and throw it, then it's done." Just then, Kim Ki-hyun also walked up to the dart stall and asked the staff, "How much is 1 turn?" She caught Dane's attention nearby. He thought to himself, "Wait, she looks very familiar." Immediately after, Dane was startled. He remembered her. Kim Ki-hyun, Shin Ha-yeol's university senior. Kim Ki-hyun said, "Ha-yeol, look, the prize is a 10-layer ice cream." Another female voice rang out, "I'll try to get one for you, senior." Han Seo-yoon saw Dane staring blankly and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Hurry up and throw." At this moment, Lee Subin and Han Seo-yoon finally noticed Shin Ha-yeol's presence. The group of 3 began to break into a cold sweat and didn't dare say a word. Then Shin Ha-yeol glanced over at the 3 of them. She looked at Dane, while Dane was still frozen in his dart-throwing stance. Kim Ki-hyun gave a bright, radiant smile and pointed ahead. "Ha-yeol, there's rice ice cream over there." The 2 went to the ice cream shop, and Kim Ki-hyun was ecstatic over the taste. "This is so good." In a happy mood, she looked at Shin Ha-yeol. "Ha-yeol, you should try this." Shin Ha-yeol leaned down and took a lick of the ice cream. After eating, her cheeks flushed and her eyes lit up. "It is good." Kim Ki-hyun held the ice cream container and smiled with squinted, satisfied eyes. "Your face has finally relaxed, Ha-yeol." It seemed something caught their attention as they both turned their heads at the same time. She took Ha-yeol's hand, her heart full of bright pink flowers. "Let's go, Ha-yeol's favorite flavor is over there." She pointed toward the stall selling mango flavor. "Let's eat." Seeing the mango, Shin Ha-yeol's eyes sparkled with immense delight. However, shortly after, her mood suddenly turned gloomy and she looked down. The staff member gleefully turned around to show the egoistic chibi on the back of his shirt. "I made this myself," he said. Kim Ki-hyun praised it appreciatively. "Oh my, that's so cute." Afterward, the 2 of them rested on a cool stone bench. Kim Ki-hyun stretched comfortably. "This feels so nice." She tilted her head toward Shin Ha-yeol. You like it too, right, Ha-Yul? Shifting from annoyance to positivity, Ha-Yul smiled and replied, yes, of course, senior. Then Shin Ha-Yul closed her eyes tight to enjoy the moment. Under a massive cherry blossom tree, as a few blossoms drifted down, Shin Ha-Yul thought, how long has it been since I could just come out and enjoy the scenery like this? With a smile on her lips and her eyes closed, this is great. A while later, Kim Ki-hyun pointed at the stall in front of them. Ha-Yul, let's finish this and then go try that. Shin Ha-Yul watched her intently while she was excited. Darts, huh? Immediately, Shin Ha-Yul gave a bright smile. That looks like fun. Balloons were decorated and arranged neatly on top of the stall in vibrant colors. The friendly staff member handed the darts to the two of them. There's an event going on. If you hit all 10 times, you'll win a 10-layer ice cream. She took aim gently and replied, oh, I see. Her characteristic blue eyes scanned the area. Her gaze fell upon the three players who were breaking into a cold sweat. They look like a young couple, but why is the girl's hair silver? No, maybe a niece would be a better fit. She stared at the nervous Dun for a long time and thought, this man, why does he feel so familiar? Before she could think further, Kim Ki-hyun shouted from behind, Ha-Yul, you should try throwing. She immediately agreed. Oh, okay. Shin Ha-Yul threw the dart, emitting a vibrant orange light. Kim Ki-hyun laughed with joy. A bullseye on the first try. Din looked on with worry, sweat trickling down, thinking, Stardust's abilities are monstrous strength and flight. He continued to stare at her, but this monstrous strength isn't just about being strong. Then he used the item in his hand to speak more accurately. At that moment, Shin Ha-Yul made another perfect throw. It's an extraordinarily superior physique. Excited voices rang out, that's 2 hits. He lowered his head, feeling a bit disappointed, and thought, right now, it's just a massive burst of power when needed, but later she'll gradually become a superhuman beyond human limits. Ha-Yul threw the darts happily. Not just the 5 senses, but even the 6th sense is developing. In other words, her instinct will make her realize immediately when something is abnormal. Ha-Yul found it strange to see Din looking so dejected. He kept thinking of proof for his suspicion. Right now, it's enough for her to feel that this guy might be, if I reveal my identity right here. An image of Shin Ha-Yul becoming a superhuman appeared in his mind. She'll throw me straight into prison. Seo-yoon and Subin hugged each other in joy. This made him fall over backward. A dart thrown by Shin Ha-Yul hit a balloon with incredible speed. Kim Ki-hyun stood beside her, praising her and overjoyed. Ha-Yul, you're so good, you hit all 10. Hearing this, she immediately became shy and modest. It was nothing, really. The staff member happily handed the two of them the prize. Here is your 10-layer ice cream. The staff member suddenly turned to Din. Oh, aren't you going to throw, sir? He replied in surprise. Oh, the person next to me was so good I was just mesmerized watching her. I'll throw now. Din turned to Han Seo-yoon and gave a forced, hesitant smile. Seo, look at this. I'll show you my dart-throwing technique. The girl cheered him on with a bit of suspicion. Hurry up. Din picked up 10 darts at once and thought anxiously, I don't need to use my power. I'll just throw a few and then get out of here. He threw them forward with a quick, decisive motion. But unfortunately, his throw hit all 10 balloons perfectly. Everyone was stunned, their mouths hanging open. Din, on the other hand, thought, why on earth? Kim Ki-hyun, holding the 10-layer ice cream, looked at him in surprise. The guest next to us is also quite skilled. The staff member brought out a teddy bear. You said you wanted the bear more than the first prize, right? Here it is, ready to go. But Din chose to bolt quickly. The staff member reached out to stop them. Wait, the three of them ran while laughing nervously. It's fine, we're leaving. Han Seo-yoon quickly joined in. Yeah, stay here. Kim Ki-hyun held the long ice cream and smiled brightly. Let me bring this over to Ha-Yul for you. Shin Ha-Yul turned with the bear. Okay. But halfway there, the ice cream was too tall, and it all collapsed. The colorful layers of ice cream headed straight for him. Din saw this and thought, if even a drop hits me, it's a bad ending. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open. I have to avoid this at all costs. Din's mind raced, and he leapt to a spot where no ice cream would hit. He landed with a thud. Everyone rushed over in a panic. Han Seo-yoon cried out, brother. The other girl felt guilty, her mouth wide. Are you okay? Kim Ki-hyun's eyes filled with worry as she put a hand to her mouth. He quickly replied, oh, I'm fine. Please don't worry about it. Then Din slowly stood up, rubbing his neck. It's fine. I just overreacted a bit. I just needed to dodge it a little. Now, let's go. The girl with him looked a bit annoyed. What were you thinking? Please hurry. If we stay like this, we'll all die. Sweat trickled down Dane's face. He was mid-sentence when a gloomy mist approached from behind. Let's go. Shin Ha-Yul, and he immediately turned to look at the bizarre sight. A dark red sky accompanied by a thick black mist made the citizens run in panic. The sharp fangs of a blue-furred crocodile appeared. It stood tall, chest out, and roared, Stardust, Stardust, come out now. A system notification appeared. Crocodile Man, A-rank villain. Din put his arms around the two girls, making the other girl blush. You two stay right here. His sharp and suspicious gaze returned. According to the original plot, this guy wasn't supposed to appear yet. Why did he suddenly start acting now? Shin Ha-yeol seemed to have grasped the situation and lunged forward. Kim Ki-hyun was shocked. Ha-yeol. He grit his teeth in pain. It was too late to go back to the association for the perception filter. If it's the Stardust from the original story, the moment she reveals her face is the beginning of her path to misfortune and ruin. An image appeared in his mind of a blonde woman hiding her face. No, in the original work, she'll face something terrible if she appears like that. Din's body throbbed with pain as he grit his teeth. Even if the sky falls, I won't let that happen. Din shouted as strange purple lights suddenly erupted and surrounded his body. Those lights grew stronger by the second. Din's everyday clothes fell away and flew off elsewhere. He appeared dressed in a suit and a stylish hat, completely different from his usual self. I'll clean up my things later, Seo-yoon. The girl stood behind him. What are you planning to do? Soon after, he began giving her orders. Help me with the broadcast. Han Seo-yoon sat there holding her teddy bear, Brother Doin. The monster was frantically tearing everything apart. Stardust, if you don't show up, I'll destroy everything. Its eyes glowed with a golden light. Then a voice rang out over the speakers. Hello, viewers. The black speakers echoed the sound. The true villain of this era. Din held a mic and smiled to reveal his teeth. Korea's public enemy, Egoistic. His voice boomed through the speakers. How dare you touch my territory, you little crocodile. The creature below stood in rage, ready to act. What? On forums and social media, people began to gossip. Mangostic, oh my god, is that really him? He just admitted he's a public enemy. Wasn't he a hero before? I don't get it. Everyone was excited, laughing at the opening. This is like a music festival. Din's fearsome face appeared. He looked down and whispered, now you will die here. At a large corporation building 3 years ago, a voice rang out in an association lecture hall. The device you see before you is indispensable for a hero. A middle-aged man stood before a group of people sitting neatly. He pointed to the modern machine beside him and said, this is the perception-reducing filter, often called the filter for short. He explained, when you enter the device and come back out, the filter will be applied to your face for a certain period. Only those faces with the filter applied will cause identification confusion in viewer. He continued, but if you reveal your face to someone who already knows you, the filter won't work. Do you all understand? The crowd below replied in unison, yes, sir. Then his expression became serious. He gripped the microphone and said, even a fool knows how dangerous it is for a hero to be exposed. Your career, even your entire life, will be over. Remember this well. Shin Ha-yeol, sitting in the crowd, shouted firmly, yes, sir. Back to reality, the streets have now become a wasteland, shrouded in smoke and dust, as Kim Ki-hyun and Shin Ha-yeol struggle to hide by the side of the road. Shin Ha-yeol turns her head to look around with a worried expression, thinking to herself that it's too late to go back to headquarters to get the filters, so what should she do? Suddenly, Shin Ha-yeol clenches her fists tightly, looking very determined. She then looks toward the panicking crowd and thinks to herself, in a situation like this, am I really going to act like a hero just to run away? Shin Ha-yeol then undoes her hair tie. Her shimmering blonde hair flutters in the wind, and with a resolute expression, she clenches her fists and steps forward, thinking, no. Seeing this, Kim Ki-hyun screams in a panic, Ha-yeol. Suddenly, a group of people look at their phones with joyful expressions and shout, it's Egoistic. Egoistic is here. Hearing this, Shin Ha-yeol turns around in shock, her face blank as she blurts out, what? Shin Ha-yeol gasps, the true villain of this era, the public enemy of all South Korea, Egoistic. At this moment, Dane is standing on the rooftop of a building, with 2 giant speakers beside him blasting music at high volume. Below him is a green crocodile monster. Dane shouts loudly, you dare touch my territory, you puny little crocodile. Hearing this, the crocodile exclaims in surprise, what? Dane gives a savage smile, points at the crocodile monster and says, now you're going to die right here. After that, Dane picks up the microphone and thinks to himself, I can't allow it. Absolutely not. In the original story, Stardust suffered so much after her face was revealed. A hero's daily life is truly important. Dane speaks in an angry tone to the crocodile. Do you have any idea about that, you damn lizard? Hearing that, the monster immediately screams back, defying Dylan, you bastard. Isn't the guy acting all close with Stardust supposed to be Egoistic? Suddenly, the crocodile monster leaps up toward Dane as fast as the wind. Dane says, hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust? The comments display, Stardust's obsessed fan is here, Mr. Crocodile. The crocodile rushes toward Dane with a furious expression, screaming, I'll kill you. By this time, it has quickly crawled up the wall of the building. It then uses its strength to grip tightly onto the edge of the rooftop. Quickly, it climbs onto the rooftop where Dane is standing. Upon seeing Dane, it roars fiercely, come here. Seeing this, Dain immediately uses teleportation to warp back. Seeing that, the crocodile monster lunges toward Dain's position. Suddenly, Dain uses teleportation again and is now standing on the crocodile monster's head, saying, "What do you think you're doing, kid?" Dain strikes the crocodile monster's head hard with a gloating face and says, "You know my name, but you didn't know I could teleport." Caught off guard by the attack, the monster is startled. It flails its limbs wildly to hit Dain, but every time it gets close to him, he instantly vanishes before its eyes. It barks out in anger, "You damn gnat, fight me fair and square, man to man." Dain calmly replies, "Hey, I'm a villain, you know." As soon as he speaks, the comments show, he's a villain, still trying hard to insist he's a villain today. Dain looks at these comments with a completely dazed expression. They continue to pop up, but why did he ghostic run over there? He then thinks to himself, wait, I need to explain this a bit. If I let it slide, everyone will misunderstand and think I came here for Stardust. Suddenly, Dain stops and shouts at the crocodile monster, "Hold on, listen to me first." Hearing this, the crocodile monster replies, "Fine, make it quick." Dain shouts in a questioning tone, "Yeah, but first I have to ask this. Why did you suddenly attack me?" Hearing that, the crocodile replies without a second thought, "That's obvious. I made Stardust my target, and since you seem to care about her so much, you're my enemy." Hearing this, Dain is surprised and stunned, thinking to himself, what the hell, what kind of logic is that? The comments display, even that stupid villain knows Egoistic likes Stardust. He doesn't know about the teleportation, but he knows he likes Stardust, lol. Are these two guys fighting over one girl? Isn't Egoistic here in Stardust's place? What's this? Why are these two getting tangled up like this? Ha ha ha, why at a time like this? Suddenly, the crocodile points at the dazed Dain and shouts, "Besides, you're the one who said you'd kill me first." The comments show, "Haha, so true." Hearing that, Dain responds in shock, "When did I ever say that?" Hearing this, the crocodile becomes extremely furious, its aura flaring up like a flame as it screams, "You said, you dare touch my territory, you puny little crocodile, and then you threatened, now you're going to die right here." It continues to interrogate, "You did say that, didn't you?" Dain flustredly tries to justify himself, No way, I didn't say it like that." The comments show, why is the crocodile suddenly talking so sweetly? How did the threat actually sound? Suddenly, the crocodile seems to have reached its breaking point, screaming insanely at Dain, "I'm seriously losing my mind." Next, it opens its long mouth wide, and a fireball slowly begins to form inside. Seeing this, Dain shows a look of fear, his eyes widening as he thinks, wait, isn't that an ultimate skill? Before he can finish his thought, a massive blast of fire erupts from the crocodile's mouth, incinerating almost everything in its path. Crocodile Man, ultimate skill, hyper fire breath. Fortunately, Dain quickly used teleportation and avoided a fatal blow. He teleports directly behind the crocodile. Looking at the horrific scene that just occurred, he says in shock, "One hit from that and I'd be dead instantly." The crocodile turns its head to look at Dain and says in a malicious tone, "Surprised, Egoistic." At this moment, Dain doesn't hesitate and whips out a black claw. Instantly, countless guns emerge from Dain's black cloth. All the guns fly toward the crocodile. Dain looks at the monster coldly. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenches his fist and says, "See you in hell, you bastard." Immediately, all the guns fire at the crocodile simultaneously. After a series of loud explosions, everything is submerged in smoke and dust. Dain flies up, peering into the smoke, wondering, is he finished? Surprisingly, after taking that barrage of bullets, the crocodile is still alive. It lunges out of the smoke and screams, "Did you really think a few bullets could wound my body?" Suddenly, Dain's mask falls off right in front of the livestream camera. He quickly teleports away from the phone, slowly pulling out a gas mask while looking down at the crocodile from above and saying, "No, I had to do that to make you drop your guard." Suddenly, Dain throws something, an unidentified object, toward the crocodile. Seeing this, the crocodile is contemptuous, opening its maw wide and swallowing the object whole, screaming, "You damn gnat." At that moment, a powerful burst of light from the unidentified object radiates from within the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile looks as if it's being electrocuted, its whole body jerking in pain as a golden light envelops it. Seeing this, Dain thinks to himself, "Hey, you. In the original story, do you think I don't know how much Stardust suffered because of your thick hide? Did you think I wouldn't come prepared?" By now, the crocodile is covered in blood after taking that attack. It staggers for a moment and then collapses, completely unconscious. Comments keep flooding in, "Mangostic, Mangostic, demand the association appoint Mangostic as a hero immediately," and yet he calls himself a villain. At this time, the guns from before lose their power and slowly freefall to the ground. Dain also slowly descends to the rooftop, along with the gun. The ground everywhere is covered in guns. Dain slowly gathers them up, looking shaky and exhausted. He looks up at the sky and groans, "Damn it, that took way too much out of me. I wanted to set up a cool scene using telekinesis, but my stamina is totally drained. I can barely even hold the phone." Only then does Dain remember the phone was still live streaming. He reads a comment. So you came here to take down a villain. Seeing this, Din frantically tries to explain. Yeah, right. I mean, no. Everyone, I only came here because I hate that crocodile guy. Don't go thinking I did this for Stardust or the public good, okay? The comments show, sure, whatever you say. Suddenly, a golden light flies in from somewhere and lands on the rooftop where Diane is standing. It turns out to be Shin Ha-yeol, who slowly stands up after a spectacular landing. Shin Ha-yeol then slowly approaches Diane and asks in a questioning tone, "Are you the one who took him down?" Diane calmly replies, "Yeah, he was in the way, so I took care of him." Hearing this, Shin Ha-yeol is a bit suspicious. She looks coldly at Diane and asks, "Why?" Hearing that, Diane shrugs and nonchalantly replies, "What do you mean, why? He kept screaming that you and I were having some kind of secret fling, and it annoyed me." Hearing this, Shin Ha-yeol is startled. What? After that, Diane puts on his earpiece and says, "Oh, Miss Stardust." He looks at Shin Ha-yeol and smiles, continuing, "Next time something like today happens, don't even think about just revealing your face and showing off. Once your face is out there, your life is going to be miserable." Shin Ha-yeol is a bit surprised by this, staring blankly at Diane. He then turns back to the phone and says, "All right, that's it for today's broadcast. Things got pretty unexpected, and I'm dead tired. There's a big event next month, so stay tuned, everyone." The comments show, "What were you two saying on the stream that you muted the mic for?" Din then vanishes with a flash of light, so goodbye. Seeing that, Shin Ha-yeol reaches out and says, "Wait." Her expression is a bit sad. At this time, Din has teleported back home. Suddenly, blood gushes from his mouth. Din's face is expressionless, looking like a person without a soul. Han Seo-yoon and Lee Subin see this and rush over in a panic with worried faces, shouting, "Brother, Din." By then, he has already collapsed onto the floor. Back on the rooftop, Shin Ha-yeol finds Din's mask and picks it up. She examines the mask and thinks, "How did he know what I was thinking? Why? Who exactly are you, e-ghosting?" Shin Ha-yeol is sitting in front of a computer screen watching the news. The screen shows two breaking news reports from KPS News. Exclusive: chaos at the ice cream festival. Rank a villain crocodile man captured. He was subdued by e-ghostic and transferred to the Eastern Hero prison. The building was destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. A close-up of e-ghostic, faster than anyone else. Is rank a villain e-ghostic really a villain, or something else entirely? Searching for e-ghostic, approximately 2,030 results found. Official e-ghostic fan club, Mangostic Mango Society Hero Portal. The true hero of this era, for mangoes and by mangoes. A fan club established to honor Mangostic. Shin Ha-yeol holds her head in frustration. Then she suddenly sees a comment. What are the heroes even doing today? Lately, Mangostic walks the streets and fans just cheer for him blindly. If South Korea keeps going like this. And below that post is a comment with a funny icon from Douyin. Pretty great, isn't it? Ha-yeol exclaims, "Eyes, damn it." She lies down on her bed, closes her eyes, and thinks she's the only person who doesn't like e-ghosting. She remembers the ice cream vendor excitedly showing off his Mango Society shirt, saying, "I made this myself, you know." Kim Ki-hyun, standing beside her, also praised it. "Oh, that's so cute." Then she remembers the scene where he warned her, "Oh, Miss Stardust, next time something like today happens, don't even think about just revealing your face and showing off." Ha-yeol agonizes over the answer. Is it possible that everyone else is right, and I'm the only one who's wrong? Elsewhere, Lee Subin and Han Seo-yoon are standing in front of a glass chamber. Din is lying inside. Seo-yoon is still angry. It's all because of that Stardust woman. Suddenly, a noise makes the girl freeze. Din opens his eyes, taps on the glass, and asks, "Why is everyone crying?" The other two look at him with immense worry. Immediately, Seo-yoon lunges forward to hug him, crying loudly. Seeing this, Din reassures her, "It's okay, it's okay." Finally, he recovers and has dinner with everyone. He finds it hard to believe he didn't even know he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Looking back, it was probably due to teleporting so much and then lifting his body with telekinesis. It really was exhausting. Suddenly, Seo-yoon speaks up. "From now on, you have to take proper care of your body." Din quickly promises, "All right, I'll do that." He looks at the girl happily, thinking that since the kid even shed tears for him, the plan to work with her seems to be effective. On the other side, Subin says worriedly, "Din, why did you run off so fast? People are going to think you're a hero." Seo-yoon also agrees, questioning him. "Exactly. I don't get it at all. You spend all day talking about being a villain this and villain that." Din calmly replies, "If I hadn't stepped in, Stardust would have anyway." Even though the girl still doesn't understand, he responds in a way that makes Seo-yoon freeze. It was too dangerous. Din explains, if that situation had happened, and the hero's face was revealed, her personal information would have been leaked completely. And then what? The villains who usually hold grudges, or other bad people, would track her down and try to eliminate. Seo-yoon still doesn't see why it's a big deal. What does that have to do with us? Din patiently explains, "Seo-yoon, the world we live in is an off-axis system, an imbalance between good and evil. Most heroes don't even follow the path of a hero. They choose the path of a villain. The rewards for the effort of fighting evil are too small, and they get harassed all day long. So instead of struggling as a miserable hero, many choose to be villains to make life easier. According to him, in South Korea alone, the only rank A heroes are Stardust, Icicle, and Shadow Walker, 3 people in total, but aren't rank A villains everywhere. After hearing this, Seo Yoon can only sigh. So that's why you plan to go eliminate villains for them. What a dark hero. But still, what does it have to do with us? Dane scratches the back of his neck, speechless. It's not quite that. I'm just a little concerned about the fate of South Korea. Suddenly, Seo Yoon's face darkens as she asks, you and that Stardust woman, do you actually like her? Dane immediately becomes serious. Hey, don't call her that, Seo Yoon. Mind your manner. The atmosphere between the two of them becomes tense. Subin can only try to mediate and keep the peace, and Seo Yoon changes the subject. Why don't you tell Dane about the thing we discussed earlier? Instantly, Seo Yoon changes her attitude and exclaims, oh right. The girl turns to Dane and says, brother. He gives a puzzled HMP8. Seo Yoon pleads, it's almost summer, let's go on a trip, to the beach. Dane replies, a trip sounds pretty good. Hearing that, the girl cheers happily. But Dane has another idea, but let's do one more terrorist attack before we go. Seo Yoon is confused. Another one. He wants to do it to lower his popularity a bit. Actually, Dane has another motive, to help Stardust get stronger. He isn't sure if more crocodiles like that will crawl out, and if Stardust had to face them alone, it would likely be very difficult. Seo Yoon is a bit sulky. Are we really going to go on a trip? To coax her, Dane sticks out his pinky for a promise. The girl cheers happily again, you promise. Then Seo Yoon happily runs off to pack her things. She works at full capacity, saying, actually, I've already thought of dozens of options. She states firmly, if I were to suggest one. Dane and Subin watch her and think, wow, she's really taking the initiative. The girl maps out the plan. The previous attacks were at an observatory or on a train, all terrorist attacks on the ground. Both were land-based attacks, weren't they? The girl suggests a new idea. This time, let's do it underwater or in the sky. Immediately, Dane chants a spell, underwater and in the sky. Come to me, God of terrorism, grant me an idea. Suddenly, it's as if a bolt of electricity hits him, making him shout, I've got it. Subin clenches her hands nervously and asks, what is it doing? He replies, try and guess. He thinks of an idea, a plane crashing into the sea. The idea flashes, making Dane and Seo Yoon laugh deviously, while Subin feels a bit scared by these two villainous people. A plane is flying through the sky. Everyone on the flight is relaxed, unaware of what is about to happen to them. Suddenly, the plane loses power. People are still optimistic, saying, look, with the lights off, the sky is much clearer. It really feels like a vacation. The screen on the plane suddenly lights up, displaying the words, the ego live. A voice echoed throughout the cabin, saying everyone was so glad to see them again. The greatest puzzle in the sky at an altitude of 25,000 feet, or rather, let's call it the greatest mid-air trivia game. Welcome to the Ego Live. An angry passenger barked out, flight attendant, what the hell is going on? Dane continued to make his announcement. Oh, that's right. And of course, the plane you're sitting on is rigged with a bomb. A bomb was indeed attached to the fuselage of the aircraft. Only then did the pilot realize, wondering to himself just when he could have planted that thing. Upon hearing this, the passengers immediately descended into a screaming panic. On the other end, Dane gave a devious smile. Now, let the game begin. The scene shifted to the hero headquarters. Ha-yeol rushed into the room, asking how much time had passed since the incident began. Sitting in the room, Mr. Junho spoke up, telling her that even if she went, she might not be able to do anything in time anyway. This comment immediately made her lose her temper. She slammed her fist on the desk and yelled, is that something the association president should say? I have to go right now. He turned around and said, did I say you couldn't go? Daytime is just really difficult, you know. Suddenly, someone stepped into the room. As soon as she saw the person, Ha-yeol brightened up and cheered, Shadow Walker. The person who had just entered was the rank a hero, Shadow Walker, the king of the night. He turned to Mr. Junho and said, let's just head to Ju Airport and then get some rest. Fighting is too much for me. The president advised, don't overdo it, we can't save everyone. Shadow Walker activated his power, while Ha-yeol responded, I'll keep that in mind. As soon as she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two were enveloped by a surge of dark energy. In an instant, they had traveled to the site of the incident. Ha-yeol quickly dashed off, not forgetting to say thanks. Thanks for the hard work, Shadow Walker replied. No problem, while someone else nearby clutched their mouth and collapsed on the stairs, looking like they were about to faint. Ha-yeol rushed outside as fast as she could. When she looked up at the sky, she was filled with horror. Her running legs suddenly came to a dead stop. Her face was a mask of despair as she wondered, how am I supposed to stop this? Right before her eyes was the plane, currently engulfed in flames high up in the air. The scene shifted to a year ago, at a building where several villains were holding a meeting. They were all looking toward a man sitting high up who was speaking. "The day I put all of Seoul, all of South Korea, under my heel is not far off." The man laughed gleefully. He was Needle 1000, a rank S villain. Suddenly a voice rang out, well, I have a different opinion." The villains grew alert. "Who's there?" Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, "A hero is here." The rank a rookie hero, Shadow Walker, king of the night, crossed his arms coolly and said, "You wicked people." Needle 1000 stepped forward to show off his power. "Listen, kid, do you have any idea whose territory you're in?" One of the henchmen was confused, wondering how he had managed to sneak in there. Suddenly, Shadow Walker stood perfectly still, his eyes turning white. Needle 1000 lunged forward with a punch, yelling, "This is my territory, Needle 1000's territory." He unleashed a punch full of overwhelming power. That surge of power flew toward Shadow Walker, but the boy remained motionless. Suddenly, the force stopped the moment it touched Shadow Walker. This was unbelievable to Needle 1000. He and his henchmen looked around in confusion, wondering where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, something strange appeared in the shadow of one of the men. He was immediately swallowed down into the shadow. The remaining henchmen quickly met the same fate. Needle immediately surrounded himself with his power, thinking he couldn't be careless because this guy was no ordinary opponent. Shadow Walker's night power crept up onto his shoulder. He appeared from behind and lunged forward. But Needle 1000 had some skill too. He shot out power from his back like a porcupine into Shadow Walker, saying, "You're getting too ahead of yourself." He turned his head triumphantly, saying, "This little brat dares to show his fangs at me." However, when he looked back, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground, covered by the dark power. Suddenly, he vanished, making the villain panic. Shadow Walker, with blood-red eyes, appeared behind him and asked, "Hey, you porcupine, didn't you say earlier that this was your territory?" He reached out his hand as gray power began to surge. "Sorry, but this place has become my territory now." A dark hand enveloped the villain, trapping him in another dimension. Remembering that scene, Shadow Walker lay on the stairs, panting out that it was beyond his reach now, and he was probably going to die. Din had been observing everything, including Ha Yul and the King of the Night, and thought, "Okay, the main character has taken the stage." He smiled deviously into the microphone and said, "Now then, let's get to the dramatic final puzzle. Shall we begin?" Everyone held their phones, praying in total despair. One man couldn't help but shake with fear, sweat dripping off him. Back to 30 minutes earlier, when everyone was still terrified. A piercing sound rang out along with Din's image. Everyone was silent and anxious, not daring to make a sound. At that point he spoke, "Now, before we start the game, I'll announce the rules. Everyone open your phones and turn off airplane mode. You've all seen the message that just arrived, right?" Everyone looked at their phones with hearts full of dread. A message read as follows: "The Ego Live Pointless Trivia. There are 10 questions in total. If just one person answers every question correctly, the bomb will be defused. But if no one gets a single question right, everyone will be erased. Send your answers to this number. Ready?" Then Dane spoke again. "From now on, absolute silence. No cheating or discussing. If you make a sound, you're immediately disqualified. Now, let's start with question number 1. The phone screen displayed, "How many people can a Titanic lifeboat hold?" A 59-second countdown began for this question. A woman tried to glance at the person next to her. Immediately, Dane announced that the girl who just cheated was disqualified. In a panic, she let out a gasp. He announced again, "You just made a sound, didn't you? You're disqualified, and let's have the old guy next to you be disqualified too." People watching the live stream commented actively, saying it was a trivia game from hell, and it was stressful just to watch. Some wondered how anyone could call Egostic a hero when he's so cruel and terrifying. When the time hit 0, Dane announced, "Well, that was easy, wasn't it? The answer to question 1 is 9 people. Why? Because 9 sounds like rescue." Seo Yoon watched this and fell silent, wondering if he was really that thrilled with himself. A large screen showed a seating chart of everyone on the plane. He reported that more than half had been disqualified, saying, "It's only been this long and you're already in such a mess. Everyone should be a bit more tense. Now, good luck. Next question." Time passed and the number of disqualified people continued to rise. Some sighed in relief as they passed a question. Others clasped their hands together in prayer. Now it had reached the final question, and only one person was left. Well, the tension is at its peak, isn't it? Din looked at the screen and saw Ha Yul approaching. He thought, good. Then Din stalled for time, saying, "Since it's the final round, let's try a little interview. Everyone's lives are riding on your word. This is Mr. Kim Deokbi from Banpodong. You're the last survivor. How do you feel?" The man who was called out was terrified, stammering that the responsibility was incredibly heavy. Suddenly Dane teased him. "Why's that? I told you what happens if you make a sound." The man and everyone else were utterly terrified. But then he breathed a sigh of relief when Dane said, "Oh my, it's the last question anyway, so I can forgive a small mistake like that, right? Isn't that right, everyone? But I don't really feel like doing that, haha." As soon as he finished speaking, that man was also disqualified. The plane shook violently as everyone began to scream. The burning plane went into a free fall toward the sea. Din laughed triumphantly. Now this performance is all set. It's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. However, when Ha-Yul saw that scene, she was horrified. Her face clearly showed her despair, not knowing how to save everyone. Shin Ha-Yul looked up at the object exploding in the air and asked in a low voice, "What do I do now, Mr. President?" From the other end of the line, he replied indifferently, "What else can you do? Just forget it. I'm busy drafting a statement to deal with the criticism." Damn it, now the president's calling. I have to hang up. Shin Ha-Yul's hand clenched in fury. She then collapsed in helplessness, thinking she had finally managed to stop a train going 100 km/8. Is my current strength still not enough after all? Damn it, what is the right thing to do? Suddenly, Shin Ha-Yul seemed to recall a memory from the past in that desperate situation. The helpless girl's tears fell as she suffered the pain of losing her loved ones, crying, "Mom, Dad, I'll kill that person no matter what it takes." It was a tragic scene, a girl clutching the body of her dearest, loved one in a dark alleyway. Recalling that painful memory, Shin Ha-Yul punched the ground with all her might, creating cracks in the surface. She hissed through her teeth in resentment. "It was like that then, and it's like this now. I can't save anyone." Suddenly, a connection was made in her communication earpiece. To her shock, the voice on the other end said, "Hello, Miss Stardust. It's Egoistic." Elsewhere, Kim Dain stretched and let out a yawn, thinking that since they used a remote control for this terrorist attack, it seemed easier to handle. Beside him, Seo-Yoon was typing away when she suddenly called out tensely, "Hey, Durin." He looked over curiously, and Seo-Yoon turned back, pointing at the screen and laughing. "That Stardust girl, I mean Stardust, she's just standing there frozen on the ground." Kim Dain's eyes widened in surprise. Then he suddenly jumped up in excitement and yelled, making Seo-Yoon jump in fright. "What? Why, Stardust?" The image on the screen showed Shin Ha-Yul focusing as she listened to her ear. Dain seemed to have realized something. He then turned and called out to the girl, "Seo-Yoon, can you connect to the earpiece Stardust is wearing?" Seo-Yoon quickly worked the keyboard and said, "I can connect, but why?" He urged her. "There's no time, hurry." Back to Shin Ha-Yul, she was stunned as she heard the earpiece say, "Hello, Miss Stardust. It's Egoistic." She immediately screamed back in rage, "You rotten piece of trash." Dain continued on the other end, "You've got me curious. Why aren't you saving people? What are you just standing there for? It's going to fall any second now. The plane is already going down." Shin Ha-Yul watched the burning plane fall with immense anger. "You're the one who did this. Now you're telling me to go stop it," Din asked back. "If you don't do it, who will?" Shin Ha-Yul was so distraught that tears streamed down her face. "Just touching that hunk of metal falling at 1,000 kilometers per hour will tear my body apart. This is your plan, isn't it? You're trying to send me to my death, aren't you?" On this end, Din wore a dangerous smile. "You can do it, Shin Ha-Yul." "What?" he continued. "Take action. Clench your fists, fly up there, and save everyone." "You'll make it. Because it's you. You can do it." Shin Ha-Yul became even more confused. "Damn it, what is this crazy guy talking about?" In a vast white space, Dain stepped toward her and asked, "Why would I want to kill you? Without you, Miss Stardust, I'm just an ordinary villain. You're the one who helped me complete myself." Stardust was momentarily stunned by these words. Then she quickly pushed off her knees to stand up, thinking, "Even if this is a trap set to eliminate me, I'll try just once." As she spoke, she took off the earpiece. On the other end, Dain was shocked. "What?" Shin Ha-Yul clenched her hand and crushed the earpiece to pieces. Then she braced her hands on the ground. Following a surge of power, the space began to shatter, flying up into small fragments. She launched herself into the air at full speed, like a rocket. The direction she was flying was straight toward the nose of the plunging airplane. Shin Ha-Yul bit her lip and thought to herself, "That's right. If I just stand here and watch these people die, I'll live the rest of my life with a heavy burden of guilt." An image of Dain appeared, confidently saying, "You'll make it. Because it's you, you can do it." Shin Ha-Yul's face was full of determination, thinking it was better to sacrifice herself to protect them than to live a lifetime in regret. And so the two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave in the sky. I've killed them. If only I could focus just a little bit more right now." An image of a happy family appeared for a fleeting moment. "Honey, kids, mom, dad." A man's tears fell as he looked down at that scene. Then he shut his eyes as if giving up. Inside the plane, a little girl was covering her ears tightly, gritting her teeth and trying to stay conscious as she looked out the window. Suddenly, the girl froze in shock in front of the window. Her tears fell as she thought to herself, "Is the speed slowing down?" The people outside, who were tense at the situation, watched with wide eyes. At that moment, a stressed employee reported into the radio. It's unclear what happened, but the plane is currently receiving external support and is slowly descending toward the ground. A reminder echoed through the airplane cabin. Passengers, please keep your seatbelts fastened and wait for further instruction. High in the air, Shin Ha-yeol was pouring every ounce of her strength into bracing against the weight of that airplane as it plummeted downward at a terrifying speed. She gritted her teeth so hard the veins on her face bulged out, thinking, just a little more. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a blurry field of vision was slowly starting to clear. A flight attendant was watching the waking man in a panic. "Mr. Kim Dokbae, are you all right?" The man, identified as Kim Dokbae, having just regained consciousness, held his head in exhaustion. Then he looked around in complete confusion. A moment later, the two of them stepped off the airplane together. The flight attendant was supporting the victim, while Kim Dokbae looked around blankly at his surroundings. With a face full of bewilderment, he stammered, What happened here?" Ahead of them, Shin Ha-yeol was currently kneeling on the ground, drawing the curious stares of everyone nearby. Kim Dokbae blurted out, "Was it you?" The flight attendant looked at him, puzzled. Huh. Tears streamed down Kim Dokbae's face in pure joy. "That's the one who protected us, a hero." Over on Shin Ha-yeol's side, she lifted her head toward the sky, gasping for air from sheer exhaustion. With tears flowing, she whispered, "Egoistic." The story hit the newspapers almost immediately, with a clear image of Shin Ha-yeol printed for everyone to see. America was shocked, Japan was stunned, and China offered massive praise, while France trembled at the sight of this hero. Everyone was asking, who is Stardust? China was forced to admit that when it came to heroes, they had completely lost to South Korea. Even combining 10 Japanese heroes couldn't match Korea's best, a shocking revelation from the Japanese Minister of Internal Affairs. News broadcasts quickly jumped on the trending topic to report, "Good morning, viewers. This is the Morning 9 news to start your day." Yesterday morning, the rank villain Egoistic used telekinesis to seize control of an airplane and force it into a crash. Fortunately, every single passenger was miraculously saved. The person who caught the airplane was none other than Stardust, our pride and joy. Many experts had previously predicted that based on her known abilities, she wouldn't be able to stop such an incident, but in the end, the airplane slowed down until finally. Shin Ha-yeol had returned home and was listening to the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Having just finished a shower, Shin Ha-yeol looked incredibly relaxed and cute. Suddenly, her phone began to ring. She quickly picked up, "Hello." After hearing the person on the other end, she asked, "Really?" On the other end of the line was a blue-haired person who confirmed, "Yeah, I asked the association president to give Shin Ha-yeol a bit of a break. Go to the beach, enjoy the view, and relax for a day. It's been a while since we've gone out together like this." Shin Ha-yeol cheered happily. "Got it, I'll head out first thing tomorrow," Bluehair added. "Yeah, let's bring Kim Jae-hyun along too." Later, Shin Ha-yeol went out to her balcony to get some fresh air. Her face turned serious, as if she were deep in thought. Then someone's words echoed in her memory. "It'll work because it's you. You'll be able to do it." Shin Ha-yeol gave a faint smile, wondering if anyone had ever placed that kind of trust in her before. He's just an ordinary villain after all. But then she suddenly realized something. Wait a sec. Why did he tell me to go save the plane? If he was so sure I could stop it and save everyone, then why did he make it fall in the first place? Din's voice echoed again. "I'm just an ordinary villain. You're the one who helped me complete myself." Words that made Shin Ha-yeol clutch her forehead in a growing headache. Egoistic. There are too many mysteries, but somehow I feel like he did all of this on purpose for some specific goal. I have to investigate his movements very carefully, she thought, her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up with an incoming call from the Hero Association. After listening to the caller for a bit, Shin Ha-yeol gasped, "What? Remeasuring my power stats." Time passed quickly, and the next morning arrived. The sound of roosters crowing rang out. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Han Seo-yoon was excitedly wearing a yellow swim ring around her waist. "It's finally here. Today's the day." Din walked out and reminded her. "Seo-yoon, we're just getting ready to go, so deflate that ring a bit and put it in the trunk." The girl excitedly replied, "Got it, big brother Doin." Din gave her a tired look. "Big brother, huh?" Suddenly, he rubbed his chin and thought pensively, come to think of it, this is my first vacation since coming to this world. I should really enjoy it, shouldn't I?" Then Din broke into an expectant smile. But a short time later, looking at the congested road ahead, a mournful voice cried out, "What is the meaning of this?" Inside the car, all three were flushed red from the heat, sweat pouring off them. Din sat in the driver's seat, totally disgruntled. Why did the AC have to break today of all days? Han Seo-yoon looked like she was about to expire and suggested, "Hey, can't you just teleport the whole car?" He panicked and said, "I'd die on the spot. Let's hit a rest stop and fix this first. Seo-yoon, you've got super intelligence. If you're too hot, just take your jacket off." Seo-yoon screamed as she pulled her jacket off. "If I'd known, we would have just taken the train. Why are you acting like such a show-off? Dane countered, we have too much stuff, it wouldn't work. Curious, Seo Yoon opened a gray box next to her. What is this? Isn't this supposed to be stuff for the vacation? It turned out to be a suitcase full of guns. Dane gave a smug thumbs up. You never know what might happen. Behind him, Seo Yoon was already fuming with rage. She screamed, what kind of trip is this? Dane panicked and tried to calm her down. Sorry, Seo Yoon. Put the gun down and let's talk. After a series of problems on the road, the group finally reached their destination. Seo Yoon had changed into a cute swimsuit and ran toward the ocean, clutching her yellow ring. The beach. Dane sat on the shore, laughing. When she acts like this, she really does seem like a kid. Lee Subin popped the top off a can of soda. Then she handed it to Doin. I just bought some drinks. Have a can. She had changed into a beautiful bikini. He took the drink and replied, thanks, Ms. Subin. Suddenly, Lee Subin started staring intensely at Doin, making him look back in confusion. I'm always grateful to you. Doin wondered, grateful for what? Subin said, just for everything. Thanks for saving me back then, and thanks for being so kind to me. Faced with her beautiful and charming appearance, Dane sat like a wooden log, giving a squinty-eyed thumbs up. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You do all the housework and your cooking is amazing. Lee Subin tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, looking bashful. Hearing that, I'm really touched. Dane gulped hard, his expression turning suspicious as he thought to himself. Is this a death flag from a manga, or is it a betrayal? Then he looked down at the soda can in his hand with panic. Wait, am I being poisoned? His twisted expression made Lee Subin look at him with total confusion. The scene shifted back to the large building in the city. Shin Ha-yeol appeared there as staff members chatted. We didn't measure wrong. The data clearly shows there's no way she could have stopped that plane. Another staff member added, maybe there's a mistake somewhere, or maybe we just haven't grasped the true extent of her power yet. Shin Ha-yeol stood before a power testing board, thinking, no, the ability test wasn't wrong. When I stopped a disaster that seemed impossible, it was clear. As she thought, she unleashed her power, preparing to test it once more. The impact made nearby staff members look over in shock. Shin Ha-yeol let out a shout as she swung a powerful fist. That punch slammed directly into the testing board. The force of the blow caused the testing board to crack and shatter. The screws were even ripped clean out. The shockwave of power rippled through the surrounding space as the staff members watched the scene in terror. Shin Ha-yeol stood before her fist and whispered, I've gotten stronger. The sun continued to shine brightly down below. Seo Yoon, enjoying herself on her swim ring, noticed something on the shore. A tense Dane replied to Lee Subin, haha, I look forward to your help in the future, Ms. Subin. Seo Yoon quickly headed back to shore, pointing a finger at the two of them. Hey, are you two planning on flirting and leaving me all alone? Lee Subin protested in a panicked, shy voice. Flirting? What do you mean? Dane was just calmly confused. The girl flared up in anger. If this is a family trip, we should all play together. He gave a mischievous grin. Oh, is that right? Seo Yoon frowned in confusion at his expression. A second later, Din turned into a scary uncle figure, scooping up Seo Yoon in her swim ring, making her panic. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Wait. Din playfully tossed her out into the ocean with a devious laugh. What am I doing? We're playing together. Seo Yoon fell into the water and struggled back to the surf. Immediately after, she threw a piece of seaweed at Din's face and screamed. Water got up my nose. Seriously, you're so annoying. Din laughed awkwardly while picking the seaweed off his face, thinking, anyway, it's been a long time since I've had this kind of peace. I like it. Then grinning like a demon king, he dove in to splash water at Seo Yoon. Lee Subin sat on the shore, watching the scene and laughing happily. Time flew by, and evening arrived once again. Strange cars were speeding down the road as voices rang out. Where should our team raid tonight? The Busan Marriott, Royal Hyperion, Hilton, Grand Ambassador, Hyatt, all of them. A bald man in the gloomy space exclaimed, let's make it a grand show. The scene shifted to the Marriott, Royal Hyperion, Hilton, Grand Ambassador, Hyatt Hotel. After a fun day at the beach, Dane's group returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, hello, what name is the reservation under? Dane replied, it should be Underhand Seo Yoon. The receptionist smiled and handed over a key card. Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key to room 2708. Din asked in bewilderment. Wait, there's only one room. Seo Yoon stepped up, puckering her lips and whistling guiltily. Well, saving a little money is good, right? She then just shrugged it off. The three of them went to wait for the elevator to their room. Suddenly, Seo Yoon cheered. Oh right, the bed is super huge, so let's all sleep together. Din's eyes went white as he gasped. There's only one bed. Lee Subin, though happy and expectant, acted calm and said, it's been a long time, so sleeping as a group of three sounds like fun. Fine, whatever, Dane thought, breaking into a sweat as he looked at her. I mean, we haven't actually slept in the same bed before. But internally, he was chanting a silent prayer. Nothing's going to happen, right? In reality, nothing happened at all. What were you expecting? Haha, The three of them really did sleep in the same bed, with Seo Yoon in the middle, fast asleep and even snoring. Just as Dane was closing his eyes to rest, a whisper came from outside the door. "Wait, I want to go into this room." Then came a countdown, 1, 2, 3. Two robbers dressed in full gear and holding guns kicked the door in, screaming, "FBI, open up." Dane flicked a single finger upward. Instantly, the two men were struck in the chin by an unseen force and flipped onto their backs. A moment later, Dane sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Where the hell did these guys come from? The two robbers were lying unconscious on the floor. Dane carefully peeked out the door and saw guests from other rooms, still in their pajamas, being dragged away by the FBI group. "Hurry up, you lot." He remarked, "Terrorists, really?" Then he gritted his teeth and crushed the door frame. "Damn it. I've only gone on vacation twice, and I run into this kind of nonsense every single time." On his phone screen, Dane was looking up information. "Wait, Shadow Walker is still here, and they dare to cause trouble at night." The screen showed breaking news. Shocking news. A rank hero Shadow Walker found collapsed in Western Incheon. "Oh my god," he thought. Seo Yoon had also woken up by now, yawning as she asked, "What's going on, terrorists?" Dane replied, "Yeah," while thinking with wide eyes, "I'm not even surprised anymore." Then he vanished from the spot, calling out, "Wait, I'm going to check the parking lot. Wake up Subin and wait in the room." Seo Yoon was still dazed and rubbing her eyes. "Terrorists on a vacation. Fine, I'll follow order." Dane appeared inside his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists rummaging around the cars. "I can't just quietly leave without dealing with this." Thinking quickly, Dane searched for something in the car. Pulling out a bizarre mask, he put on a sinister expression. "I didn't think I'd need this spare mask so soon. You bastards deserve what's coming for ruining our vacation. Now show your faces so I can see them." After grabbing his gear, Dane teleported back to the hotel room. The two girls were already awake and waiting properly. Dane tossed some equipment toward them and announced, "We'll take orders via an ear." "Let's go, everyone," he said, his expression one of pure delight. Seo Yoon gave a weary sigh. He really looks excited at times like this. Out in the hotel lobby, the terrorists had piled up chairs into a small mountain. The leader sat on top, while subordinates below pointed guns in every direction. The bald man, the rank villain Monkey Spanner, stroked his beard and spoke. "Are we ready?" Two men below nodded. "All set," he praised. "Good." Then he pointed down and shouted, "Announce to the Hero Association and the government, we are currently holding hundreds of hostages here. If the money isn't transferred to the account provided immediately, everyone dies." Below them, the guests held hostage were tied up and kneeling on the floor. Monkey Spanner was still shouting, "The account number is 1002. Suddenly, a noise rang out, making both the hostages and the terrorists look in one direction. Monkey Spanner also shut his mouth, turning alert at the sound. Dillin, now wearing an orange mask, walked out while clapping and laughing. "Enough. This pathetic terrorist act ends here." Then he raised his hand, gathering a flow of energy. Instantly, a gun in one terrorist's hand was yanked away by the power. Then countless guns were controlled by the energy, their muzzles turning to point directly at the foreheads of the terrorists themselves. Then Dine swung his fist. A wave of power erupted from the massive hotel area. Inside, the hostages were terrified by this and began to scream. Dane's pupils glowed purple as he thought tensely, "Did I really just burn through the energy store I've been building up for months just for this?" He then leaped into the air. He lunged forward and struck Spanner with a single blow. Dane kicked him down to the floor. Then he sat down right where the man had been. Looking down from above, he flashed an eerie smile. "How pathetic. Weaklings like you actually thought you could pull off a terrorist attack." Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed a bright red. He pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at Dane. A loud bang rang out, and a bullet lodged itself straight into his abdomen. Even he looked down at the wound in total shock. Quickly, a fit of maniacal laughter broke out. "Ha ha ha, was that it? Just one bullet?" Dane's reaction left Monkey Spanner completely stunned. Dane sat there with the bullet still in his gut, calmly laughing as he asked, "Is that all you've got?" At that moment, Monkey Spanner looked like a giant who held everything in the palm of his hand. Up on his perch, Dane was secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Behind the mask, his face was contorted in agony, thinking, "Damn it, this is bad. If he hits that spot again, I'll bleed out for sure." Below, Monkey Spanner started to shift his weight. Dane's instincts screamed at him to get out of there immediately. The villain began to calculate, "Bastard. I planned to strike fast while Shadow Walker was away. That guy must be ghosting. Could I be on his hit list? Is that why he was hiding here waiting for me?" Above him, Dane suppressed the pain and laughed. "You seem pretty tense. I'll give you a chance to run, if you even can." Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth and raised a fist, questioning, "What are you plotting, huh?" Dane sat there and continued to taunt him. "Whatever you're overthinking right now is the real plot. You've already ruined my vacation, don't make it worse." Get lost while you still can. Internally, he was frantically urging the other man, please stop thinking and just go. Just keeping my eyes open is making me dizzy. Monkey Spanner thought to himself, this is my chance. Yes, if I just boost my power, I can bounce back anytime. Then, to the shock of the hostages, he became a blur of lightning and bolted straight for the hotel exit. He thought to himself, I am Monkey Spanner. I'll be the king of South Korea one day. I can't die in a place like this. But just as he reached the door, a fist swung toward him, accompanied by shards of shattered glass. That single punch sent Monkey Spanner flying backward with incredible force. His body became mangled and distorted. He looked like a diverted missile, hurtling away. Shin Ha-yeol had arrived just in time, shouting a warning to the terrorists. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender, Monkey Spanner gang. But as she looked at the floor, she saw the terrorists had been laid out long ago. At that moment, a pair of slender legs stepped into the room. While Shin Ha-yeol was confused by the situation, Icicle, a Ranka hero, spoke up with a cold expression. They're all dead already. Shadow Walker, the Ranka hero beside her, looked bored, lame. They're all down. I barely leaked a bit of fake news and they attacked immediately. Then he noticed Dun sitting on the high stack of chairs. But who is that guy? Dun sat there looking dazed, pink bubbles practically floating around his head as he thought, why is she here? Shin Ha-yeol frowned and looked up, asking, who are you? Are you the one who took down these terrorists? Dun clutched his wound, thinking, if you don't focus, you're dead. Luckily, they don't seem to know I'm egoistic. I need to buy time, just enough to recover for 2 teleports. On the other side, Seo Yoon and Subin were tensely listening to the audio through their headset. Dun continued his dangerous act. You're asking who I am. I'm a Rank S hero operating secretly in South Korea. This claim made the 3 heroes below look up in astonishment. Shin Ha-yeol immediately pointed a finger to expose him. The association has no records of any Rank S hero. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Who are you really? He calmly replied, Rank a hero Stardust. Do you not understand what secret operations mean? Rank a hero Icicle. Rank a hero Shadow Walker. I'm a hero who's been active since a generation before your. Seo Yoon wondered in confusion. Dun, what on earth are you doing? Subin frowned with worry. Outside, Dun remained arrogant. Shouldn't you greet your senior first? You kids are so clueless. Shin Ha-yeol looked up with a mix of annoyance and growing doubt. He continued to shake his head in feigned disappointment. Looking at your faces, I can tell you're lost. Fine, I'll introduce myself. Listen closely, I am the hero. His eyes darted to a young boy wearing a t-shirt that had apple mango printed on the back. An image of the delicious fruit flashed through his mind. Dun blurted out the name as his alias, Apple Mango. The released hostages stood there with blank expressions upon hearing the name. Suddenly, Icicle heard something through her earpiece and replied, yes, yes. Oh, he said he's Apple Mango. There's no one. She then coolly waved her hand to debunk him. Hey, over there. They say there's no hero with a code name like that. Who are you really? Dun shouted back angrily, impudent. I even know the association president's real name was Park Mansion. Now it's Park Junho, right? My name was too old-fashioned, so I changed it. Check again. This caused all 3 of them to freeze in shock. Inside, he was incredibly tense, thinking, I can't believe that random trivia from the original story is actually useful. Icicle replied, regardless, the president says he doesn't know you. At that moment, one of the guests spoke up. Hey, you heroes. I've been watching this and I'm fed up, so I'm gonna say something. His dissatisfied voice rang out. That masked guy took down the bad guys for us, so why does it matter who he is? Icicle broke into a cold sweat. Everyone please calm down. Dun cheered internally. Oh man, you're a lifesaver, mister. Just a bit more strength and I can get out of here. The man continued, and I saw him make guns float in midair and fire them everywhere. What was it? Oh, he's just like that guy who's always on TV. Shin Ha-yeol caught the key detail. Dun froze awkwardly. Oh no, sir. Below, the man gave him a thumbs up, but so what? Thinking back on it, it was awesome. Dun screamed internally, stop talking. Icicle gave a thin smile. I see. That sounds pretty suspicious, doesn't it? Dun was breaking into a cold sweat from the tension. Just a little bit more. The 3 below began to manifest their powers. First, we should probably restrain him, and then we'll see about unmasking him. Icicle reached out and launched her power forward. An ice pillar slammed into the floor. Dun gritted his teeth. 3-2. Shadow Walker had already secretly closed in on him from behind. Dun clutched his wound and screamed in his mind, please, move. Shin Ha-yeol's eyes sharpened as she locked onto her target. Then she launched herself at him like a rocket. Dun's face was contorted with worry at the situation. Right at that moment, Dun finally regained enough power. He warped downward, narrowly escaping their grasp. Seo Yoon and Subin had appeared just in time to catch him. Then both of them vanished instantly. taking the wounded Daeun away from the scene. A moment later, their car lurched as they tumbled inside. Seo Yoon's eyes were spinning and she couldn't sit straight, but she frantically asked, "Are you okay?" Daeun's face was contorted in pain. "Seo Yoon, right now, delete all evidence we were ever in Busan. The hotel guest records, the CCTV, if they find out." He couldn't finish his sentence. Both girls looked up in horror. Daeun, what's wrong?" Blood was gushing uncontrollably from the wound in his abdomen. Subin screamed, "We have to get him to a hospital right now." Din tried to stop them. "No, you can't. I don't have the strength to teleport anymore. We'll definitely get caught. Take me to the ego base." Subin gritted her teeth in a panic. While gripping the steering wheel, she shouted to Seo Yoon, "Seo, get the first aid kit out and do what you can for now." Seo Yoon's eyes were welling with tears, haunted by the sight of him. I. Subin turned and yelled urgently, "Hurry." The girl regained her composure and wiped her tears. "Yes, okay." Subin drove with a grim expression. "I'm getting us out of here first." On the pitch-black road, the car flew like a bird. Back in the hotel lobby, the hostages were being comforted by the police. Icicle stood to the side and sighed. "Man, seriously. On my one rare vacation, these villains still won't give me a day off." Shadow Walker's face was dark as he asked, "Can I go rest for a bit?" She replied, "Yeah, go ahead. Good work. It's my fault for dragging you here to relax anyway." Icicle turned to Stardust. "Well, since we're here anyway, Stardust." Meanwhile, Shin Ha-yeol was biting her lip in silence, oblivious to her surroundings. Out on the road, another car was driving along. The driver was yawning tiredly. "I'm so sleepy. Better chew some gum." Suddenly, he saw another vehicle approaching from behind in the rearview mirror. "What is that? What the heck?" The car sped past so fast it seemed to be leaving smoke in its wake. The driver yelled, "Is that person crazy?" The speedometer in that car had already climbed past 220 km/h. Seo Yoon struggled to treat Daeun's wound. Subin gripped the wheel with a terrifying expression. By now, he was covered in blood. The wound bled through the bandages as he broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Meanwhile, Shin Ha-yeol clenched her fist and said seriously, "We need to look into his movement." The scene shifted to the past, in Daeun's room. A voice cried out, "Another villain. Always another villain. They're harassing Stardust in every way possible." Daeun slammed the book shut. He lay on the bed with a hollow expression and muttered, "Is this how it ends?" This was 19-year-old Daeun in the past. With dark circles under his eyes, he thought, this story is just a downward spiral to the very end. That finale. The book fell to the floor. Daeun rolled around on his bed, groaning, "Stardust." He mumbled something and then drifted off to sleep. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across the night sky and past his window. Shift back to the present. At a certain safe house, Seo Yoon was tending to Daeun's wound. The girl's face was pale from extreme exhaustion. Subin brought over a tray of food, but the girl refused. "I won't eat." Subin urged her, "Seo Yoon, you have to eat something. Daeun will wake up soon." Daeun lay unconscious in the medical glass bed. Seo Yoon buried her face in her hands and sobbed. Lee Subin sat beside her, offering comfort. While the girl was sobbing and trying to force down some rice, a voice suddenly rang out, "You still have quite an appetite, don't you, Seo Yoon?" Daeun looked over and smiled weakly. "And here I am, practically dying." Both girls looked toward him in pure amazement. Then Seo Yoon started bawling loudly all over again. She cried and flailed, playfully hitting Daeun. Subin was moved to tears beside them. He could only give a pained, wry smile. Outside, the sky remained dark. An image appeared of Daeun wearing a white mask while holding a golden one in his other hand. The internet was flooded with news about him. Is a terrorist attack with no casualties really a terrorist attack? Shin Ha-yeol sat in front of her computer, searching for news. Right. There were no casualties in the plane incident either. What if Egostic hadn't called, and I hadn't been able to act? An image of Daeun appeared, smiling and saying, "You'll make it. Because it's you, you can do it." Shin Ha-yeol bowed her head in tension. He thought I would definitely do it, as if he knew beforehand that my powers would be enhanced. Then she suddenly smirked and muttered, "How could he have known? It must have been a coincidence." She clenched her hand into a fist again, but the fact that I've become stronger is undeniable. Then she picked up a dossier on someone. There's one more suspicious thing. The villains Egostic killed. This one had a power that could have caused a large-scale disaster one day, and he saw that too. Egostic is definitely not a hero, but calling him a mere villain doesn't feel right either. I have a gut feeling that he's orchestrating some kind of massive chess game. I must uncover his true identity during the next terror attack no matter what. Shin Ha-yeol thought with absolute determination. Over on Seo Yoon's side, the little girl was also pensively searching her phone. So, what exactly is the purpose behind those terror attacks? Egostic knows the real name of the Hero Association president, Park Jun-ho. It's actually Park Manchun. Could Egostic have been a rank 5 hero in the past who turned into a villain after a conflict with the association? conspiracy theories about Egostic's clash with the Hero Association are spreading like wildfire. The three of them were sitting at the dining table, and hearing that information nearly made Dain choke. Whoa, Seo-yoon, I'm gonna throw up. Let's just eat. Subin gave a forced smile and tucked her phone away. Seo-yoon, let's not bother Dain for now. He's very tired. The girl still questioned him with dissatisfaction. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to keep up that I am a villain? I must act like this routine and continue with the terror attacks. With that body of yours, again. Dain flinched at her intensity. Seo-yoon, he was at a loss for words. Suddenly, both girls sitting opposite him fixed him with sharp, piercing glare. Dain finally had to make a decision. We're going to take a break for a while, maybe 3 months, which caused both their faces to brighten with joy. Really. He continued chewing his food and confirmed. Yeah, let's go under the radar for a bit. With the public's attention being what it is right now, things will cool down if I disappear for a while. Internally, however, he was thinking, during this break, I'll need to recruit a new member. The image of a mysterious person appeared in his mind as Dain calculated. If I leave things as they are, this kid will become a villain who causes a major imbalance in the future. If I don't kill him, I have to bring him to my side. 3 months passed by very quickly, and an announcement rang out. A villain has appeared. Stardust, prepare for sortie. Shin Ha-yeol hurriedly asked, is it Egostic? The other side denied it. No, it's a villain calling himself Rockbottom. Hearing that, she replied disappointedly, oh, I see. Sometime later, Shin Ha-yeol was in her hero form, streaking through the sky like a missile. As she sped along, she wondered, Egostic, where have you been and what have you been doing for the last 3 months? The scene shifted to Dain's house. He was currently watching a large TV screen showing images of Shin Ha-yeol. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Dain was eating popcorn, looking as excited as if he were watching a movie, while Seo-yoon sat beside him with a weary expression. At that moment, a monster known as Rockbottom, an A-rank villain, was unleashing its power and roaring. Dain cheered at the screen. Go for it, Stardust. Meanwhile, she screamed as she rushed in to attack Rockbottom. Are you Egostic? No, you're not. Shin Ha-yeol seemed to fall into a state of frenzy, punching her opponent until he was completely shattered. A moment later, a bald man with his eyes rolled back was shown lying unconscious on the ground. Dain excitedly tossed his popcorn bucket into the air and cheered. Look at that. The power-up was definitely worth it. Stardust. Seo-yoon frowned in annoyance. Is that really so much fun? Dain flinched guiltily. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Suddenly, she reminded him loudly, making him spit out his water. Now, it's time to get to work. Big brother, I can't stand you hanging around Stardust's fan club all day anymore. He looked over in bewilderment. What, Seo? Seo-yoon spoke with a gloomy tone. Dain, the leader of the Stardust group. Did you think I wouldn't know? I'm a famous hacker, you know. Having been exposed, Dain quickly grabbed the remote and turned off the screen, making excuses. It's just a small hobby. The girl reminded him. Anyway, we decided we were going to work today. Dain sat up and asked, let's see, today is the 17th, right? The girl became excited. What is it? A terror attack? Dain denied it. Seo-yoon asked again. Then are we going to eliminate a villain? He denied it again. Not that either. Then Dain broke into a bright smile and said, we're going to recruit a new member. The scene shifted to a high vantage point overlooking the town where an elderly couple was admiring the view. The man remarked with nostalgia, oh, this place is still the same, isn't it? This view hasn't changed at all compared to 20 years ago. Just then, someone suddenly bumped into the man. The person was wearing a hat with their head down, so their face wasn't visible. They said, I'm sorry. He waved it off. It's fine, I'm okay, young student. But after the girl walked past, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had blue pupils. When she glanced down below, she saw a certain group of people. These were obviously a group of thugs, each with a cigarette in their mouth, looking up at her with sleazy, arrogant expression. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. At that moment, a young boy with clear blue pupils like hers came running over, calling out with a bright smile, Big sister. This boy was Lee Ki-hyun, 13 years old. She pinched her brother's cheek and asked, did you have fun playing? The boy happily replied, yes. She noticed her brother's injured knee. Your knee is all scraped up. Hey, where did you get hurt? Ki-hyun replied innocently, I slipped on the way home. The girl held out her hand, emitting a healing power, and reminded him, honestly, be more careful next time. Seeing the wound on his knee gradually heal, he cheered in amazement. Whoa. A moment later, the scrape had completely disappeared. Then the girl took off her hat. She placed it on Ki-hyun's head and said, you go home first, okay? The boy nodded obediently. Okay. Taking off the hat revealed a beautiful girl with orange hair. She smiled brightly and promised, I'll go buy some delicious food and then come home. To introduce her, this is Lee Haru, who later becomes the villain known as X-Saintess. Sometime later, it was dark out. Lee Haru was walking home with a bag of food. As she opened the door, she called out happily, Ki-hyun, I bought a bag of those delicious cakes for you." Suddenly, Lee Haru's face turned pale as she saw the scene inside. A voice came from within the house. "I knew it. This kid." The food bag dropped. Inside were the gang members, the stray dogs from the dam area. Ki-hyun was currently being restrained by a masked man. One of them spoke up. "You dare pickpocket in our territory. If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you to the afterlife. You hear me?" This man had one eye larger than the other, looking quite ridiculous but trying to act dangerous. Although Lee Haru was terrified, she still screamed, "Enough. Let Ki-hyun go and take all that stuff and get out." The man sighed and looked bored as he glanced at her. Then he grabbed Ki-hyun's hair tightly, making the boy scream in pain. This man took pleasure in others' pain. "Hey, little girl." Lee Haru was then restrained by two other men who rushed in. "You bastards." The man continued to hold Ki-hyun by the head and said, "Look at this. It seems your sister doesn't understand what's happening." A man with a scarred eye held a knife to the boy's throat. "Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Seeing this, Lee Haru screamed in terror. "No, I was wrong, please." The scarred man swung the knife cruelly. "Too late, you bitch." Ki-hyun closed his eyes tight in despair. Suddenly, an unseen force yanked the knife out of his hand. He looked back in shock and was slammed forward against the wall by an unseen impact. Then a dangerous-looking gun barrel appeared, hovering next to the head of each stray dog member. Ki-hyun took the chance to break free and lunged forward. Lee Haru hugged the boy tightly, calling out emotionally, "Ki-hyun." At that moment, Dun appeared in their yard. He thought the 17th Friday. Lee Haru's brother was supposed to be killed by that gang today. Lee Haru would have turned dark and followed the path of a villain. Good thing I arrived early. If I'd been a little later, it would have been a disaster. Ki-hyun looked out and saw him, gasping in surprise. Could it be? Lee Haru stood protectively in front of Ki-hyun, questioning him warily. "Are you egoistic?" Din gave a villainous smile. "A pleasure to meet you, Lee Haru and Ki-hyun. I've come here to take you both away." Lee Haru's face darkened as she barked. "Why would you take us? You're obviously that cruel villain too." Din explained calmly. "Why, to save the two of you, of course. Didn't you see what just happened? Besides, if the police show up, it'll be a huge hassle." She refused. "I'm not going even if I die. You bastard, what are you planning?" Then Ki-hyun dashed outside like the wind. Lee Haru was stunned by the sight. She hurriedly screamed, "Ki-hyun, no." The image in her mind was of Ki-hyun rushing toward a dangerous and evil demon. By then, Ki-hyun had reached Do-in. He grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "Egoistic. I'm in the Mango Association." The boy looked at him with a face full of admiration and pride. Even Dane felt a bit flustered by the boy's affection. A little while later, Dane brought the siblings to his hideout. Then he introduced them to the other members. "All right, so these are our new members. Say hello." Ki-hyun's eyes sparkled as he cheered. "Whoa, it's Ego's beautiful cyber-terrorist too." Subin broke into a sweat at the nickname. Ego's beautiful cyber-terrorist. Ki-hyun's eyes were still shining with admiration. "So that person is a hacker," Lee Haru bowed carefully. "Ah, hello everyone, I'm Lee Haru and this is my brother Ki." Seo Yoon looked them over with a serious expression, like she was inspecting merchandise. A new member with healing powers. Turns out it's a girl, huh?" Sometime later, the five of them had become more comfortable with each other. Din happily opened the fridge. "Mango, anyone." Ki-hyun was still excited. "Just as expected, mango." Seo Yoon stared ahead and thought, "It's just like when I first met Do-in." Meanwhile, Lee Haru, sitting beside her, was still very tense and alert. Do-in was by the fridge, tilting his head back to chug some juice. Seeing this, Seo Yoon bared her teeth and screamed terrifyingly, "Don't put your mouth directly on it like that," making Do-in flinch and spit it all out. "It's mango juice, this. This one is mine, Seo Yoon. Your portion is in the fridge." Even though she knew she'd overstepped, Seo Yoon still grumbled. "Well, remember to be more careful next time." Subin gently brought out a plate of sliced apples and asked happily, "Ki-hyun, would you like some fruit?" The boy's eyes lit up even more. "Whoa, thank you." Ki-hyun quickly picked up a fork and stabbed a slice of apple. Lee Haru called out tensely, "Ki-hyun." The boy was currently stuffing a large piece into his mouth. Then he chewed while looking over curiously. Lee Haru turned away helplessly, her expression still worried. "Ah, it's nothing." Then Dane smiled and said, "Seo Yoon, Ms. Subin, I'm going to have a serious talk with them for a bit. Could the two of you step out for a moment?" Seo Yoon stuck her tongue out and mimicked him. "Could the two of you step out for a moment?" Dane was speechless at her personality. "Subin, please take her to the main house first." A moment later, only the three of them were left in the room. Dane sat opposite the siblings. He spoke first. "Lee Haru, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, right?" This caused Lee Haru to frown warily. Dane continued, "I've investigated everything. That director frequently abused the both of you. My finding you wasn't a coincidence. I had a purpose." She asked suspiciously, "What purpose?" Dane blurted out, "So that the two of you can live happily." Lee Haru stared at him, then gasped in shock. "What?" Dane smiled and continued, Ah, and obviously not in this cramped underground place. I've set up a teleportation portal. We're moving to the main house. You'll live there and go to school too. Lee Haru found him very suspicious and questioned, why on earth are you doing this for us? We only just met today. Dun thought of Seo Yoon and said, because I have a younger sister too. That's why I'm doing this. Ki-hyun's eyes sparkled. I've watched all of Mangostic's terror attacks. I've watched them dozens of times. Din replied awkwardly. Is that so? Well, thank you, while thinking in a panic. Should an elementary student really be watching that stuff? Good lord. Lee Haru glared at him. Ki-hyun, Din spoke up again. Just try living together once. It'll be more fun than you think. We're not as bad as you imagine. Ki-hyun clasped his hands together in anticipation of a bright future. Lee Haru seemed to be thinking seriously. All right then, sometime later, Din led the siblings to a location. This way. A secret gate opened automatically. A mysterious spatial portal was revealed. Din turned back and smiled. Follow me. Then he stepped into the portal, his body gradually disappearing. Lee Haru's expression was still very tense. Meanwhile, Ki-hyun excitedly jumped to the portal's entrance, turned back and waved. Aren't you coming yet? I'm going ahead, making Lee Haru call out to him in a panic. But she couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Honestly. Finally, she decided to follow the others in. A moment later, Lee Haru walked up the stairs with a look of amazement. The sight before her was Ki-hyun standing and looking out a glass door. The incoming light was incredibly bright and warm. Dane said, do you like it? This will be our home. Ki-hyun seems to like it. I'm on the 3rd floor and you're on the 2nd. There are 2 rooms for the both of you. Don't worry about tuition. Kids your age are supposed to go to school. I have plenty of money. Lee Haru still looked at him with suspicion. Dane continued speaking gently. If you feel uncomfortable, just stay for a few days and then decide. If you want to go back, you can refuse at any time, okay? Lee Haru stared at him with wide eyes. Suddenly, her body tensed up, and she looked around with a pale face. She remembered the image of the scarred man holding a knife to Ki-hyun's throat. I'm going to teach you two a lesson. Back then, the boy had closed his eyes in utter despair. Then the image of a now joyful Ki-hyun appeared. Lee Haru nodded in acceptance and replied, thank you very much. Dane patted her shoulder to reassure her. It's nothing. Let's live well together. To one side, Din put on a smug, villainous face. Successful recruitment of the healing sister. Suddenly, he scratched his head in a daze. I feel like I've forgotten something. What was it? It was night again, and the moon was high in the sky. Information was popping up on the internet. What did the hero do today? Hero News Bulletin. Is Egostic really dead? A flood of comments concerned about Egostic's whereabouts appeared. Shin Ha-yeol was still sitting in front of her computer screen in disappointment. Ha, where on earth are you, and what are you doing, Egostic? Her expression was a scowl of waiting, as if she were about to lose all her patience. Inside a laboratory flooded with emerald light, a thick liquid in a massive tank began to boil violently, bubbles rising and bursting as if something gargantuan was stirring within. Two scientists stood on a balcony looking down, their eyes a mix of terror and excitement, as one said in a trembling voice, "Every time I witness this, I still get goosebumps." The man wearing glasses, dotted with sweat, struggled to swallow his saliva as a crooked smile formed from a blend of fear and fascination. "Incredible," he gasped, his eyes sparkling like someone lost in a scientific frenzy, while behind him, a silver-haired man stood silently with a face as cold as steel. The silver-haired man let out a thin smile, his voice ringing with confidence as he declared, "Project Behemoth must be completed." He turned to his colleague and added, "We will present it to Dr. Kim Seon-woo once he is released," the green light hitting his face and making his smile look even more sinister. Beneath the liquid, the massive creature continued to jerk violently, black tentacles lashing against the tank walls with a bone-chilling sound. The silver-haired man curled his lip and said, "When that happens, South Korea will fall," his eyes gleaming with an undeniable madness. "And the Hanon Group will rule the entire world. No one will be able to stop us." All around, a line of scientists stood encircling the experimental tank, their arms outstretched toward the boiling creature as frantic chants erupted. The room vibrated in waves, and the green light flared intensely, turning the entire scene into what looked like a ritual to summon a monster. Scene shifts to the interior of the Egostic base. Inside a bright kitchen, the rhythmic sound of a knife cutting mushrooms echoed. Lee Haru was carefully slicing each piece, her face serious but showing a hint of awkwardness, her hands shaking slightly because she wasn't used to kitchen work. Beside her was Subin washing vegetables, who asked with a gentle smile, "You could have stayed home and rested, why are you helping me?" To which Lee Haru flustredly replied, "No, I feel more comfortable when I'm helping," her voice small and shy. Subin softly said, "Thank you," her eyes closing with a peaceful and grateful expression. Lee Haru frowned slightly with a sad look, as if she were worried about something. Subin smiled faintly as she watched Lee Haru help clean up, her voice tender as she said, "Now we'll be finished preparing soon, it's all thanks to you." While Lee Haru bowed her head slightly, her emerald eyes shimmering with embarrassment as a thought echoed in her mind. The beautiful victim of Egostic's terror attack 4 months after that incident, she was living a happy and affluent life, to the point that it completely dispelled the troubling rumors that she had been harmed. Seo Yoon's voice rang out nearby. Hey, can you help me stand up? And Dane cautioned her in return. Try to stay alert while you're walking, Seo Yoon, or you're going to hurt yourself. Inside Lee Haru's head, the train of thought continued, and the true identity of Egostic is Kim Do-in. Dane flopped down into a chair, his voice slightly sharp as he asked, "This house is so bright, so why do you still sleep in that pitch-black basement?" While still gently pulling Seo Yoon toward him, to which the tired girl countered, "You're the one who keeps talking about the ego base." After a few seconds of silence, Dane's tone shifted instantly as he said, "All right then, let's eat." Dane was looking at the plate of food in front of him with immense excitement, but Lee Haru's thoughts hadn't stopped. "Someday, if he returns injured with my healing abilities." She held her hand out in front of her. Then she clenched it into a fist with absolute determination. Scene shifts to Dane lying sprawled on a bed in an empty room, light streaming through the window, and hitting a calendar on the wall as he muttered with a bored expression, "It's time." His face showed a hint of exhaustion, his eyes pensive as he looked up at the ceiling and thought, time to prepare for the black disaster created by those bastards at Hanun Group. Suddenly, a violent explosion went quang, making the windows rattle forcefully as a cold voice echoed, "So this is where you're hiding, Mangast." Seo Yoon rushed straight into the room looking bloodthirsty, screaming, "Time for some terrorism. I'm going crazy from boredom." Din replied, "All right, we're going on a terror mission now." And the girl asked in surprise, "Really?" He only offered a faint smile. Then he declared, "Team Ego, all members assemble." At that moment, everyone was present. Unexpectedly, Lee Haru spoke up, but why exactly are we committing terrorism in the first place?" Hearing that, the faces of the other three went dark. Din put on a proud expression and began to explain, "If you're curious about the reason for our terrorist acts, the world's compassion is the answer." Seo Yoon crossed her arms and said wearily, "Stop. Just get to the point, buddy," leaving Dane helpless as he realized he was no longer brother, but just buddy. His face became serious as he said, "Lee Haru, the truth is, we are villains." She broke into a few drops of sweat and replied, "I see. That's why we have to commit terrorism," Seo Yoon added, holding up a finger. "However, there must absolutely be no civilian casualties. We need to create a perfect dilemma that fits the Egostic concept. Oh, and it has to involve Stardust, that bitch. It must be a terrorist act that benefits her in some way." To which Dane could only give a forced smile and say, "Thanks for the summary, Seo Yoon, but did you just swear? That was just a slip of the tongue, right?" He popped the cap off a pen and smiled confidently. "Anyway." An image of a bridge appeared as he drew it, and he announced the idea for the next terrorist act. "Has the Seoul Bridge collapsed yet?" Lee Haru saw this and wondered why it had to be the Seoul Bridge. "Because right here, a giant monster will appear at this location in Uido, and it will head straight north, sweeping across the entire Korean peninsula. But what if we collapse the Seoul Bridge ourselves during a terrorist act? With a splash, the monster, whose weakness is water, will be finished off. We get to commit terrorism and catch a villain. In other words, killing two birds with one stone." Having finished his piece, he tipped his hat and bowed to conclude his performance. Seo Yoon looked at the pile of plans and had to ask, "Where the hell have you been getting all this information?" But he only threw back a single line, "That's a trade secret." Seo Yoon lightly covered a smile with her hand and said, "It feels like we're taking down a villain and performing a terror act at the same time. Plus, this time it doesn't seem to be for that damn Stardust." While Dane could only smile helplessly and ask, "Can you please leave out the damn part?" Hearing that, the girl sat down and happily replied, "Perfect. Is the concept decided?" And Dane replied with a confident smile, "What is the one thing we have in abundance?" Seo Yoon tentatively answered, "Money," but he countered with the gesture of a tycoon, "No, it's money." The day finally arrived, and his image appeared before everyone's camera lenses. He was hovering in the air with a loudspeaker and a camera. Behind him was the Seoul Bridge. Floating above, he began to speak, "Greetings, everyone. I am the one chosen as the most influential villain by the Hero Association." He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I, Egostic, have returned. You all know what I'm about to do, right? What else could I do at the Seoul Bridge? Ha ha ha, a bomb threat, naturally." A worker driving a car screamed, "It's a terrorist attack." The sunlight continued to shine down ahead of the impending disaster. Din's face went dark as he held up a detonator and announced, "Everyone, hold on tight." Following his button press, a series of explosions erupted across the bridge. Against the backdrop of the ruined bridge, his voice continued to echo, "It seems the selection of guests to help with our little game is complete," while someone below commented, "Who on earth recruits guests like that?" His words continued to reach everyone. The participants in this game are the good citizens of this country currently watching this broadcast. Yes, I'm talking about. The method is simple. Send your bank account number to the link mentioned in the video, and I will immediately transfer 100,000 won. However, if by 7 p.m. tonight, the number of people who accept 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000, I will blow this bridge sky high. That naturally includes everyone currently on it. People received this news. Some were bewildered and anxious, but others were already eagerly typing in their account number. The choice was presented: a free 100,000 won, or this bridge that might explode. Now your choice, 100,000 won or the bridge. Begin. As he finished his sentence, the screen cut to black. Before ending, he left one final remark that made the chat box explode. "Oh, Stardust, you don't need to show up today. Take a break." People began to comment frantically. "I will personally protect my woman. Sweet villain Mangostic letting Stardust rest. Elmao as if she's staying out just because you told her to, she's a hero." Finally finished, he let out a long stretch. He closed his eyes and offered a smile, thinking to himself, maybe she's relieved not to be bothered by some crazy villain. Before he could even finish his thought, Stardust was flying toward him from the distance at extreme speed. It caused him to gasp in shock. Stardust, seeing her, made him fluster and accidentally tossed the detonator remote into the air, and Stardust immediately recognized the object. Looking at the girl in front of him, he thought, "It's been a while, Stardust." Her face was dark as she stared at him without saying a word. Facing the weight of this deadly silence, he could only manage to call out her name. "Stardust." She still said nothing, only looking at him with a sharp, cold gaze. Not understanding what was happening, Dylan looked back at her. At this moment, he looked incredibly small under the pressure of this woman as he thought, what the hell is going on? Scene shifts to an office area where an older man spoke up. "Hey Kim, what's up?" Sneaking off for a smoke. But the young man on the other side held out his phone and happily replied to his captain, "Look at this." On the phone was a replay of Dayan's broadcast. "If you fill in your account number here, he really sends 100,000 won." The captain looked at the phone, frowning as he said, "Let's see. If more than 500,000 people take it, he'll blow up the Seoul Bridge." The young man replied, "Yeah, you know Egoistic, right? He's staging some kind of terrorist performance at the bridge right now." The captain beside him also remembered, "Oh, that villain who wants to be a psychopath. What a joke, who would believe that?" The young man, looking like he'd hit the jackpot, replied, "I just did it, 100,000 won." Hearing that, the captain yelled, "Hey, don't do that." The young man immediately bowed in fear and stammered, Sorry, captain." But immediately after, the captain's face flipped as he held out his own phone and replied with a smile, "I took it the moment it appeared." Seeing this, the young man recovered and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Captain, you gave me a heart attack. You're a great actor." The two continued chatting. "Are we really going to reach the 500,000 mark? Forget it, let's have a company party tonight." And the young man agreed. Inside a kitchen, a mother was checking on her child over the phone. "Hey, have you eaten?" My account number." She was confused, thinking, what's wrong with the boy all of a sudden? Since when does he give me an allowance? On the screen it appeared, Team Ego, 100,000 transferred. She gasped, "Oh my god, really? And what even is Team Ego?" Scene shifts toward the burning bread. Dylan was sitting there shivering uncontrollably, thinking, who would have thought it would be this cold today? Then he turned serious again. In any case, he recalled the image of Stardust. Those eyes of hers were as sharp as knives. She was ready to pounce if he blew up the bridge, making the air feel as if it were freezing over. Why is she glaring at me like that? Does the Seoul Bridge hold some memory that wasn't in the original story? I didn't think she'd be this angry. It almost makes me feel guilty. But then he became resolute again. There's no choice. It's all for Stardust. With the way the Black Disaster was described in the original, her current strength will never be able to stop. In the original plot, it was the first real threat. It marked the moment the manhwa moved past trivial heroics into something much darker. Pushing everything aside, Din took out his phone to check the progress. Looking at the numbers on the screen, he was astonished. 450,000 people had already accepted, and there were still 3 hours left. He slowly hopped down to the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, "These people are really something." Putting a hand to his neck and letting out a light breath, Din told himself, "I didn't even have to lift a finger to beat them. Are they really that reckless?" But standing before the camera, he still had to smile and say, "Good citizens of South Korea, I don't believe a single one of you would lower yourselves to the point of accepting that money," followed by a flood of comments saying exactly, "Right, obviously." He placed a hand on a white car and continued, "You haven't forgotten, have you? Wait for our new guests. Their lives are hanging in the balance, based on the whim of a heartless villain." He looked into the car and thought to himself, "This part is out of my control. I didn't specify who it would be, it's just." He spoke with a smile to the person inside. "Hello, thank you for joining us. Could you introduce yourself?" The man sitting in the car smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, hello. My name is Choi Jong-jin." Din saw his calm face and noted there wasn't a hint of worry. He leaned against the car and continued the interview. "A pleasure, Mr. Choi. Your life is in danger. Aren't you scared? Not a single word. Hearing that, Choi Jong-jin laughed even louder. Dylan was a bit surprised that he was laughing. Choi Jong-jin radiated a saint-like light as he replied, "As long as people don't take the money, the bridge and I will both be fine, right?" Dylan was so affected by that light that he had to shield his eyes, thinking, "I'll apologize for them right now." Below, comments appeared one by one. "I thought about taking it but decided not to. You're a good person. Am I trash? Yeah, I'm taking the money. Better you than me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Din was speechless. Well, that's a wonderful statement from Mr. Choi, with faith in his fellow South Koreans. Any last word? Stardust observed from a distance, but still heard Choi Jong-jin's voice shouting, "Go South Korea. I believe in you." She frowned slightly. "What is your game, egoistic?" Din was still dragging himself along the bridge, praying silently. "I'm so tired. Please just let there be a normal reaction this time." He looked through the window of another car. When they saw him, massive cheering erupted from inside the car, as if they had seen an idol. The girls took turns expressing themselves. "It's Mangostic. Oh my god, he's so handsome in person. Hey, let's buy lottery tickets after this. We'll die before we can scratch them. We're your loyal fans." "But are you really going to kill us? You always save people at the last second, right?" Another friend said. "Hey, didn't you see him crush that plane?" "Exactly." The chatter made him feel intimidated as he thought, "This is a real headache." Din made an excuse to run away. "All right, interview over, let's get out of here." But one girl was quick to grab him. "Wait, you're so impatient." She pulled out a tablet. "Sign this before you go." He ended up having to sign it for the girl, and people began to gossip. He actually signed it. Now it's hard to tell who the real victim is. Inside the car, they thanked him for the 100,000 won. Total of 400,000. Awesome. Let's go eat malatang later. You know we can't eat it if we die here today. Oh right. Din resolved in his heart never to interview civilians again. This terror mission was a failure. A flycam hovered as Din ordered, "Seo-yoon, bring up the screen." Din's image was projected onto the large screen. A series of cameras pointed at him as he spoke. "Yes, everyone, the scheduled time of 7 p.m. has arrived. A national event, 100,000 won versus the bridge. Now I will announce the results." People began to buzz. "Here we go. No way. It's over 500k. Don't let Jong-jin lose, guys. Jong-jin, I'm sorry. Damn it, if the bridge falls, how do I get to work tomorrow?" And then the shocking result was announced. 1,250,000 people had chosen the 100,000 won option, and following his words, a fireworks display appeared. Unable to believe the state of his beloved South Korea, the girls from earlier screamed in shock. "Wait, what?" Din snapped his fingers. "Please enjoy this final firework display, a gift for each and every one of your selfish souls." Following that, a series of explosions occurred. Watching from a distance, Stardust was furious. That man, in the end. Din placed his hat against his chest and gave a formal bow, saying, "Your host, Egoistic, shall end the show here." At the same time, the camera panned to the scene of the bridge, exploding into complete ruin. "Oh my god, he killed them." People in the chat room were too terrified to watch and began to leave. Din felt a bit exhausted, thinking, "Hanging up here for so long is making me faint. I've finally reached my limit." He stood in the night sky filled with fireworks, thinking, "I'll just let Stardust handle them while I stay here and watch." Suddenly, a streak of light flashed through the air from out of nowhere. Stardust was charging forward at a terrifying speed. It turned out she was diving toward the falling vehicle. She strained, reaching out her hand to try and catch it. Even for her, it looked like catching. It was going to be impossible. He began to manifest his magic, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The car was slowly enveloped by Din's power. Both Stardust and Din were giving it everything they had. Fortunately, Stardust managed to get a firm grip on the vehicle. She slowly lifted the two cars back up. Din breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank goodness everyone is safe." The moment those words left his lips, his strength vanished and his heart felt like it stopped beating. His entire body began to plummet downward. Luckily, he managed to use his teleportation just in time. His body landed with a heavy thud back at the ego base. Subin and Seo-yoon rushed out in a panic, screaming in worry, "No, Dylan." Blood was streaming from his mouth and nose. His eyes were rolled back white, and there wasn't a spark of life left in him. The two girls watched through the medical glass, filled with immense worry and fear. Inside, Dylan lay receiving treatment as they silently prayed, "Please, open your eyes, Dylan." Lee Haru was also standing just outside the door. After standing there in deep thought for a long while, she took a very deep breath. She reached up and gently wiped away a tear. Somewhere else, Ha-yeol stood dazed, staring up at the night sky. She carried a heavy sadness in her heart, her thoughts focused entirely on Egoist. She held a newspaper in her hands. It was filled with articles regarding the two of them. She remembered his words, "Never show even a hint of hesitation. That is where you and I will end. If you hesitate for even a single moment, your life will become a living hell. Even so, if he hadn't forced me not to back down, I never would have made it this far. She fell into deep thought, but that was the perspective of someone who was certain I could do it, as if he knew everything about me. The image of Egoistic encouraging her flashed in her mind. You can do it. Step up and save them. Ever since he said those words, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it, even though he was the one who put them in danger in the first place. Meeting him again after all this time, I'm just left with a mountain of questions. Are you really a villain? Are you truly a bad person? Egoistic, who are you really? Hayal clenched her fist slightly. Because of a strange, inexplicable emotion, she ultimately couldn't say a single word. An image of her and a small Dun appeared. Then came the scene of her struggling to catch the falling car. Please, just reach it. Suddenly, the car had been surrounded by energy. She realized with a start that the falling speed was decreasing. Looking upwards, she saw the silhouette of Dane straining to hold the car with his power. Even after saving the vehicle, her confusion didn't fade. Egoistic is actually. While lost in thought, a voice rang out. Why are you sitting here all alone? I heard it was an attack with 0 casualties. Icicle walked up holding 2 cold drinks. My sweet, adorable little Shin Ha-Yul. Seeing her, Ha-Yul shouted happily, Seola, thank you for coming. They shared a warm hug as Seola replied, what are you talking about? Of course I'd come. We're friends, aren't we? Ha-Yul's face flushed as she felt the warmth from her friend. They started having a few drinks together. Seola puffed out her cheeks as she gulped down her drink. She cheered happily. Ah, this is great. Looking at the Seoul skyline and spending a quiet night with my Ha-Yul. Suddenly, she noticed something. Hey, Ha-Yul, why are you still buried in work when you're off the clock? Is it because of Egoistic again? Just forget that guy. Even the old association president is secretly happy the crime rate has dropped, though he'd never admit it. Looking at his latest attack, it seems like he's not even trying to torment you anymore. Ha-Yul turned and replied, but Seola, can I tell you something? Ha-Yul's gaze became firm. From my perspective, maybe Egoistic isn't actually a bad person. Shifting inside the ego base, a pair of feet walked through an opening door. Lee Haru looked silently at Seo Yoon, who was fast asleep on the floor. She gently pulled a blanket over Seo Yoon so the girl wouldn't catch a cold. Her gaze shifted to the door of the room where Dain was lying. Slowly, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Dain was still lying there with no sign of waking up. Standing before him, she felt a flicker of doubt. Should I really be coming in like this? Even if he seems better now, what if he's just like the others trying to exploit my power? What should I do? She wondered, as Dain's face twitched slightly. Lee Haru placed her hand on the glass to see him more clearly, thinking, he doesn't even know who I am, yet he saved me and treated me so well without asking for anything in return. But he's in critical condition, right here in front of me. A tear fell. Can I really just let him die? I'm sorry, Dain, I just wasn't brave enough. You truly are a good man. But if you knew about my power, I was afraid you'd be just like everyone else. She wiped away her weak tears. Looking at his battered and injured body, she became determined and activated her power. This time, I will be brave. His wounds began to heal slowly under her touch. Before long, they had completely vanished. Dain remained lying there. Lee Haru stepped quietly out of the room. She didn't forget to turn back and whisper, thank you. Finally, she walked out, leaving Dain alone. On his side, Din woke up and thought happily, finally, I've managed to recruit a healer. He slowly sat up. His face was radiant and full of life. Lee Haru, thank you. Back with Ha-Yul, Seola's voice rang out. Let me be blunt. It's so strange that Egoistic's attacks never have casualties except for the villains. And that call during the airplane incident, something no one else could have known. And what about him catching that falling SUV this time? Ha-Yul nodded along with a cat-like expression. Right, exact. Seola laughed mockingly. Oh my god, Ha-Yul. Don't tell me you actually believe that conspiracy theory, that Egoistic is some secret S-rank hero working in the shadows. Ha-Yul's face went dark with annoyance. I really shouldn't have told her everything. Ha-Yul turned away and replied, it's not about believing or not. I'm just saying it doesn't even feel like a conspiracy theory anymore. Seola kept teasing, hee, I'm just kidding. Calm down, little Ha-Yul. Anyway, you're right, a few things don't quite add up. This caught Ha-Yul's attention, but then Seola continued, but he still does bad things, doesn't he? Even if no civilians get hurt, he still crosses the line. Ha-Yul hummed in agreement. That's true, but Seola began to advise her. Then what else matters? Just treat him like the villain he is, Ha-Yul. Ha-Yul fell back into her thoughts. I think Egoistic is aiming for something much bigger. I still don't know what it is, but... Seola's voice cut off Ha-Yul's train of thought. Workaholic Ms. Shin Ha-Yul, stop talking about that guy in the hat. Anyway, have you been interested in any guys lately? You should take a break and go on a date. Ha-Yul looked at her with disdain. How is someone who has never dated supposed to know how to meet anyone? Seola turned bright red with embarrassment. That's because my family is incredibly strict about my private life, okay? It's not that I can't date. Rank hero Icicle, real name Lee Seola, is the heiress to South Korea's massive Uiseong group. Ha-yeol took the chance to tease her back. Hey, you're actually pretty cute when you're angry. Seola pouted and replied, hey, what do you mean by that, honestly? The scene shifted to a certain present. The interior doors slowly slid open. An old man walked in. He was the S-rank villain Kim Seon-woo, a technical advisor for the Hanun group. A white-haired young man spoke up. Well done, Professor. Kim Seon-woo, flanked by 2 guards, replied, skip the formalities. What's the current progress? The young man answered, we are 56% complete. At this rate, the project will be finished around next September. Before he could finish, Kim Seon-woo snapped, damn it. He shouted angrily, too slow. I told you to have everything ready before winter. No excuses. The young man flinched at the outburst. Sitting in his car, the old man muttered softly, let's go. He plotted silently in his head, just you wait. Before this winter is over, everything in this Republic of Korea will kneel before me, Professor Kim Seon-woo. The scene shifted back to the Ego base. A news report was playing on the TV. Reports indicate that Dr. Kim Seon-woo, who was once accused of concealing unethical human experiments, was released at approximately 7:00 a.m. today. He is expected to return to the Hanun Group's research lab. Din's gaze sharpened and his voice turned cunning. All right, the players are stepping onto the field. Seo-yoon, walking by, heard him and asked suspiciously, what's with that tone of voice? 3 months later, the ground was covered in snow. Ki-hyun shouted excitedly, it's snowing, while Seo-yoon yelled from behind, hey, get back here, I got here first. They were playing around while Subin and Haru were further off, placing a tea set on a table. Sitting down, Subin took a sip. After drinking, her face lit up as she remarked, this feels so nice. Haru, beside her, agreed, yeah, it really is wonderful. From behind, Din's voice rang out, hey Seo-yoon, making the girl, who was currently molding a snow duck, turn around. He scolded her, can't you walk properly? What kind of footsteps are those? You're ruining the snow layer. The snow was so beautiful just a second ago, perfectly untouched. Let's start playing. But before he could finish, a snowball slammed into his face. The kids in the distance cheered, come and get us, Mangostic. Step up. Dane irritably wiped the snow off his face, magic power already beginning to condense in his hand. He didn't let the kids stay excited for long. A second later, each of them was hit square in the face with a snowball. His eyes glowed like a descending war god as he said, you little brats, bring it on. I'll teach you some manner. His body hovered into the air, eyes glowing with star shapes as if he were about to use a high-level skill. Special skill, Sub-Zero super speed. Seo-yoon screamed in shock, what the hell? That's cheating, Mangostic. Ki-hyun added from behind, total rule-breaker move. The boy raised both hands and shouted, I surrender. Din accepted with satisfaction, while Seo-yoon turned to look at her teammate in total shock. Seo-yoon's face went dark as she held a snowball in each hand, ready for war. Din's voice boomed like a demon. Are you ready, Seo-yoon? In the next instant, Seo-yoon's entire body had been turned into an adorable snowman. On the other side, Din laughed loudly after his victory. Ah, I'm starving. Let's go get a snack. Ki-hyun happily followed, understood. Cookies in the winter truly are the best. They shouted, unable to resist how delicious it was. They were so focused on eating that they didn't notice a white figure slowly approaching. Din turned around with a blank look and asked, can you message Haru to bring more? Before he could finish his sentence, Seo-yoon slammed a massive chunk of snow onto his head, making his eyes nearly pop out. Seeing him lying there with a huge lump, Seo-yoon got a bit scared. Mangostic is finished. Did I go too hard? She shouted. Are you okay? The little girl worriedly shook him, calling out, Big Brother Din. Haru, bringing out a cake, looked on with a hint of surprise at the scene. She spoke up, noting that he was laughing, and that it was a very obvious act, which finally caused Din to turn around and mock her words. With a punchable smirk on his face, he continued, asking if it was touching that Seo-yoon was truly worried about him, causing the girl to turn bright red from a mix of embarrassment and anger. A second later, a chaotic brawl broke out again as Seo-yoon chased Din while carrying a giant snowball with 2 cups on top that looked like shrimp antennae. He ran while complaining about the pain, but she didn't believe him and yelled for him to shut up. Din began to reflect on how, over the past 3 months, they had relaxed and enjoyed the winter. He had considered staging more terrorist attacks, but since Stardust was already as strong as she was in her 3rd year of the original timeline, it was no longer necessary. In truth, the only major change was that Haru had started smiling more. It seemed she was finally becoming less distant and was opening her heart to them bit by bit. Also, public opinion regarding him had shifted. Everyone blamed Egostic entirely for the collapse of the Seoul Bridge, and his reputation had completely crumbled. After all, the 1.2 million people who took his money clearly needed someone else to blame. They claimed it was the fault of that villain Egostic for staging such a bizarre terror act, agreeing that he had manipulated everyone and then dared to call them accomplices. Quite convenient, isn't it? He thought, though becoming a villain had been his original goal anyway. Now, he just had to wait for the black disaster to appear. Back in the present, Seo-yoon's voice rang out as she finally caught Dun by the hair. A triumphant smile spread across the little girl's face as she declared her victory. The next second, she was turned into a snowman. Dun ran off while Ki-hyun pointed and laughed joyfully. The two women couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. As Subin asked about the source of the tragic screaming, and Haru warned that they would get hurt if they kept playing those kinds of games. Exhausted, Dun approached a chair and groaned about being hungry, suggesting a barbecue for dinner since they had played so much. Ki-hyun followed behind in agreement, saying it sounded great and they should head inside before they froze, while Haru agreed but noted they had to call Seo-yoon first, who was likely fuming somewhere. Scene shifts as a red alert siren blared deafeningly. Cracks began to form inside the laboratory as people ran, clutching their heads in panic. Kim Seon-woo sat before the ruins and screamed that it couldn't be happening, cursing and wondering where everything had disappeared to. Someone nearby approached to advise the doctor that he had to leave immediately, but he wouldn't listen, turning back to shout for them to let him go, asking how he could abandon his life's work. Suddenly, he froze upon hearing a strange sound. A hideous monster made its appearance. The others dragged him away, pleading for him to run, but even as he was being pulled, he tried to look back, insisting it was impossible. Behemoth, how could test subject number 1, just a prototype, already have consciousness? Scene shifts to a certain building. Every employee was in a total state of panic. Explosions were erupting everywhere. Stardust sped off like a blur. Kicking open a door, Stardust asked the president what was happening, and he pointed fearfully at a screen, telling her it was an emergency and to look. On the screen was the image of the monster, devastating the surrounding houses, as he questioned where such a horrific thing had come from. Witnessing this, even Stardust stood stunned for a moment. Outside, people were screaming at each other to run under the monster's onslaught. Every lash of its tentacles resulted in another explosion. A man inside a car watched in horror as something came flying straight toward him. Fortunately, he managed to escape just in time. Still worried about his vehicle, he screamed about his car, but someone standing nearby yelled back, asking what use a car was now and telling him to run. The monster continued to lay waste to everything while the people watched on helplessly. A father and child could only huddle together, praying to God. Suddenly, the monster leaped high into the air. On this side, Stardust rushed off while calling back that she was departing immediately. The president yelled for her to stay calm, saying she couldn't face something that large alone. Hearing that, she turned back angrily and barked that she couldn't sit still while it ran rampant, telling the president to just sit there and eat his popcorn. He froze in place, bewildered by her remark. A sudden scream caused Stardust to turn around. The monster from before had jumped into the water. Gradually, its body vanished beneath the waves. They all stood there, completely frozen to the spot. The president's face darkened as he told Stardust he wanted a full report on his desk by morning, grumbling about popcorn while she could only offer an apology. Scene shifts to Dain, who was actually eating popcorn at the moment. They were cheering wildly at whatever they were watching. On a quiet night under the light of a full moon, the sound of a light breeze echoed through the city. Inside her apartment, the rank a hero Stardust was browsing through websites on her computer. She was scrolling through comments about the notorious villain Egostic. The public seemed confused, with some even questioning if he was truly a villain. Her eyes stopped on a popular post titled, "A must-read for those who still think Egostic is a villain," which praised him and used his fan nickname Mangostic for saving Korea from the recent black disaster. Stardust munched on a snack, a forced smile on her face as she pieced everything together, muttering to herself, "So that's how it is." She realized that if Egostic hadn't collapsed the bridge in what looked like a terrorist act, no hero in Korea could have stopped that monster. The realization made her uneasy as she thought, this can't be right. Disturbed by this new uncertainty, Stardust decided to go for a late-night walk. Her internal conflict was surging. Despite his actions, she held on to her belief, he is the villain and I am the hero. She began to run, her will growing more resolute. No matter how complicated things became, she reaffirmed her duty, thinking, even if protection is needed, I will be the one to provide. As she was strengthening her resolve, a television news report revealed a shocking truth to the nation. The recent black disaster was not a random event. It was caused by an experiment by a major corporation, the Hanun Group, which had collapsed overnight. The report continued, stating there was no trace of human presence at the Hanun Group building. The chairman, chief scientist Dr. Kim Seon-woo, and the entire research team had vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the villain Egostic, real name Kim Do-in, was happily eating dinner with his 3 teammates. Hearing the news of Hanun Group's collapse, he cheered, "Woohoo tilde, so that's how it ends." His companion, the hot-headed orange-haired girl, exploded in rage, screaming that they got what they deserved and wishing death upon the corrupt official. "Not yet," Kim Dae said, his voice suddenly serious. "We need to catch every single remaining fugitive." His other two teammates, Seo Yoon and the brown-haired girl, agreed, humorously imagining hunting down the remaining Hanun member. But Kim Dae only smiled cheerfully, waving his chopsticks and saying with confidence, "Don't worry too much. They'll crawl out on their own soon enough." "More importantly," he continued, "can everyone gather around?" The sudden shift made the team anxious. Seo Yoon immediately had a bad feeling while her friend cautiously asked what he was planning this time. Kim Dae dramatically unfurled a massive blueprint, revealing the next target. His teammates stared in shock, exclaiming, "The Hanun Group's underground laboratory." The group erupted into chaos, as Seo Yoon nearly had a minor panic attack, and the others demanded to know why that lab was important enough to warrant such a risky mission. Ignoring their frantic questions, Kim Dae calmly took a red marker and circled a specific location on the blueprint, Sector B9. With a wide and eerie smile, he finally revealed the reason they had to go there, declaring that deep inside that lab existed something absolutely insane. He explained that the insane thing was a project codenamed Behemoth, an army of artificial superhumans, all connected to a single monstrous entity. It was designed to be the ultimate weapon, composed of a miraculous material capable of withstanding a nuclear blast and even neutralizing the powers of the rank S hero Shadow Walker. He revealed that the Black Disaster Egoistic had helped stop was only a prototype. If the true behemoth were completed, its power would be unimaginable. Even Kim Dae seemed overwhelmed by the scale of it, letting out a stunned, "Huh." His entire team was speechless with wide eyes. Seo Yoon looked around at her frozen teammates, wondering why everyone was suddenly so quiet. The shock quickly turned into excitement for Seo Yoon. Her eyes gleamed as she realized danger meant an opportunity to get stronger, asking if it was time to break her body again. Kim Dae joked back that a few more holes in her stomach might actually look better. Seo Yoon exploded, lunging at his face and screaming, "You're kidding me, right?" as she demanded power-ups for herself. The meeting immediately devolved into chaos as Seo Yoon unleashed a flurry of attacks. Kim Dae dodged and yelled, while the other two teammates tried and failed to pacify them, begging them both to stop. While dodging the playful assault, Kim Dae recalled a key detail from the original plot. The Hero Association had never taken action. Based on that, he dismissed the risk, thinking, nothing serious will happen, right? But he was wrong, right at that moment. Inside the high-rise headquarters of the Korean Superhuman Association, the situation had already begun to escalate. Inside the association headquarters, an emergency meeting was underway. An official reported that multiple life signs had been detected within the buried laboratory. The monsters created by the Hanun Group were still alive. A high-ranking official at the head of the table requested a report from one of their top heroes, Shadow Walker. Hero Shadow Walker appeared on screen, reporting that he had attempted to infiltrate the lab the previous night, but his shadow-based powers were completely neutralized by a strange wavelength emitting from the site. The official turned to the remaining option. "You heard him. Support will be difficult. Do you still intend to go, Stardust?" Below, the heroine Stardust was hovering over a massive black sinkhole. Without a second's hesitation, Stardust looked up and gave her answer. Yes. With her confirmation, the official formally approved the dangerous solo mission. Enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, Stardust dove headfirst into the darkness of the collapsed laboratory. At the same time, another figure appeared at the edge of the sinkhole. It was Kim Do-in, now in his full villain persona as Egoistic, complete with his signature mask and top hat. Speaking to his team remotely, he admitted, "This makes me a bit nervous since it wasn't in the plan." From the base, Seo Yoon immediately teased him, asking if he wanted to come back. He huffed, acting brave for the livestream camera, boasting, "Good grief, Kim Do-in, as if I'd be scared of some monsters." Back at the base, his teammates just rolled their eyes at his antics. But behind the teasing, their smiles betrayed genuine worry as they told him in unison to be careful, seeing him off as he prepared to go live. And with a striking burst of purple energy, Kim Do-in began his broadcast. "Good to see you all. This is Egoistic." In just a blink, 10,000 viewers flooded the stream, the chat box exploding with questions. He playfully asked if they were curious about today's terrorism, before clarifying that today was simply an exploration. He then revealed his location, the secret underground lab of the disbanded Hanun Group. Feigning curiosity, he invited his massive audience to explore the lab's dark secrets with. Back at the Hero Association, officials watched the stream in horror. They realized the nation's most notorious villain was now in the exact same location as their top hero, Stardust. The head of the association frantically tried to contact her, but there was no signal. He realized in dread, she's already gone so deep that radio waves can't reach. An official slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Damn it, who does Egoistic think he is, charging in there so suddenly? This is insane." However, the high-ranking official remained oddly calm. he turned to his confused assistant and gave an unexpected order. "Assistant, go get some popcorn. Half caramel, half salted." Meanwhile, Egostic took his first steps into the dark, abandoned lab, using a small drone as a floating flashlight. The eerie atmosphere immediately got to him as he wondered what horrors had taken place there. He looked around, his masked face showing genuine unease at the ghostly green light of the abandoned test chamber. As the audience commented on the scary vibe, Egostic quickly reclaimed his role as the host, boasting, "I, the man who made all of Korea tremble, should be afraid of some trivial experimental remains." His boast was immediately cut short by a loud metallic crash echoing through the hall, making him jump out of his skin. Letting out a terrified shriek, he immediately summoned an arsenal of glowing blue guns, ready to obliterate whatever had made the noise. But the source of the terrifying sound turned out to be just a small, cute white cat, peeking innocently from behind a corner. Egostic let out a long sigh of relief, his floating guns still pointed at the tiny creature. "What? It's just a cat, right?" he stammered, trying to regain his composure. His relief quickly turned to suspicion. In a sealed underground lab where everyone had vanished, the random appearance of a living cat was extremely bizarre. His suspicion proved correct as the cat began to deform, its body twisting and contorting unnaturally. Egostic stood still as terrifying red tentacles began to spread across the floor, signaling the arrival of a much larger threat. The cute animal was gone, replaced by a grotesque monster with glowing red eyes, sitting atop a writhing mass of flesh. Egostic turned back, his face a mask of horror, as he finally understood the disgusting creature before him. With the transformation complete, the monster revealed a grotesque mask-like face and lunged straight at the panicked streamer. The monster roared, its massive maw hanging open as it closed in on Egostic. Screaming in pure terror, Egostic instinctively opened fire, blasting a panicked volley of bullets at the monster. Elsewhere in the dark lab, Stardust froze. The distinct sound of rapid gunfire echoed through the desolate halls, letting her know she was not alone. Her eyes narrowed and her expression became grave as she recognized the sound, foreshadowing an impending encounter. Gunshots. Amidst the chaos, Daen recalled the moment before executing the plan. He and Seo-yoon were lying on the bed, and she had nagged him that he shouldn't have come here. He himself was full of regret and wished he could be stronger. Back in reality, Daen was in a state of extreme panic. He blamed himself for not listening to Seo-yoon, thinking he should have stayed home and practiced teleportation instead. He hadn't expected gaining power to be this difficult. Right then, a hideous monster, covered in jagged mouths, lunged directly at him. Its bone-chilling roar echoed through the dark hallway. Daen quickly regained his composure. "No, there's no use in regretting it now," he told himself, using his superpower to create guns out of thin air, ready for battle. His face behind the mask turned determined. Having come this far, he had to take the risk. Daen dove into the fray, controlling his weapons to attack the monsters, shouting, "Since I'm already here, I definitely have to catch the behemoth before I leave." He moved with incredible agility, dodging the enemy's attacks by a hair's breadth. In the middle of the battle, Daen didn't forget to hold up the camera. It seemed he was trying to record every moment, even in a life-or-death situation. And then the massive monster behemoth appeared right in front of him. Daen didn't flinch, reaching his hand toward it and yelling at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy blasted from nowhere, striking the behemoth directly and pushing Daen back. The monster let out a roar of ultimate agony as the energy scorched it, its body beginning to disintegrate. The explosion was so powerful that the entire bunker shook and began to collapse. Daen fell to the ground, staring in shock at the scene unfolding before him. In the chaos, the weapons Daen had created fell scattered across the floor and vanished. Realizing the danger, Daen scrambled to flee. He panicked upon realizing he had left his camera and guns behind in the confusion, with no idea how much deeper this place went. He desperately tried to reach his teammates through his comms. "Ah, that's right. Seo-yoon, can you hear me?" But only the crackle of static answered back. The signal couldn't penetrate this far down. Daen began to feel true fear, even as he tried to act tough, telling himself he was only a little bit scared. Suddenly his ears twitched. A strange sound echoed, signaling that someone else was nearby. Another explosion, even larger than the last, erupted at the end of the hallway. Stardust stood at the epicenter of the blast. Daen instinctively threw his hands up to shield himself. As the light faded, Stardust's figure emerged. Heat radiated from her clenched fists. Daen felt a strangely familiar sensation. Daen stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. The person who had just saved his life was the S-rank hero he had always wanted to encounter. "Stardust," he gasped. Stardust, radiating an aura of power, turned around and recognized the familiar villain. Her blue eyes sharpened with intensity. Egostic. The two stood facing each other in the ruined hallway. Stardust asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Dylan, slightly flustered, stammered back, "Stardust, if I may ask, what are you doing here?" "I am a hero," Stardust replied decisively, "so it shouldn't be surprising that I'm cleaning up this place, should it?" Dylan gave a forced laugh. "Ah, well, I guess not." But inside his head, he was cheering. The timing is absolutely perfect. His plan seemed to be moving in exactly the right direction. Stardust offered a threatening smile. To her, this was an unexpected harvest. In contrast to her intimidating presence, Dane was internally ecstatic. He couldn't believe Stardust was actually smiling at him. She warned, "If you come with me quietly, things won't have to be too painful." But Dane seemed oblivious to the threat, completely mesmerized by her beauty. Without another word, Stardust lunged into an attack. Dane quickly used his abilities to dodge by a hair's breadth. The battle between the two officially began. Stardust unleashed a continuous barrage of powerful strikes. Dane struggled just to keep up with his evasive maneuver. His defensive capabilities were gradually being overwhelmed. He cried out in desperation, as the hero didn't give him a single second to catch his breath. Knowing he couldn't hold out, Dane threw up his hands to signal a stop. "Wait, stop," he yelled, trying to halt Stardust's next move. Cornered, Dane initiated his plan. He said frantically, "I know, in your eyes I'm just a villain." But internally he was screaming, "Damn it, what do I do now?" Dane began to try and convince Stardust. He pointed to the surrounding ruins and said, "Look around. This place is extremely dangerous, and you don't even know where we are, do you? How about we form a temporary alliance until we reach the deeper level?" Stardust looked skeptical. Crossing her arms, she shot back, "Why don't you tell me why you're here first?" Dane hesitated before replying that it was due to intellectual curiosity. Stardust explained that she was here to investigate the Hanun group, the ones responsible for the previous horrific Black disaster. She suspected they were plotting something even more terrible in this facility. After a moment of silence, Stardust curled her lip into an enigmatic smile. "Fine," she said. Dane was completely taken aback by her answer. Stardust declared, "Then it's an alliance. Follow me." She admitted she was having trouble handling the monsters alone and that Dane might be of use. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Dane dazed. Dane couldn't believe what had just happened. He had made the suggestion on a whim and never expected Stardust to actually agree. The situation was unfolding in a completely unpredictable way. Both had their own motives. Stardust figured if she pushed too hard, Egoistic might slip away, so it was better to keep him close where she could watch him. Meanwhile, Dane was overjoyed that the story was progressing exactly as he hoped, and he sought answers to his many questions about Stardust. Stardust began rummaging through nearby cabinets, searching for clues about the Hanun group's activities. Dane followed sneakily behind, peering over her shoulder to see what she was doing. He looked more like a dedicated fan than an ally. He leaned in too close, making Stardust visibly uncomfortable. Stardust suddenly whirled around and yelled in his face, "You villain, what are you sneaking around for? These are classified documents, back off." Dane flinched, backing away and apologizing profusely. Dane was so intimidated he shrank back, breaking into a sweat. He thought to himself, that was way too scary. However, a moment later, Dane quickly regained his composure. It seemed he had another thought in mind. In Dane's mind, the image of Stardust suddenly became shimmering and gentle. He imagined the two of them together in a field of white lilies. Dane's face flushed bright red with delight. He thought, "I love this so much." Being side by side with his idol was a dream come true. The two continued deeper into the base. Stardust led the way with ease. Dane followed, wondering to himself, has her extrasensory perception already developed to this level? They stopped before a heavy metal door. On it was a sign that read, "Superpower Neutralization Room." Dane read the sign aloud, "Superpower Neutralization Room." Stardust suddenly called his name, standing so close it made him nervous. "Yes," he replied, sensing something was wrong. Without a hint of hesitation, Stardust pointed to the door and commanded sharply, "Get in." Dane was absolutely shocked. "Me," he stammered, unable to believe she was using him as a guinea pig for such a dangerous room. Though he felt like he was being treated like a lab rat, Dane pretended to agree cheerfully. Stardust didn't give him any room for a performance, though she pushed him straight inside. Dane stumbled into the pitch-black room, having no idea what awaited him. The moment he stepped inside, Stardust slammed the door shut, locking him in. Instantly, Dane felt something was wrong. His hat fell to the floor. He tried to activate his powers, but nothing happened. He realized with horror, "My telekinesis. It's not working, teleportation either." Dane stood motionless in the silent room, bathed in an eerie red light. For the first time, he felt completely powerless. The door opened and Stardust stepped in. Dane turned to her, a mix of shock and curiosity. "It really doesn't work. Wow, so what's the principle behind this thing anyway?" Dane suddenly froze, looking at Stardust in terror. Stardust had used her bare hands to punch the metal wall of the room, with such force that it cracked wide open. She stood there calmly, as if what she had just done was a minor feat. Stardust explained coldly that she was simply testing if the room truly neutralized superpowers. Din responded indignantly, "It clearly works. Even if I'm a villain, I don't lie about things like this." Dane's internal world was a mess. He admired Stardust's extraordinary strength, but was terrified by her recklessness. His emotions were on a roller coaster. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Red warning lights began to flash rapidly. Thick steel blast doors slammed shut, sealing off all exits. Both were caught off guard, unable to react in time. They stared at the sealed door, realizing they had been lured into a trap. Both Din and Stardust recognized the gravity of their situation. They were trapped in a confined space where all superpowers were rendered useless. Din noted the irony of the situation. A hero and a villain, two adults locked in together. He was living out a classic trope. Stardust poured all her physical strength into trying to break the door, her body glowing with intense red energy, but the door didn't budge. Din told Stardust that trying to force the door was useless because it was programmed to unlock automatically in about 3 hours. He pointed out a countdown timer showing 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. Din continued to explain that the reinforced door would open in 3 hours and advised her not to waste her energy. He suggested they just wait and leave together when the time was up. Stardust looked at him with a mix of surprise and irritation, standing in the dark space surrounded by strange flickers of light. Blood trickled from Stardust's hand. She had clearly injured herself trying to punch through the door. Din watched her silently, noticing the wound. Din slowly stood up and told Stardust not to be foolish, pointing out that she wasn't even in a state where she could use her powers effectively. Stardust stood her ground, eyes fixed and hands clenched, gauging Din's every move. Din stood up straight, reached out toward Stardust and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at Din in shock, her eyes wide with surprise and suspicion as he kept his hand extended. Din carefully took Stardust's hand, which was now neatly bandaged, though spots of blood still seeped through the white cloth. Stardust stared at Din, her deep blue eyes wide. A strange sense of surprise and complex thoughts about his actions rose within her. Stardust turned away, stating she wouldn't thank him, but Din teased that her words sounded an awful lot like a thank you anyway. Stardust angrily punched the wall and glared at Din, prompting him to say, all right, I get it. Let's stop here. Just be careful with your hands." Din adjusted his hat and let out a soft sigh. Din sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, and said he was going to lie down for a bit. Stardust watched him in disbelief. Din sprawled out on the floor, remarking that there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours anyway, and suggested Stardust get some shut-eye as well to save her strength. Stardust looked at him with a face full of doubt and annoyance, her expression clearly guarded. As an hour passed, Stardust sat against the wall while Din lay there with his eyes wide open, thinking to himself, "I said that, but how on earth am I supposed to actually sleep?" Tears pricked at Din's eyes as he thought about how he couldn't let his guard down for even a second, because of the danger of their situation. Din turned his head, thinking he felt like a mouse in a jar. Even without her powers, Stardust was stronger than most grown men, which meant he couldn't fully relax. At that exact moment, Stardust turned her head too, and their eyes met. Caught off guard, Stardust looked away shyly. Din seemed to have caught this rare, cute moment from Stardust. He pulled at his collar slightly and gave a satisfied smile. 2 hours later, the situation grew dire as Stardust began to struggle to breathe due to the declining oxygen levels. Din also looked exhausted, stating he was truly reaching his limit. Din noticed Stardust's labored breathing. Suddenly, Stardust spoke up, the soul bridge. Din turned to her with a look of surprise, acting as if he didn't understand what she meant. Gasping for air, Stardust asked Din about the incident with the car, if he was the one who did it. Din stared at Stardust, his eyes wide with shock. A suspicious thought crossed his mind. Did she figure it out? Din recalled the image of his own hands wrapped in mana, desperately trying to hold up the car, falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Still weak, Stardust brought up the car accident again and pressed him. "I asked, you stopped it, didn't you?" Din clumsily denied it. "What are you talking about? I'm a villain, I don't know how to stop. I only know how to move forward." Stardust looked at him with irritation, thinking he was talking nonsense. Stardust looked at Din with determination, asking about the plane crash and questioning why he had told her to save it. Din's face filled with horror, his eyes darting around as if trying to find a lie to cover his tracks. After a moment's thought, Din began to explain, "I already told you, I'm a villain and you're a hero. Your existence makes me perfect. That's just the kind of relationship we have." Even as he spoke, Din wondered to himself, wait, why is she acting like this? Finally, with sweat beading on his face, Din concluded, is it really that strange to tell a hero to go save people? Din sat on the floor, still trying to explain himself, while Stardust sat curled up, her face full of discomfort. Din thought to himself that he had overreacted because of his confusion and quickly told himself it was just the lack of oxygen getting to him. Stardust lowered her head, her gaze cold, deducing that the one who collapsed the soul bridge. Stardust continued her deduction, asking Dane if he knew beforehand about the monster's appearance and that it would head toward the bridge to do that. Dane gave a strained smile and teased Stardust for believing ridiculous online conspiracy theory. Dane continued his excuse, saying he was a little surprised too, but that it was obviously just a coincidence. Dane looked at Stardust's firm expression and wondered, is she actually testing me right now? Dane acted confused, wondering if he had missed something. A horrific image appeared, the Mapo Bridge destroyed in a sea of fire and smoke. Then an image of a plane in distress, falling freely through the sky. And finally, the image of a giant, dark monster appearing like a catastrophe, the Black Disaster. Dane thought to himself, Stardust doesn't believe in nonsense conspiracy theories. She's genuinely questioning if I'm actually a villain. Looking at Stardust's suspicious gaze, Dane realized this came from her personal interactions with him. Suspicions had naturally arisen through the previous terror incidents. In other words, it was a hero's intuition. Dane caught himself thinking that if he explained too poorly, Stardust would only become more suspicious. He let out a small chuckle. Stardust remained suspicious, while Dane thought that the only way out was to confront the situation head-on. Dane burst into a mad laugh, saying, "That's right, I knew everything. I knew the monster was coming, so I knocked the bridge down ahead of time." Stardust sat there, completely shocked. The tactic Dane thought of was ego-style secret technique. Dane continued, while Stardust's face darkened. Dane smirked, challenging Stardust. "So, what are you going to do?" He thought to himself that this strategy was basically the "so what" defense, and it felt surprisingly logical. Stardust leaned back, wondering how Dane knew. She asked if he could see the future, to which he simply pointed at himself and said, "Hacking." Dane stood in a dramatic pose, surrounded by glowing red computer code, his eyes shining. He bragged that as the one who manipulates South Korea's networks, knowing some classified info was easy. He thought to himself, prophecy, please, she's so naive. Stardust looked at him, still slightly doubtful, and said, "It's still very strange." Dane kept his cunning smile, his red eyes glowing as he replied, What else is so strange, Miss Stardust?" Stardust looked at Dane with anger, questioning why he would prevent civilian casualties if he were truly such a villain. Dane, looking slightly panicked, explained that he hated having his spotlight stolen. He had timed the monster's appearance and stopped it because if the civilian damage was too great, no one would pay attention to him anymore. It was all just to draw attention to his own theatrical performance. With sweat on his face and his eyes darting, Dane forced a smile and said that as long as things didn't get out of control, he didn't care if civilians lived or died, because it had nothing to do with it. Stardust turned away and said nothing. Silence filled the room. Dane, appearing a bit flustered, tried to emphasize his words, asking Stardust if she understood, while the sound of his own heavy breathing filled the air. Suddenly, while Dane still wore his cunning grin and red glowing eyes, Stardust stood up abruptly, making him instinctively fall back onto his rear. Dane looked straight at Stardust, his eyes turning serious and pensive, wondering what she was about to do. Stardust stared at him for a long time without saying a word, making Dane nervous enough to break into a sweat. Her face was dark with focus, her blue eyes wide. Dane watched Stardust carefully, waiting for her next move. Stardust coldly told Dane to get out of the way as he looked at her blank. Dane glanced at the digital clock on the wall. Only 10 seconds remained on the countdown until the door would open. The moment the clock hit 0, a loud beep sounded and the heavy door slid open, revealing the path ahead. Stardust knelt down, her hands still bandaged, and picked up a stone. Stardust's next action made Dane jump. She crushed the stone into dust in her hand. A faint light glowed from her palm, signaling that her powers had returned. Stepping forward, Stardust commanded, "Let's go." Behind her, Dane tested his own power. Purple mana rose from his hand, controlling the dust from the stone Stardust had just crushed. He replied, "MHN." The two entered a long, dark hallway marked by a glowing green grid. A tense atmosphere filled the air. They passed a damaged information terminal, and Dane stopped to check the data on its flickering screen. The screen displayed info on a creature codenamed Teleporter, noting its A-rank threat level and ability to teleport for surprise attacks. Dane looked surprised, realizing the creature had evolved beyond his expectations. A flash of light made both of them look up instinctively. Their investigation led them to a massive, empty test tube labeled Behemoth Prototype 0. Dane confirmed that this was the containment unit for the Black Disaster that had escaped earlier. Dane then acted cheerful, claiming their work here was done since the lab was empty, seemingly trying to trick Stardust into leaving. But deep down, he was amazed by Stardust. He realized she wasn't fooled by his act. Her instincts told her there was more to find. He thought to himself that her intuition was incredible. Playing the fool, Dane nervously suggested they check a random direction, but Stardust saw right through his flimsy attempt to distract. Completely ignoring his suggestion, she confidently declared they would take a different path, leaving a comically bewildered Dain in her wake. And her instincts were spot on. She led them to another room where they found their true target, a grotesque creature floating inside a massive containment tube. Dain confirmed, this is Behemoth. While the monster remained imprisoned, Stardust immediately got to work, checking a nearby control panel for more information. Suddenly, Stardust turned and walked away from the console. Dain panicked, calling out to her and asking why she was leaving him alone with the dangerous Behemoth. But Stardust was simply reviewing some documents she had found. Dain was confused by her calm demeanor. He had been trying to prove himself as a real villain, but she casually turned her back on him. He humorously thought to himself that his villainous pride had been wounded. A sinister smile appeared on Dain's face. He decided that mere words weren't enough. It was time to show her what a real villain would do. With a loud crash, the containment glass shattered. Stardust spun around in shock as Dain declared that he would personally show her his true face. Dain raised his hand to absorb the monster's power, and a powerful wave of energy radiated from it, sweeping across the entire room. "What the hell are you doing?" Stardust screamed in alarm. As Dain's hideous arm, now encased by Behemoth, emerged, his calm, mocking voice rang out, "What does it look like to you?" He was clearly enjoying the chaos he had created. Dain's face twisted into an evil grin as glowing red energy surrounded his fist. He stated his intention with a cold declaration. "This is a betrayal." Stardust screamed in rage, her voice ringing out with "you," filled with disbelief and anger toward the man she had reluctantly trusted. Dain, gloating as he looked at his hand, recalled the plot of the series, the original story, where there was a scene in which a certain Dr. Kim Seonwoo used Behemoth against her. He was intentionally recreating a past event. "Which means," he said cryptically, implying he would play the villain in this scenario. He stood facing Stardust, ready for battle. "I'll beat you to death," Stardust yelled. She charged forward, unleashing a punch glowing with golden energy, and Dain was not to be outdone, lunging with his reinforced arm. Dain's red and black energy flared up as his arm began to slowly transform. It started to grow larger and longer. Then it lunged toward the attacking Stardust. Their strikes collided, sending shockwaves radiating throughout the space. Stardust was stunned by this massive energy attack. She hadn't expected her strike to be blocked so easily. Dain wore a smug smile, completely in control of the situation. Very quickly, Stardust regained her composure. She threw another punch, but Dain blocked it with ease. The battle erupted into a series of violent collisions. Stardust's golden energy and Dain's dark energy constantly clashed, causing a string of earth-shattering explosions. Stardust bravely charged through the explosions to attack. However, Dain used his teleportation ability to dodge, making it impossible for her to get close. Dain laughed maniacally, taunting her. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Stardust? Are you planning to blow up this whole place? Everything will collapse and crush us both." Then Dain delivered a blow that forced Stardust into a defensive stance, yet still sent her flying downward. Infuriated, Stardust screamed for him to fight fair. Dain, with a mocking face, replied by asking since when did a villain have to fight fair. Stardust's rage reached its peak. She roared and concentrated a massive amount of energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The two powers collided once more, creating a more horrific explosion than ever before, engulfing the entire area in blinding light. "This is what a villain is, Stardust. Get it?" Dain mocked, teaching her a lesson about the nature of evil. Stardust gritted her teeth in anger, but behind her, the shadow of the monster began to loom, ready to join the fray. This caused even Dain, standing opposite her, to be taken aback. The mantis monster, with its long, razor-sharp claws, approached them at the speed of light. While holding his own against Stardust, Dain assessed, "He's too fast." In the midst of the chaotic battle, Dain thought to himself that he couldn't find a good opportunity to teleport with Stardust, as the monster's claw was already very close to her. As the claw neared Stardust's head, Dain resolved, "It's too late." A second later, Dain used teleportation to appear behind Stardust. He pushed Stardust out of the way of the attack and took the full force of it himself. Stardust was completely shocked by this act. Stardust, in a state of panic and unable to believe her eyes, screamed the name of the enemy who had just saved her life. Before Stardust could understand what was happening, Dain's body began to fade in a flash of teleportation light. "What just happened?" she stammered. Taking that attack caused Dain to bleed uncontrollably. In the final moment before disappearing, Dain's thoughts were only of Stardust. "Now, you owe me one," his thoughts concluded as he completely vanished in a flash of light, leaving Stardust alone amidst the ruins. The scene shifted to a modern room where Dain's team members were waiting anxiously. Seoyun was complaining that he always disappeared without a word, never thinking of those waiting at home. Suddenly, Seoyun's expression brightened. "Oh, he's back," she cheered happily. The girl rushed to the door to greet him. "Honestly, I couldn't reach you suddenly. Brother, why are you so late?" her words tinged with a bit of reproach. Seo-yoon's smile froze, replaced by an expression of utter shock and horror. The other two members turned pale as they heard Seo-yoon's blood-curdling scream. They rushed over to see what had happened. Din lay unconscious on the floor in a pool of blood. Seo-yoon knelt beside him, horrified by her brother's condition. A horrific wound was clearly visible on his side, with blood gushing out incessantly. The whole group panicked. Subin stammered about finding a first aid kit or calling 911. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon desperately shook Din, trying to wake him up. Din remained unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked as if he were on the brink of life and death. Amidst the chaos, Haru spoke up, telling the panicked Seo-yoon to step aside. Seo-yoon looked up at the girl, her tearful eyes filled with both despair and hope. Haru's hands began to emit a green light, a source of vibrant healing energy. She placed her glowing hands on Din, focusing the healing energy into his wound. Green energy filled the entire room as the girl poured all her strength into saving Din's life. Back at the collapsing laboratory, Stardust knelt on the ground, gasping for air. She looked at the empty behemoth containment unit and realized Din had lost too much blood. Stardust was completely bewildered, her hands trembling. She asked herself, why did he save me? By this time, Din had regained consciousness and was being spoon-fed by someone. Din awkwardly mumbled, "Miss Subin, please." As it turned out, Din was handcuffed and being force-fed by Subin. Contrary to the image of a cruel villain, the guy was screaming in despair, "Please let me eat by myself. Let me keep my last bit of dignity." Despite Din's weak resistance, Subin successfully fed him a full spoonful. She happily praised him with good, while Din could only helplessly accept his fate. The scene then shifted to when Haru was preparing to leave. Din waved goodbye. Haru turned back, hesitantly apologizing for hiding her powers until now. Her eyes welled up as she thanked Din for allowing her to return to school. Din smiled brightly, clearing the heavy atmosphere. He said that he was the one who should feel grateful and wished Haru a wonderful first day at high school. Everyone, including Seo-yoon, waved goodbye to Haru and Ki-hyun together. The scene was warm and joyful, just like a real family. But as soon as Haru left, the atmosphere changed. Seo-yoon suddenly became angry, her eyes turning bloodshot. The little girl threatened that if her brother dared to go out again, she wouldn't let it slide. Seo-yoon noticed a strange object Din had brought back. It was a ball of black yarn, and the girl found it quite heavy. Din stepped closer with a mysterious smile. He explained it was a tool for acupressure and asked to borrow it to show her. Seo-yoon didn't seem very convinced. Immediately after, Din used his power to pull it toward him and flashed a wicked grin. Instantly, Din whispered, "Awaken, behemoth." The yarn in his hand began to emit a bright red light, filled with dark energy. Subin and Seo-yoon froze, both sensing the terrifying power and not understanding what was happening. A clink sound rang out. The handcuffs tightly locking Din suddenly shattered and fell to the ground. Red energy tentacles rose from Behemoth, wrapping around Subin and Seo-yoon, lifting them into the air amidst their terrified scream. Din sat leisurely eating, mumbling to himself about whether he had done something wrong or just hadn't done it yet. He turned to the two girls hanging upside down and asked, "Are you two going to do it again?" Subin and Seo-yoon could only scream in fear, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." Both of them hurriedly cried out, "We won't, let us down." The scene shifted outside the apartment on a full moon night, ending Din's punishment session. In another room, Stardust was fast asleep. She suddenly woke up with a start, screaming at the top of her lungs. It seemed Stardust had just had a horrific nightmare related to the scene where the monster was about to attack her earlier. She sat huddled on the bed, her whole body shaking with fear, her eyes staring blankly out the window. Fear was still evident on her face as Stardust clutched her chest, trying to calm herself after the nightmare. Din's image appeared in her mind. She whispered with concern, "Egoistic. He'll be okay, won't he?" Time passed, and a month later, the story moved to a large school. This was where Stardust lived under the identity of an ordinary student. In class, the heroine sat with her chin in her hand, her mind so far away that she didn't even notice a friend approaching. A classmate came closer, seeing Ha-yeol looking distracted. She asked worriedly, "Ha-yeol, why have you been so dazed lately? Is something wrong?" Ha-yeol was startled and hurriedly replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Her friend didn't believe her, so she pressed closer and prodded, "What do you mean nothing? Tell your big sister here, come on." Faced with her friend's enthusiasm, Ha-yeol hesitated, her mind filled with complex thoughts. She didn't know where to start. Finally, Ha-yeol decided to ask a hypothetical question, one that had been tormenting her for a month. "Sis, if a villain saves a hero, what does that mean?" Her friend was blank, not understanding why Ha-yeol would ask such a strange question. Ha-yeol stammered embarrassedly, if a villain saves a certain hero." Ha-yeol hurriedly waved her hands, trying to drop the subject. "It's nothing. I guess I've just been getting a bit too into the novel I'm reading lately." Hearing this, her friend excitedly pulled something out of her bag. Her friend enthusiastically bragged that she was also addicted to a similar novel. She spoke while taking out her phone. Her friend held the phone up to Ha-yeol and said, "Ta-da, what do you think?" Ha-yeol looked curiously at the screen. On the screen was the cover of a novel titled The Forbidden Love of the Villain Egoistic and the Heroine Stardust. The cover featured an image of Egoistic romantically embracing Stardust. Ha-yeol was so shocked that she slammed her head down onto the desk the moment she saw it. Lying flat on the floor, Ha-yeol's mind was in a whirl. She couldn't believe her eyes. Concern rose again. Will he be okay? He can't die, right? Seeing Ha-yeol fall, her friend screamed in shock. She tried to reassure her friend that someone as thick-skinned as Egoistic, who had toyed with all of South Korea, was definitely still alive and well somewhere. Even so, Ha-yeol couldn't stop thinking about him. She even wondered when the next terrorist attack would happen, showing how much she missed Egoistic. Meanwhile, in another location, Dane was leisurely peeling an apple and declared, "There will be no terrorism for the time being." Seo-yoon and Subin were sitting in the backyard. Hearing Dane's declaration, Seo-yoon immediately stood up in surprise. Dane lay back on his chair, enjoying the fresh air. He confirmed, "Really, I'm going to rest for a bit before executing the next plan." An annoyed Seo-yoon suggested he should give up entirely, but Dane replied, "I'm not doing it anymore. Someone else will take over." Seo-yoon asked back in surprise. Someone else? Dane had some kind of plan in mind. Dane explained that he couldn't always be the only one in the spotlight. The problem was that currently, he was the strongest. He used the example of how Stardust had easily stopped Behemoth. It proved they needed a stronger assistant for the next challenge. Dane closed his eyes, a plan already formed in his head. He would prepare a new member for Stardust. The scene shifted to a coffee shop. An orange-haired barista cheerfully greeted a customer. Suddenly, a male customer holding a large bouquet of white flowers shouted, I love you, Sehee. Please accept my feelings." The girl named Sehee froze. From another table in the shop, Dane was observing everything. He muttered, "This scene was in the original too, of course." Contrary to her professional smile, Choi Sehee was exploding inside. She hissed through her teeth, "Get lost, sir. I'm already stressed enough, and now there's a clown causing trouble in my sacred workplace." An invisible murderous aura radiated out, sending a chill down the young man's spine. Having been rejected so bluntly, the poor guy could only run away crying. From the corner of the shop, Dane witnessed the whole drama and couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, watching this live is definitely much more fun. His target was right in front of him. After the troublesome guest left, 23-year-old Choi Sehee breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned her forehead against her hand, her face full of exhaustion. Dane remained there, quietly observing his target, Choi Sehee. Choi Sehee rubbed her head, trying to wake herself up. She wondered if she had just dozed off. Dane's train of thought revealed a shocking truth. In the original story, Choi Sehee would later operate under the alias Elektra, a rank A villain. But for now, she was still just an ordinary citizen. This part-time job was just a temporary way for her to suppress the constant destructive urges from within. In short, Choi Sehee was a ticking time bomb, and Dane knew it well as he left the coffee shop, leaving her with mixed emotions. That night, after a tiring day of work, Choi Sehee trudged home through a dark alley. She lamented her pressure-filled life. She stopped, looked around carefully, and asked herself, "There's no one here, right?" Her heart began to race. When she was sure no one was there, she began to release her pent-up energy. Small sparks of electricity began to flicker from her hand. The electric current grew stronger, enveloping her body in a brilliant and powerful blue light. Lightning danced on her fingertips, a sight both beautiful and dangerous. Her earlier tired face was gone, replaced by an expression of excitement and power as she controlled the current. Finally, she could be herself. A satisfied and somewhat manic smile appeared on Choi Sehee's lips. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the darkness. "Beautiful." Choi Sehee was startled, and the electricity on her body became chaotic. Dane emerged from the alley. He stepped out in his familiar villainous attire. Dane made an offer. "I've been looking for someone like you for a long time, Miss Choi Sehee. Do you want to use that power to help me in my terrorist work?" Hearing the word terrorism, Choi Sehee became enraged. Her power flared up violently again. She snarled, "You crazy bastard. Do you think everyone with superpowers is a villain like you?" Din just smirked. He summoned his glowing red behemoth energy, challenging her. "Then attack me. Let's see how strong you are." Not to disappoint her opponent, Choi Sehee concentrated all her power. The blue lightning bolts surrounding her body grew larger, signaling a devastating attack. Immediately, she released a maximum discharge of lightning, firing it straight at Daeun, who stood there arrogant. However, her lightning attack was easily blocked and completely neutralized by Kim Daeun's red energy strands. The two energy streams collided, creating a horrific explosion that tore apart everything around them. Behind the smoke, Kim Daeun still stood there without a scratch. He let out a savage laugh, mocking Choi Sehee asking if her power was only that much. Choi Si-hee gritted her teeth in resentment, but deep down, she felt a strange sense of liberation. This was the first time she could fight with all her might without holding back. Despite her anger, she had to admit this feeling was great. Before leaving, Kim Din made an offer, stating it would remain valid until next week and telling Choi Se-hee to think it over carefully. Choi Se-hee was stunned, and before she could even process what was happening, Kim Din was already preparing to vanish. She hurriedly tried to call him back, but it was too late. Kim Din disappeared before her eyes, leaving Choi Se-hee all alone amidst the ruin. She looked down at her hands, where sparks of electricity were still flickering after the battle. Despite being exhausted and confused, she couldn't deny that the fight just now had been incredibly satisfying. The scene shifts to another location, where Kim Din is back in his everyday appearance, looking utterly miserable and desperate. Lee Subin stands beside him, looking apologetic as she says she's sorry, and suggests that things between them should probably end here. Kim Din turns angrily to Seo-yoon, demanding to know how she could do this to him after everything he's done for her. Seo-yoon responds with a devious smile and an ominous goodbye. As it turns out, the whole thing was just a dramatic act while they were playing Monopoly. Kim Din wails in bitterness over his loss, while Seo-yoon laughs triumphantly. It turns out Kim Din went completely bankrupt in the game, and Seo-yoon won't stop mocking his pathetic state. As the loser, Kim Din is sentenced to the penalty of washing a mountain of dishes for a family of 5 for 3 straight days. While Kim Din sulks off to face his punishment, Seo-yoon reminds him that 3 days have passed since they discussed recruiting a new member. She wonders why he's still just fooling around, but he only gives a dismissive reply. Seo-yoon watches him walk away with a suspicious gaze, unable to figure out what Kim Din is actually plotting. Kim Din puts on his gloves with a smug smile, fully confident that the prey he spent so much time netting has definitely taken the bait. The scene shifts to Choi Se-hee's ordinary life. She is working at a cafe, absent-mindedly taking a customer's order with a hollow expression. The exhaustion is written all over her face, to the point where she accidentally spills coffee while working. It seems as though her mundane daily life is completely draining her of all energy. The kind manager notices Choi Se-hee's fatigue and advises her to step outside for a short break. Se-hee guiltily thanks her and accepts the offer. She sits down heavily on a bench outside, looking worn out. During her break, Choi Se-hee takes out her phone, her hands trembling slightly as she searches for information on someone. She's curious about Egostic, the person everyone keeps talking about. She never imagined he would be such a formidable figure, the most influential villain in South Korea, with his own fan cafe and more fame than most heroes. But what shocks her the most is the data showing that Egostic's terror attacks have never caused a single civilian casualty. Aside from property damage, the casualty count is always 0. This leaves Choi Se-hee wondering if he might actually be a good person. The story then flashes back to introduce her background as an electrokinetic who never truly used her full power until meeting Egostic. The reason for this is that her parents despised people with superpowers and had strictly controlled Se-hee's abilities since she was a child. That suppression was like an overcharged battery. The stress accumulated over time turned into destructive impulses, a unique trait of Se-hee. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Egostic's offer echoes in her mind again, urging her to think carefully. She returns to work, and 4 days have now passed since Din made his offer. She continues to work day after day. The 5th day passes, then the 6th. At this point, she suddenly freezes as a name flashes through her mind: Egostic. Her expression shifts instantly from pleasantry to sheer terror. Finally, it's the 7th day, exactly 1 week since the two of them met. That night, Choi Se-hee stands alone in a dark alley, seemingly waiting for someone. She bows her head with a look of absolute determination, having clearly reached a major decision. Suddenly, hearing a sound, she looks up and calls out happily, "Ego." But it's just a stray cat. Startled, it bristles its fur and lets out a fierce hiss. The cat quickly darts away into the shadow. Choi Se-hee feels embarrassed by her mistake. She clenches her fists and whispers Egostic's name with a mix of frustration and anticipation. Right then, Egostic actually appears behind her and asks if she's finished thinking about his offer. After a moment of silence, Choi Se-hee exhales and answers decisively, "I'll do it." Egostic can't hide his joy. Choi Se-hee grabs his hand, reaffirming once more that she will do whatever he asks. She blushes with excitement and suggests, "Terrorism or whatever, please just let me smash something, hurry." Din breaks into a bit of a sweat at her intensity and stammers, "Ah, yeah, okay." Not making her wait any longer, Egostic immediately teleports, preparing to take her somewhere special. The place they arrive at is the Ego Base, Din's secret hideout. Upon arrival, Choi Se-hee is immediately introduced to the members of Egostic's team. Egostic solemnly declares Choi Se-hee as the newest member of the family, Caught off guard by the welcome, she awkwardly introduces herself. Everyone else introduces themselves happily. Subin stands in the middle and waves, saying, "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Subin," while Haru, in her school uniform, politely follows up with, "Hello, my name is Lee Haru." In contrast to the warm welcome, Seo-yoon looks annoyed and mutters, "Another girl." Seeing this, Dae-in helplessly introduces her. "This kid's name is Seo-yoon." After introducing everyone, Egoistic turns back to Sehi and says, "And as for me," as he slowly begins to remove his mask. He smiles and reveals his true identity. It's Kim Do-in. Choi Sehi is completely petrified. An image flashes in her mind of a familiar young man who used to sit and drink at the cafe where she works. She realizes in shock that Egoistic is the handsome guy who came into her cafe just last week. This sudden revelation sends the whole room into silence. Kim Do-in looks blank, Choi Sehi is mortified, and the other members are left speechless. Overwhelmed by shock and embarrassment, Choi Sehi loses control of her power, and a massive surge of electricity suddenly erupts from her body. The electrical surge is so powerful that it completely blackouts Egoistic's advanced base, plunging everything into darkness. In the dark, the group is in a tizzy. Han Seo-yoon guesses that Sehi's current caused the outage. Lee Subin feels a slight tingling sensation, and Lee Haru is simply in awe of such incredible power. Everyone is stunned when a beam of light shines through. The flashlight hits Choi Sehi directly, forcing her to shield her eyes with her hand. Amidst the confusion, Kaehyun appears at the door holding a flashlight. The boy asks irritably what everyone is doing and demands they turn the lights back on so he can finish his homework. A view of the outside shows that the entire neighborhood has also been plunged into darkness. The scene shifts to Ha-yeol, who is currently reading something on her computer. She has just received a notification that her membership level in Egoistic's fan cafe has been upgraded. She clutches her head and faceplants onto the desk in sheer helplessness. Blushing with shame, she thinks about Icicle's teasing. "Oh look, Ha-yeol got an automatic promotion on Mangistic's fancave. What an elite member." Ha-yeol tells herself she should just go to sleep. She jumps into bed but tosses and turns, unable to stop thinking. She clenches her fist, angry at herself for worrying about Do-in, and wonders, is that guy okay? The image of Do-in flashes in her mind along with his words, "You owe me a favor for earlier." Ha-yeol's gaze softens as she worriedly whispers Egoistic's name. It seems as though an invisible bond has formed between the two. After the chaotic event, a storage door swings open. The group looks at an open box. Choi Sehi feels guilty and apologizes to everyone, but Seo-yoon says it's fine since she was bored anyway. In the midst of this, Kim Do-in suddenly places a hand on Choi Sehi's shoulder. He whispers in her ear, asking her to go somewhere private with him. Choi Sehi is surprised by the sudden request. She quietly follows Kim Do-in as they separate from the group and head into a more secluded area. They walk toward a large, luxurious mansion hidden in the stillness of the night. A hint of anxiety and uncertainty crosses Choi Sehi's face as she continues to follow him. Kim Do-in leads her to a wide courtyard. He turns around, spreads his arms, and says, "All right, no one is here now, it's just the two of us." And she looks at him and asks, "So?" With a provocative smile, he encourages her, "Just do it. Do whatever you want. You want to do it, don't you? Using all of that power." Choi Sehi looks at him with eyes full of determination, seemingly ready for whatever is about to happen. She lets out a shout, and electrical energy begins to surge violently around her. She looks straight at him and says, "So you're dodging everything yourself. Ego, Kim Do-in." Despite being called by his real name, Kim Do-in remains completely calm and unfazed. Instantly, Choi Sehi releases all of her suppressed power, while Do-in slowly activates his own ability, radiating a purple light. Her eyes glow brilliantly, showcasing the incredible strength being unleashed. Facing the massive surge of power, Kim Do-in simply uses his teleportation ability to avoid the attack. He lets out a delighted laugh, appearing very impressed and amused by the strength she is displaying. Choi Sehi's power creates a spectacular sight, a storm of electrical energy swallowing everything around it. After releasing all her energy, Choi Sehi kneels on the shattered ground, gasping for breath. She is completely exhausted. Kim Do-in approaches her. Choi Sehi looks up and asks, "Your terror attacks don't hurt people, do they?" And he casually replies, "Of course, I'm a pacifist after all." She smirks, clearly not believing him. "Nonsense. If you don't hurt people, does that automatically make it non-violent?" Then she abruptly changes the subject and asks how old he is. Kim Do-in holds up his hands to count dramatically. "Let's see, I'm 22. No wait, I'm 23 this year." Choi Sehi puffs out her cheeks in annoyance. "What, we're the same age? Didn't you look me up before coming here? Then why were you talking so formally?" She smiles, holds out a water bottle, and suggests, "Let's drop the honorifics then." Kim Do-in agrees and takes her hand, establishing an agreement. Amidst the ruins caused by her own power, Kim Do-in officially welcomes her to the team. "Welcome to the Ego Squad." Choi Sehi is unimpressed by the name Kim Do-in chose. The ego, squad, what the hell is that? Is your numbing sense really that bad? A month passes and Choi Sehi, now a member of the ego squad, is in a special training session with Kim Do-in. He instructs her while she practices a handstand. That's it. Now imagine wrapping electricity around your feet and firing it into the ground. She tries to follow along, but the unstable current causes her to lose her balance and tumble over. Kim Do-in flinches and dodges to the side as she crashes to the ground right next to him. Just then, Seo-yoon comes out of the house, yawning, and asks, "Owa, what are you two doing so early in the morning?" Kim Do-in explains, special training. She's going to face off against Stardust in the next attack. Meanwhile, Choi Sehi remains sprawled on the ground and asks skeptically, "Hey, are you sure this actually worked?" Kim Do-in starts to feel flustered as well and mutters, "That's strange." But then he suddenly remembers something important. "That's it," he exclaimed. He excitedly explains again, "It's like wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it down, get it? Do you get it?" But Choi Sehi still looks confused. "Around my feet, I'm not so sure." After a moment of surprise, Choi Sehi seems to understand the core of the issue. And she succeeds. The steady current around her feet allows her to hover in the air. Kim Do-in declares with satisfaction, "All right, that's enough for today." Behind him, Seo-yoon cheers in delight. At the end of the session, Seo-yoon happily brings water to Choi Sehi. "Here's your water, sis." Choi Sehi smiles and thanks. She chugs the entire bottle, drenched in sweat after the grueling training session. Noticing Kim Do-in's gaze, Choi Sehi turns and asks, "What are you looking at?" Kim Do-in pinches his nose and says, "Go take a shower fast. You smell like sweat." His words immediately set Choi Sehi off. She screams back angrily, "Of course I'm sweating. I was training. You don't want to see the temper of an S-class talent." She throws the water bottle straight at Kim Do-in's face. Kim Do-in panicked as a thought flashed through his mind. Is Sehi really planning to settle everything with me? In contrast to his panic, Choi Sehi seemed incredibly amused, laughing as she issued a challenge. "Whoa, Tilda, bring it on." Witnessing their bickering, Seo-yoon could only let out a weary sigh. Good grief, I wish they would both just act their age. On the night before the operation, the entire team was deeply focused on a video game. Han Seo-yoon screamed, "Sis, 9 o'clock, go toward 9 o'clock." The atmosphere was incredibly tense and chaotic. One person was yelling to press button A, while another shrieked to fire immediately, leaving Choi Sehi, who was holding the controller, completely bewildered amidst the conflicting instructions. Suddenly, a noise made all three of them look up with expressions of pure terror. The screen went dark as Kim Do-in yelled for them to put the controller down, while Seo-yoon screamed at him to turn the lights back on. Lee Subin walked into the room. She looked at the sight of the three huddling under a dim light to discuss the plan for the next day, nodding that the rowdiness of the gaming session had finally been replaced by a more serious tone. Seeing that the whole team was still awake as dawn approached, she couldn't help but sigh. The terror attack is today, yet everyone stayed up all night. I guess since it's been a while, everyone is just overexcited. At Lee Subin's reminder, the group could only break into a cold sweat while she gently added, "You all have worked very hard." The tension reached its peak when Lee Subin mentioned the name of the current operation, Red D, Red Edition 2. She offered a radiant smile and suggested, "Instead of doing this, how about everyone goes to sleep right now?" A smile that absolutely terrified the other three. Hearing that, the whole group scrambled to their rooms. Choi Sehi awkwardly offered a good night, while Seo-yoon muttered about needing sleep to prepare for tomorrow. Just as Kim Do-in was about to slip away, Lee Subin called him back with a cold expression. "Do-in, you stay." From a distance, Choi Sehi and Seo-yoon whispered to each other, "Sister Subin is truly terrifying when she's angry," while Kim Do-in could only bow deeply in apology. The next morning, an emergency alert was broadcast everywhere regarding a villainous terror attack in Seoul. Notably, all civilians within a 250 m radius had been evacuated with 0 casualties, prompting the question, where is the hero Stardust? Stardust was currently en route to the scene, hurtling down from the sky at a breakneck speed. At the epicenter of the attack, amidst the rubble, Choi Sehi looked up at the approaching Stardust. Clad in her new villain outfit and perched atop a pile of debris, Choi Sehi offered a mocking greeting. "Hello, Stardust," as she introduced her villain alias, Elektra. Stardust landed, staring at Elektra with sharp, guarded eyes. Stardust commanded, "Villain, stop this attack and surrender immediately. If you refuse, I will use force to subdue you," to which Elektra only smirked as sparks began to flicker from her hands. "Surrender." She screamed, "I don't want to," and unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity towards Stardust. Stardust was caught completely off guard by this preemptive strike. With a confident smile and eyes glowing with power, Elektra declared, "My name is Elektra. I came here because of him, specifically to face you." The battle between the two officially commenced. The story flashed back to 1 week before Elektra's attack, where Do-in was sitting in a park with her. When she questioned why they were still training after yesterday's conclusion, Dane explained it was because he hadn't taught her an ultimate move yet. Dane proudly introduced the new technique he had named, the Thunderbolt Punch. Upon hearing it, Elektra thought the name was terrible and mocked Dane's hopeless numbing sense, completely unaware that the person who had originally come up with that name was actually herself. Dane began his instructions, explaining that instead of just discharging electricity outward, she should visualize coiling it into her palm, clenching it tight, and then delivering the blow. Elektra followed suit, focusing her will into her fist and concentrating the electrical energy to its absolute limit. A massive surge of electrical energy erupted from Elektra's hand, creating a horrific explosion. She threw the punch forward. The sheer force of the blow leveled a vast area of ground. Dane watched the result from a distance and asked Elektra how the Thunderbolt Punch felt, to which she could only gasp that it was truly terrifying. For the remaining week leading up to the attack, the two focused entirely on refining this single move. Dane even teased her, telling her to let Stardust have a taste of it, which made Elektra slightly excited as she remarked that he was truly cruel. Dane put on an act, claiming to be a villain carrying his own hidden sorrows, leaving Elektra completely speechless at his behavior. Back in the present, Elektra laughed manically, her entire body enveloped in a powerful current as she wondered aloud if a Ranka hero only possessed this much power. Opposite her, Stardust was struggling to withstand Elektra's tempestuous onslaught. She was being pushed back continuously. Despite this, Stardust maintained her defense, bidding her time for a chance to counterattack. Meanwhile, Dane was lounging in a safe spot, watching the fight through binoculars while munching on popcorn, treating it like a free show. Stardust gritted her teeth in endurance as powerful currents of electricity repeatedly jolted through her body. Stardust realized that to get close to Elektra, she had to endure this horrific level of electrocution. Elektra found it fascinating that Stardust was pushing past her limits. In that case, a massive amount of energy began to gather at Elektra's feet. Elektra screamed, "How about this one?" before slamming her foot down with incredible force. A massive discharge of electricity struck Stardust directly, forcing her to brace herself as the aftershock of the attack obliterated everything around them. Elektra realized that winning was proving easier than she had anticipated, her face lighting up with excitement. From within the shroud of electricity, a pair of legs slowly stepped forward. Stardust emerged with her entire body, radiating a brilliant golden energy. This was her form when utilizing her full power. Elektra watched with a mix of awe and alarm as Stardust slowly approached. As Stardust stood before her enveloped in that powerful energy, Elektra quickly maneuvered away to prevent her from closing the distance. After landing, Elektra began to pant heavily from the extreme exertion. Stardust charged forward, determined to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Looking at Stardust, Elektra couldn't help but think that she was a true monster, wondering if Dane had really been playing around with such an opponent all this time. From afar, Dane also noticed that Stardust was gradually adapting to Elektra's attacks. Another thought occurred to Dane regarding the reason he had put so much effort into boosting Sihee's power. It was specifically to increase Stardust's threshold of endurance. He wanted her to become stronger through these types of battle. Compared to the trials she faced in the original story, this was nothing yet. Elektra refused to give up, struggling to stand and continuing to manifest her power. Stardust spoke up, demanding Elektra surrender so she could be taken into custody without further injury, which left Elektra utterly stunned. Elektra let out an angry scream because Stardust dared to look down on her. Stardust, understanding her opponent's intent, replied that she had brought this on herself. Immediately after, Stardust accelerated, lunging forward with her full strength. Elektra also prepared her ultimate move, the Thunderbolt Punch. The two powers collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion in the middle of the area. The sheer pressure from the clash tore everything apart. Even Dane cried out from a distance, deeply impressed by the power displayed by the two. He immediately used his ability to teleport away. Dane landed on the balcony of a building, far from the site of the attack. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the sheer pressure those two had just generated. He quickly turned on a screen to see how the battle was progressing. A camera protected by Din's power remained hovering at the scene to record the fight. Through the thick clouds of dust, only Stardust could be seen standing there. Her gaze was resolute as she peered forward, never letting her guard down for a second. The ground had been split open into a massive chasm, illustrating the terrifying destructive force of the recent attacks. Elektra, clutching her injured arm, slowly emerged from the smoke. Stardust chose that moment to ask who the person she had referred to as him earlier was. Stardust recalled Elektra, saying she had come to deal with her specifically because of him. Stardust continued her interrogation, asking if there was a mastermind standing behind Elektra. Elektra gritted her teeth, determined not to say a single word. Seeing this, Stardust remarked that fine, she would just extract the information herself. Suddenly, a burst of purple energy appeared as a hand reached out to grab Elektra. In the next instant, Elektra vanished. Stardust's face darkened at the sight of that familiar power, wondering if it could be. Just as her thought trailed off, a familiar voice rang out. "Hello, Miss Stardust." Stardust looked up in astonishment, turning to find the source of the voice. Before her eyes, Dane was hovering in midair holding Elektra in his arms, replying confidently, "Yes, it is indeed me." Dane smirked smugly and said, "It's been quite a while since we've had a chance to meet, hasn't it?" Simultaneously, Dane's Ego Stream channel began broadcasting live. The viewer count skyrocketed instantly as everyone reacted with excitement to his sudden appearance. The audience on the stream was incredibly curious about the beautiful girl Dane was carrying, with rumors flying about their relationship, some even suggesting it was an affair right in front of Stardust. Stardust, still in shock, held her head and asked, "Egostic, you're still alive." Dane acted confused by the question, but then laughed and replied, "Of course I'm still alive, though I'm sure that's not exactly good news for you, haha." Stardust looked at him and whispered, "I see, that's a relief," causing Dane to realize something. Just now. Stardust turned red with a mix of anger and embarrassment, and Dane didn't miss the chance to tease. "Oh my, I didn't realize Stardust was so worried about me. Should I provide a safety check-in next time? Ha ha ha." Elektra asked weakly, "Hey, why were you so late?" And Dane smiled, saying, "Sorry, I needed to observe until the very last second." The image of Dane holding Elektra reflected in Stardust's eyes as she tried to process what was happening. Suddenly, Dane felt a terrifying aura of murderous intent. He looked toward the source in surprise. Stardust appeared with eyes glowing red, her entire body seemingly ablaze, staring at Dane and Elektra with a look of pure resentment. Elektra shrieked in terror, Hey, what's wrong with her? She looks completely bizarre." Dane held Elektra tighter and noted, Let's see. It looks as though she wants to tear the two villains standing right in front of her to shreds." Dane continued his teasing, wondering if this was the hero's wrath, which only made Stardust flush with embarrassment. Stardust finally spoke, asking why he had shown up there, Egostic. Holding the female villain Elektra, Dane wondered if his name had been called, before answering that he had come to save his comrade. Stardust looked down, muttering the words comrade, with a face full of doubt and confusion. Unbothered by her attitude, Dane excitedly announced that he would introduce everyone to his new comrades. Immediately, a giant holographic screen appeared in the air displaying the words, Ego Stream, alongside the silhouettes of his team member. Stardust looked up, completely stunned. Dane proudly declared this to be an alliance, a group of villains who would operate together under the name Ego Stream. Stardust was utterly shocked. The concept of a villainous alliance was unprecedented, leaving her in a state of total bewilderment. Continuing his performance, Dane hovered and asserted that he had comrades just as powerful as Elektra, whom he was currently holding. Resentful at being used as proof of Dane's words, Elektra showed her clear annoyance, while Dane announced that from now on, he would no longer be committing acts of terror alone. Dane issued a warning to Stardust, before correcting himself to say the warning was for all of South Korea, which only made Stardust angry. Then Dane excitedly commanded Elektra, "Go Eleku, 1 million volt discharge," and although she complied by releasing a massive surge of electricity, she couldn't stand the nickname, screaming in rage, "I told you not to call me that." The powerful surge of electricity from Elektra struck downward, sending Stardust flying back a great distance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dane quickly made his escape, not forgetting to mock Stardust by saying she was still far too green to catch. Taunted by her rival and having him escape right before her eyes, Stardust could only let out a scream of helpless rage. To vent her frustration, Stardust slammed a powerful punch into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Standing in the rubble, Stardust felt a sense of filth and humiliation like never before, gritting her teeth as she called out the names of both Elektra and Egostic, carving this grudge deep into her heart. In Stardust's imagination, the reality was quite different. She pictured Dane and Elektra acting intimate, with Dane boasting about his cute comrades, especially Eleku, while Elektra shyly told him to stop. At that thought, the flames of hatred burned brighter in Stardust's heart. She swore that the next time they met, she would definitely destroy Egostic. The scene shifted to a dark alley where Dane had arrived at a secret location, looking at a brick wall and wondering if he was in the right place. Suddenly, Dane focused his strength into his fist and shouted, "Here I come." A powerful punch from Dane struck the wall, causing it to crack and reveal a hidden passageway. Upon entering, Dane landed in a dark corridor, looked around, and noted, "I found the right spot." Dane walked through the ancient corridor lit by blue-flamed candles, a secret path hidden behind a false wall. At the end of the hall, Dane faced a massive black tar door that emitted a brilliant and majestic light. The door slowly opened, and Dain stepped into a completely different space, calling out a greeting as he entered. There sat a woman with enchanting green hair known as the Vine Witch. She sat in the middle of a mystical garden, looking up at the stranger and asking why he had come. Facing the Vine Witch, Din got straight to the point. He had come to ask her to use her magic to seal his item. Din placed 2 journals and a chest on the table. One journal recorded every event that has happened in the world until now, and the other would record everything that happens from this point forward. Vine Witch glanced at the red gemstone Din offered as payment. She appeared satisfied, remarked that it was a beautiful stone, and agreed to fulfill the request. Vine Witch asked about the duration of the seal. Din answered decisively, requesting that both items be sealed until the moment he died. Din's request took Vine Witch slightly by surprise. She closed her eyes, reflecting on this peculiar proposal. After a moment, Vine Witch began the ritual. She raised her hands over the journals, and a brilliant magic circle started to take shape. Din stood silently watching as Vine Witch, surrounded by greenery and magic, performed the intricate incantation. Green and gold magical energy flowed from Vine Witch's hands, enveloping the journals and the chest. The spell was complete, and a glowing magical sigil appeared on the books. Vine Witch announced that from now on, no one would be able to peek inside except for its master. Din thanked her politely. With the transaction finished, Din turned to leave. Vine Witch watched him go quietly, the smoke from her pipe swirling in the air. As Din neared the exit, Vine Witch called out a warning, stating that the path he was choosing was an incredibly difficult one. Din paused. Din didn't turn around, he just remained silent for a moment, and then let out a soft smile. He replied that it was simply the path someone had to take. Din appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise building, surrounded by flows of purple energy, amidst the city's brilliant sunset. He looked down at the vast city and reflected. This was also the place where he decided his purpose for living in this world. On a large billboard, an image of the hero Stardust appeared, and it seemed all of Din's thoughts were directed toward her. Din stretched and told himself that from now on, truly amazing things were going to happen. In a vulnerable and emotional moment, Din shouted desperately, pleading for Stardust to trust in him and him alone. Din's dramatic moment was interrupted by a phone call. Seo-yoon yelled through the phone, urging him to get home for dinner because everyone was waiting. Rudely pulled back to reality, Din calmly replied into the phone that he would be right there. Seo-yoon, on the other end, angrily ordered him to be there in 3 seconds. After the call, Din regained his usual calm and confident demeanor. He smiled slightly as he looked toward the sunset. He declared that now was the time for the final event of Phase 1. At the same time, on a South Korean highway, a truck was traveling normally, completely unaware of the disaster about to strike. In a secret control room, a group of scientists was at work. An older man, appearing to be the leader, declared that the final hour had arrived. Instantly, the highway surface was violently breached from below, creating a massive explosion. From beneath the ground, a giant yellow mechanical part emerged, signaling the arrival of a new threat. The giant machine fully rose from the earth. It was a massive yellow combat robot. It caused horrific destruction on the highway, leaving drivers screaming in desperate panic. The elderly man leading the new villain group smiled wickedly. He spoke up, calling upon his comrades and declaring that the nation of South Korea had oppressed them. The robot began attacking the city, causing massive explosions in the distance. Amidst the chaos, the man's voice rang out, declaring that it was time to destroy everything. Back to a normal day in a university classroom, where students were whispering and gossiping during the session. One male student was watching a video of the villain Elektra and couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. He turned to ask his friend if Elektra was in a romantic relationship with the criminal Egoistic. Hearing this, Stardust flinched slightly and started eavesdropping. The other friend continued speculating that Elektra was Egoistic's comrade in arms. Hearing that, Stardust let out a small sigh of relief and allowed a faint smile. The discussion continued. The student argued that the closeness between Egoistic and Elektra on camera proved they had feelings for each other. Furthermore, he claimed nobody carries a female friend princess style, to which the brown-haired friend teased, "Is this the logic of a guy who's been single forever?" It's precisely because they have no relationship that they dare to hug on camera. If it were someone you truly liked, you'd never dare, he said. Stardust heard every word of this. The friend agreed and told him to keep talking. The student continued his analysis, claiming Egoistic's attitude has only ever been one way and has never changed. Their next words made Stardust jump. Egoistic only has eyes for Stardust, that's how it is. The other friend replied, "Man, that's probably why Stardust looks so pitiful. I almost cried watching the live stream. From her perspective, Egoistic is just one of many villains, but still, you have to pay attention." Witnessing Egoistic embracing another woman right in front of her, who could stand that? The other friend concluded that his buddy had fallen way too deep into his own delusions. Suddenly, a blue-haired student spoke up, saying that he personally enthusiastically supported the Egoelect couple, because they seemed more like kindred spirits. This comment was the last straw. Stardust was so angry she snapped the pen in her hand, radiating a palpable aura of killing intent. The blue-haired student seemed to realize he had overstepped. Meanwhile, the student in the front row whispered to his friend that the blonde girl seemed to be a hardcore fan of the egoistic Stardust ship. The teacher entered the room, announcing the start of the lesson. Birds flew outside the window, signaling a day just like any other. But the peace was quickly shattered as Stardust suddenly stood up with a look of shock. An emergency alert appeared on her phone's screen. Without a second's hesitation, Stardust rushed out of the classroom. The notification stated that an unidentified giant weapon was heading north from the southeast suburbs of Seoul and ordered the entire team to deploy immediately. She quickly moved to the headquarters of the South Korean Meta-Human Association. Having just arrived, Stardust was gasping for air, already changed into her hero costume. Before her was a horrific sight. A giant robot was laying waste to the city. The robot continued to advance, sowing chaos and destroying everything in its path. It raised a massive mechanical leg, preparing to crush a car that was blocking its way. Ironically, inside that car, a family was in a state of sheer panic and terror. At the critical split second, Stardust's power exploded, and she charged in like a bolt of lightning to rescue them. After pushing the car out of the danger zone, she turned back to confirm the situation. Receiving gratitude and enthusiastic cheers from her classmates, Stardust felt reinvigorated. She concentrated her energy, her eyes full of resolve, and soared into the air to face the giant robot head-on. A voice rang out, mockingly calling Stardust a pawn of the government and the association as she charged the robot. Meanwhile, in another location, the chairman of the Hanun Group, the creator of the robot, watched the battle with a sinister grin, wondering if Stardust was strong enough to defeat the final legacy of his corporation. Stardust unleashed a powerful energy, strike directly at the enemy. However, her attack didn't seem to leave a scratch on the robot. It countered the attack, blasting Stardust backward. Stardust was shocked by the robot's durability and its overwhelming pressure. A single blow was able to send her flying into the cliffside. Not staying stunned for long, Stardust immediately gathered her momentum and took flight again. Stardust charged forward at the speed of light, her eyes full of determination. Suddenly, a cry of "Professor" came from inside the robot. Stardust was confused. She didn't understand what was happening. Inside the robot, the professor's bewildered voice rang out. "What could it be that you are?" Immediately followed by Din's command, "Electra, move out." Inside, a burst of electricity flashed, followed by agonized screams. Suddenly, the robot stopped. Another voice chimed in. "Agu, step aside, move over." The voice called out, "Can you hear me, Miss Stardust?" Stardust froze as she recognized the familiar voice and yelled, "Egoistic." Din confirmed it was him. Inside the cockpit, the professor's team had been completely neutralized. Din's voice continued, "Our friends at the Hanun Group built this truly wonderful giant machine." Egoistic appeared on the main screen, explaining that it would be quite a shame if a real villain like himself didn't put it to use. In the control room, Electra frowned in disapproval. "Every time he overacts, he really looks like a madman." Seo Yoon, seemingly too used to this, replied calmly, "You'll get used to it soon." Din continued his performance, provoking Stardust by saying he would use this beautiful toy to level the city, and challenged her to stop. Contrary to Din's expectations, Stardust didn't flinch. Instead, she burst into a confident laugh. With burning eyes and a challenging smile, Stardust declared that she would definitely stop his destruction, and that Egoistic would pay the price. With that, she charged straight at the robot with terrifying speed, determined to end this battle. Back at the base, Seo Yoon reported that the machine's power adjustment was complete. Egoistic only smiled. Din placed his hand on the controls, thinking, "Ha Yul today, let's try unleashing your power for real." Din appeared extremely excited. He shouted, "Here we go," and pulled the lever down decisively. The robot, under Din's control, lifted its arm back and struck out directly at Stardust. The blow was delivered with immense force, colliding directly with Stardust, causing her to reel back from the impact as she was repelled. From his control cabin, Egoistic laughed loudly and mocked Stardust, asking if she truly thought she could stop the giant weapon octopus with just that bit of strength. Egoistic ordered Seo Yoon to increase the machine's speed even further. Hearing that, Stardust also decided to go all out for this fight. The robot lunged with dizzying speed, its mechanical arms turning into sharp drills, attacking Stardust frantically. Even so, with her agile body, Stardust managed to dodge the incoming attacks. Her speed grew more stable, and she began to keep up with the robot's strikes. Seeing her like this, Din asked Seo Yoon to gradually increase the speed even more. This time, Stardust had nearly reached the robot's maximum speed. She moved with dizzying velocity, skillfully evading the giant robot's attacks. Witnessing Stardust's performance, Din couldn't hide his excitement. He cheered, "That's it, that's how it should be." He thought happily that today he could finally return home safely, no longer forced to suffer a tragic end like in the past. Meanwhile, at a government building, a man reported that everything was ready. In front of him was a box containing an emergency red button. This man was the president of South Korea. He stood before an incredibly difficult decision. With a firm expression, he declared that to destroy that giant weapon, they had only one option left. Without a moment's hesitation, the president pressed the red button. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the control room, signaling an emergency situation. At the same time, in Egostic's control room, he was frantically calling for Seo-yoon, while the girl was typing furiously. On the main screen, the words "max speed error" appeared in red. Stardust was now moving so fast it looked like she was teleporting, easily dodging every one of the robot's attacks. She shot a triumphant smile toward Dylan. A massive explosion occurred. Fire and black smoke billowed from a building in the city, signaling a fierce terrorist attack. In the control room where Daein and his familiar crew were directing, he ordered Han Seo-yoon to increase the robot's power by one more level. In contrast to the panic of the other two members, Seo-yoon happily complied. Instantly, a massive surge of energy was fired, creating a horrific explosion with immense destructive force. Stardust immediately confronted it, directly, without flinching. Amidst the chaos, the hero Stardust still smiled confidently, seemingly getting used to this power. Din silently encouraged her, "You can do it, Stardust." With a determined shout, Stardust plunged into the fray, her body radiating a brilliant light. She quickly closed in and delivered a powerful strike to the robot, causing a massive explosion. The impact from Stardust's attack caused Daeun's control room to shake violently, making Elektra and Subin scream in panic. While Seo-yoon was also startled, Daeun appeared resolute. He roared that there was no chance for Stardust. Having said that, Daeun slammed his foot onto the control pedal, deciding to engage Stardust personally. The giant robot under Daeun's control began to move with significantly more flexibility and agility, darting around rapidly. Daeun appeared extremely excited. He bragged about his arcade gaming skills and said it was time to show off. He controlled the robot to launch a tricky attack towards Stardust, shouting her name. Facing the attack, Stardust smiled again. She realized that her strength was gradually becoming even greater. The more she fought, the more clearly Stardust felt the surge of energy within her. This was Daeun's exact goal. Instead of being afraid, Stardust appeared extremely exhilarated. She challenged Daeun, wanting him to launch even more attacks. Buffed with power, Stardust charged straight at the robot with terrifying speed, her body like a fireball. She easily landed on the arm of the giant robot, demonstrating the difference in speed and agility. Stardust performed a beautiful mid-air somersault, completely mastering the situation. She confidently declared that she had become accustomed to the robot's movements. With a sharp gaze, Stardust ordered Daeun to stay still and await her finishing blow. Suddenly, Stardust's eyes flashed with surprise, as a surprise attack from the robot struck Stardust directly, causing her to lose her balance and fly straight toward the ground. From the control room, Daeun burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. He mocked Stardust's confidence, dismissing it as mere delusion because everything was still proceeding exactly according to his plan. Hit by the sudden attack, she gritted her teeth in endurance, growling that Egostic's rambling was driving her insane, and then her entire body began to radiate a violent power. Daeun explained that the performance of this Octopass robot was designed to reach its maximum potential when facing a single opponent. He had prepared this robot specifically for Stardust, and at that exact moment, Stardust lunged forward with the speed of an arrow. Unflinching, Stardust glowed brightly as she charged straight ahead and unleashed a powerful punch into the robot. The blow caused one of the robot's legs to explode. Stardust's attack dealt significant damage. A red warning appeared on Daeun's control screen, indicating that a component of the robot had been compromised. Seo-yoon screamed in panic, asking Daeun what he was doing, while the shock reflecting back from the robot caught even Daeun by surprise. However, Daeun quickly regained his confidence, remarking that this was exactly the kind of sensation Stardust should be feeling, and now he would also begin to fight in earnest. With that, Daeun shouted, ordering the Octopass to increase its output to maximum level. Strangely, Stardust just stood silently atop the robot's head, seemingly waiting for something. Stardust's silence confused Daeun. He wondered about it, and then shouted the order to increase power once more, but his team members only looked at each other in silence. Seo-yoon let out a sigh and tapped at her keyboard, reluctantly executing Daeun's crazy command. The robot began to transform, its parts shifting and reassembling as it prepared for a new combat form. Stardust frowned, sensing the change, as Daeun mockingly asked if she could adapt to this new speed. The robot began to move. It closed the distance and attacked Stardust, and this time, she was unable to dodge as easily as before. Stardust was sent flying, the robot's strength and speed having surpassed her prediction. She landed on the ground, panting heavily. Clearly, Stardust was struggling against the Octopus's new form. The battle was being broadcast live, and the audience was reaching a fever pitch. They commented on the high-level fight and hoped Stardust would be promoted to rank S, while Dane continued to push Stardust even further. The robot moved erratically, as Dane seemed to be having trouble controlling it at full power. Seo-yoon yelled for him to focus. Stardust looked at the robot and found one more reason to take it down. It was because of Egostic's girls. Stardust clenched her fists, realizing an ironic truth. If Egostic hadn't been here, constantly pushing her to her limits, then defeating this giant robot would likely have been impossible. It was thanks to him that her true power was being unleashed. With a new sense of determination, Stardust declared that they could do it now. She lunged forward, ready for a decisive strike. Her overwhelming power slammed directly into the robot. In the control room, Dane gritted his teeth against the strain. The previous attack had put immense pressure on everyone. Elektra was amazed that Stardust seemed even stronger than before, while Seo-yoon worriedly announced that the robot's power could only be maintained for 10 more minutes. Ignoring the warning, Dane laughed and said he would stubbornly enjoy this battle until the very last second. His recklessness infuriated Elektra. Elektra screamed at Dane in anger, calling him a lunatic and warning that the robot was going to blow up. Yet Dane remained ecstatic, urging Han Seo-yoon to keep going, while Subin groaned that the violent shaking was making her motion sick. On Stardust's side, after regaining her balance, she landed firmly on one of the robot's arms, ready for the next wave of attacks. She mustered her strength, unleashing a flurry of consecutive punches into the robot's torso, each strike carrying destructive energy. Stardust's gaze sharpened as she identified the location of the cockpit where Dane was positioned, shouting, "Over there, he's in there." Just as Stardust was about to attack, an urgent voice rang through her earpiece, ordering her to leave the area immediately. Stardust froze, not understanding what was happening. Instinctively, she jumped back to put distance between herself and the robot, asking why such an abrupt order had been given. And then horrific news was revealed. The president had ordered a small nuclear missile to be fired at the robot's location, leaving Stardust completely shocked. Her commander at the control center confirmed the information. He looked at the screen showing a red dot hurtling toward them and warned Stardust that she would die if caught in the blast, a crazy decision she could hardly believe. Stardust questioned the order in a rage, arguing that she could take down the robot herself and that launching a missile would endanger civilians. The commander explained it was a political move, as the president didn't want to be criticized for doing nothing. Stardust continued to argue against the recklessness of the action, but the commander cut her off, shouting for her not to talk back and to leave immediately. While Stardust was still reeling, Dane, who was completely unaware of the approaching danger, mocked her. He asked how long she planned to space out and said his fist was itching for action. Stardust looked toward the robot and realized Dane had stopped attacking and was waiting for her, a strangely thoughtful act for a villain. She knew he had no idea about the missile, and a major decision began to take shape in her mind. Stardust whispered an apology and then decisively tore off her communication earpiece, cutting off all orders from her superiors. At the command center, everyone screamed her name in shock. Instead of retreating, Stardust soared into the sky, heading directly toward the greater threat. At the association headquarters, staff panicked when they saw Stardust had discarded her communicator, but her manager remained calm, believing that, as always, Stardust would find the answer. With absolute faith in the heroine, he sat casually eating popcorn and said they should just wait and see, despite his subordinates' extreme anxiety. Dane saw Stardust flying away and misunderstood. He shouted, asking where she was going, thinking she was running away in disappointment. But Stardust paid him no mind. As she flew higher, her thoughts were focused solely on Dane. He was a rank terrorist, and the state had every reason to eliminate him, but for some reason, Stardust realized she didn't hate him at all. A slight smile touched her lips as she made her choice. This time, she would save him, and Stardust flew toward the missile. Stardust soared straight into the sky, quickly pinpointing the target she needed to reach. It was the small-scale nuclear missile that the government had launched. In that moment, Dane's image flashed through her mind. Without any more hesitation, she dove headfirst into the small-scale missile. The impact brought a surge of pain, causing Stardust to grit her teeth in endurance. This scene was witnessed by Dane and his team inside the robot, leaving them speechless as they buzzed with questions. Something is coming from over there. What the hell is that, and where is Stardust? Wait, isn't that a missile? Dane stood there dazed, unable to believe his eyes. Stardust, why? High in the air, the desperate struggle reached its climax. Stardust let out a mighty shout to summon her strength. Just as the energy at the missile's thruster began to fade, she quickly grabbed the warhead, forcing it to change course and dragging it away in another direction. Meanwhile, inside the robot, Dan was so frantic he began to yell. Seo-yoon, have you figured out what that thing is yet? Han Seo-yoon shouted back while breaking into a sweat. I'm looking, stop rushing me. A second later, the screen switched to a view inside the National Assembly. I report, I've found it. It was launched from the presidential Blue House. There's no time for the disarm code. It's going to explode in 10 seconds. Dane gasped in disbelief. What? 9 seconds remaining. The old president offered a satisfied smile. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Stardust clutched the missile as she moved it toward another location. 6, 5, 4. Icicle was still out shopping with her guard. 3 seconds, Dun stared blankly at the screen showing Stardust. 2 seconds, Stardust successfully diverted the missile's direction upward. 1 second, she used every ounce of her strength to hurl it deep into the sky. The moment the timer hit 0, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The sky was dyed a brilliant, fiery red, leaving students staring out their windows in bewilderment. The sight caused Old Man Park to stop mid-bite while eating his snack. The smile on the South Korean president's face froze. Han Seo-yoon stammered. It exploded. Elektra stood up abruptly, wondering, where is that Stardust of hers? Den rushed forward, screaming. While on the other side, Stardust has lost consciousness and is in a free fall. Instantly, a hand reached out to catch her. He held her in his arms, unable to understand what it had all been for. Suddenly, Stardust weakly opened her eyes. Before she could utter a word, he began to interrogate. Who told you to stop that missile? What if you had died? She didn't answer, simply closing her eyes instead. Seeing this, Dun felt a pang of heartache. She had unleashed such terrifying power, and now her body was so frail. She looks like she's going to be mad at me, he thought. As he was worrying, Stardust opened her eyes again. Her gaze left him feeling confused. Why are you looking at me like that? You're currently being held in the arms of a villain, you know. Realizing this, he began to play his part. I thought you were only good at running away. To think you'd be so quick to distract me, blocking a missile. It looked like you were aiming for something specific back there. As he spoke, he realized to himself that massive weapon was on the verge of exploding. If that missile had landed, it would have been beyond salvation. If she hadn't recognized it in time and rushed to stop it, both he and her would have been destroyed together at the final moment. So why on earth did you stop that missile? As if sensing his thoughts, Stardust whispered, I just felt like doing it. Besides, with this, consider that debt repaid. Stardust managed one last weak smile before drifting off in his arm. Egoistic stared at her, dazed and confused. What did that smile mean? Is it possible she realized it, that I'm not actually a villain? He gently laid her down, only feeling relieved after checking her over. Luckily, it seemed her life wasn't in danger. She was always incredibly tough, after all. Suddenly, someone called out through his earpiece, and Egoistic pressed it. Seo-yoon. On the other end, Seo-yoon reported, Brother, I checked. It was launched directly by the president. He had already guessed as much and simply nodded in silence. It really is an unpredictable world. Clearly, the whole world had seen Stardust blocking the missile. Even now, people still won't be able to understand the connection between us. This situation can't go on any longer. With that thought, he made a decision. Seo-yoon, start the broadcast. On the other end, Seo-yoon cracked her knuckles. I've been waiting for those words. Instantly, Egoistic's broadcast went live. Hello everyone, I am Egoistic. Immediately, 67,000 people joined and comments began flying. Whoa, he's actually live. Why go live at a time like this? That battle got my heart racing. Where did the feed go? Where are you? I was watching the part where Stardust flew up when you cut the feed. What happened? Why are you outside? Where is Stardust? Why did Stardust's blonde hair get darker earlier? I'm dying of curiosity. He spoke calmly to the camera. Where did Stardust go? You're all very curious, aren't you? The scene immediately cut to the unconscious Stardust. The viewers erupted. What? Did Stardust lose? Egoistic has gone too far. Oh my god, this is insane. He immediately fired back. I am not the one who put her in this state. The Blue House claimed they would catch me. They launched a nuclear missile at Seoul. It was the president of South Korea himself, just to erase a villain like me. To catch me, they were willing to discard every citizen in Seoul. Instantly, a relentless flood of comments poured in. The president of South Korea gasped in pure disbelief. A barrage of bullets began to rain down on the building, projecting his live stream. Following the incident, countless news outlets began reporting. Since the inauguration of the new government, we are facing the worst crisis in history, amidst the rising calls for the president's impeachment. Another news report was being broadcast. At the International Hero Association Alliance, foreign media reports that they are discussing promoting Stardust to rank S. Meanwhile, Icicle was relaxing in her office. Hearing the news, Egoistic remarked, Our Haru is really moving up. The next report followed. It is rumored that the villain Egoistic is also being considered for a rank S promotion. Unlike Stardust, whose discussion has just begun, Egoistic's case has been under deliberation for several months. Association officials say an official announcement may come by the end of this month. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, "Miss Siala, I'm coming in." Seeing this, she took the remote and turned off the TV, answering, "Come in." She sat there calmly, gently petting her pet. She was the heiress of the Meteor Group, the rank a hero icicle. Her secretary entered to report, "I have successfully bribed the presidential candidates for the next term. They have pledged to follow the orders of the Meteor Group." She nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. And the other matters," the secretary replied. "The chairman has declared he will delegate full authority to you, Miss Siala." Siala offered a calculating smile. Finally. Then she returned to her normal demeanor. "You may leave now." The secretary bowed and turned to go. The room suddenly became unnervingly quiet. Then Siala let out an amused smile. "Thank you, Egoistic, for giving me the opportunity to swallow South Korea whole. I'll make good use of it." The scene shifted back to Daeun's villa. He spoke up frantically. "Guys, we've got a big problem." His words caught everyone's attention. He continued in a worried voice, "I think Stardust is starting to suspect me." Seo Yoon wondered, "Suspect you of what?" He replied, "She thinks I'm not actually a villain." Sehi gave him a skeptical look and blurted out, "Are you stupid?" Seo Yoon continued, "That's not it, is it? Do you still think you actually act like a villain even now?" Sehi thought to herself while eating, "He really is a total nutcase." Attacked by the girls on all sides, he cried out in shock, What's wrong with me? I commit terrorism whenever I feel like it. The number of hostages I've taken lately is too many to count." Haru cut him off, "But you let all of them go." Hearing this, he stammered, I also kidnap people and I've killed plenty of villains." Sehi pouted, "You're the one who called them villains." Seo Yoon added, "Thanks a lot, rank a hero ghost." He continued to explain, "In any case, I've worked very hard at this life, both as a villain and as an individual." This left Sehi wondering, what the hell does your hard work have to do with anything? You really do have a screw loose. She continued, "All this time you've been trying to look like a villain." Daeun yelled, "Well, obviously." Hearing that only made Sehi's blood boil more as she barked. "The moment you tried to look like a villain was your first mistake. Honestly, anyone could see through it at a glance. It's unmistakable." She continued to interrogate him. "Why do you think I agreed to join you? Just look at last time. If you had let that giant machine crash into Seoul, what would have happened to you? If it had attacked with full power from the start, do you think little Stardust could have blocked it?" Seo Yoon shook her head and added, "No way, not a chance in hell." Lee Subin, who was peeling apples, wondered, but Daeun blocked it for her. He even adjusted his firepower while fighting. Seo Yoon mocked. If she didn't realize it, she'd be a total idiot. He was speechless but still tried to explain, "Just because of that one little thing. Maybe you guys don't realize, but Stardust is the embodiment of justice. It's impossible for her to suspect a brutal, inhumane rank S terrorist like me based on just a few situational clues." Sehi narrowed her eyes. "So what? Embodiment of justice, my foot. Do you think Stardust is stupid? No matter how you look at it, you are not a villain." These words hit Daeun like a punch to the face, leaving him stunned. She then turned to Seo Yoon. "I'm right, aren't I?" Seo Yoon agreed. "Of course, someone had to say it. It's a total relief." He thought to himself, if she knows that my evil acts aren't because I'm a madman, but are actually to protect her in the world. If Stardust truly knows that, she won't be able to give her all when fighting me. If that happens, she won't be able to grow, and in that state, there's no way to stop the apocalypse. He clenched his fist and yelled, "That can't happen." His loud outburst made little Seo Yoon jump. He then put on a face of absolute confidence. "That's right. Stardust needs someone to constantly remind her that I'm a truly wicked person." Having finished his thought, he immediately sped off, calling out, "You guys stay here, I'm going to Busan." Scene shifts to Shin Ha-yeol. She was currently standing in front of a high-rise building. She was taking great interest in her surrounding. As soon as she entered, a receptionist came forward and bowed. "Welcome, are you Miss Shin Ha-yeol?" She nodded gently and replied, "Yes, I am." The receptionist moved to take her backpack. "I'll bring your luggage up to your room, miss," she happily replied. "Thank you." She felt anxious and thought to herself, this might even be better. A gentle voice whispered her name in her ear, Shin Ha-yeol. Recognizing that familiar voice, she turned around joyfully and exclaimed, "Siala." The two then shared an affectionate hug. "Siala, look at you mocking me. Look at you, you've gotten even prettier," she replied shyly. "So have you. Honestly, how does that even happen?" "Siala, I have a suggestion. We have to have a great time today." She took Shin Ha-yeol's hand and offered a congratulatory remark. "Congratulations on the birth of South Korea's first-rank S heroine." Afterward, the two headed to Siala's villa. Looking out from the balcony, Shin Ha-yeol let out a small cry of excitement. "The view in front of me is incredible." Siala stepped up from behind and smiled. "Great, isn't it?" Shin Ha-yeol nodded in agreement. Siala pointed inside and offered an invitation. "Come in." In the dining room, chefs were setting out countless delicious dishes. Shin Ha-yeol's eyes were drawn to a specific dish, and she blurted out, mango shaved ice." She immediately put a piece of mango in her mouth. chewing with delight. From across the table, Siala teased, "Do you really love mango that much? That's so cute." She then wondered, "Speaking of mangoes, it reminds me of Egostic, doesn't it?" Hearing that familiar name gave Shin Ha-yul a bit of a start. Siala continued, "Actually, I want a specialized villain of my own just like yours. All the ones around here are so weak. How am I ever supposed to reach rank S at this rate? So, maybe I should take this opportunity to move to Seoul permanently. I want to try facing off against Egostic once for myself." Immediately, Ha-yul spoke up to stop her. "You can't." She began to explain hurriedly. Oh no, you know how obsessed he is with me. He was the one who called me out, so if someone else suddenly showed up demanding to fight him, there's no telling what kind of impulsive stunt he'd pull. Like that terror attack at the Seoul Bridge, remember? That guy causes uncontrollable chaos every once in a while." Siala considered it and realized she had a point. He really doesn't have any reason to call me out either. Shinharu continued, "That's part of it. But more importantly, if you leave, then who's going to protect Busan?" Suddenly, Siala's watch vibrated, flashing a bright red alert. She froze, a thought racing through her mind. Someone just touched the desk in my office. She stood up immediately, turning to leave. "Haru, I just got an emergency contact and need to swing by the office. You keep playing, okay?" Haru replied. "Sure, go ahead." Siala felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. What on earth is happening? In an instant, she arrived at the company. She surveyed her office, feeling a bit puzzled. It's just a system error. Why did? Suddenly, her little cat let out a sharp meow, making her jump. Then, a familiar voice echoed through the room. It wasn't an error. Looking at the figure who had appeared before her, Siala gasped in shock. "You're that person," the intruder continued. "I triggered the security program myself. It was the only way to get a meeting with you." "Hello, Ms. Lee Siala. I am Egostic." Siala narrowed her eyes and asked bluntly if Egostic had crawled all the way here just to turn himself in. The question made him burst into laughter, as if something that crazy could ever happen. Egostic leaned in close to her face, stating he came because he was interested in her true colors, the person actually pulling the strings behind the Yuseong group. Siala shot back sarcastically, saying she thought the villain who was so busy babysitting Stardust had finally decided to go rot in a prison cell. Their combined laughter echoed throughout the massive office. Even the white cat lying nearby just let out a long yawn, completely indifferent to the high-stakes conversation. Egostic silently noted that Siala truly was the mastermind from the original story. She wasn't going to be simple to handle at all. Meanwhile, she was wondering what kind of scheme this mysterious man was actually plotting. Egostic suddenly proposed a partnership, leaving Siala completely stunned. He sat back casually with his legs crossed, directly inviting her to join his side. A partnership, his smirk was visible beneath his mask, radiating a sense of cold calculation. At that same moment, in another location, Shinharu felt a sudden shiver run down her spine while she was eating, like an ill omen. Stardust looked around blankly, unable to understand where that sudden sense of unease had come from. Back in the office, the atmosphere between the two ambitious individuals turned thick and heavy. On the large monitor, an image of Icicle appeared, smiling and waving to the public like a true hero of justice. Siala sat back with her arms crossed, maintaining the cold, stoic expression of a professional hero. But Egostic asserted that her hero persona was nothing more than a mask to hide her ambition to rule the country. He smirked, declaring that he would be the one to help her reach that goal. Siala slammed her hand on the desk and stood up abruptly, snapping that his words were nothing but baseless speculation. A wave of freezing air radiated from her as she threatened to punish him right then and there if he dared to speak any more nonsense. In response to her fury, Egostic simply and quietly placed a USB drive on the desk. He turned to walk away, mentioning how she was secretly pulling strings with the new government. He told her to consider this a small token of his good faith for their new relationship. Then he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a promise to return in a week's time. Siala collapsed against the desk, her hands trembling from the sheer pressure he had exerted. She gasped for air, feeling as though her heart had stopped beating for a moment. Her gaze remained fixed on the spot where Egostic had disappeared, her mind a complete whirlwind. The tiny USB drive sat there, silent and still on the polished surface of the desk. The name Egostic now haunted her thoughts more than ever before. He was a villain who held massive influence over both South Korean politics and culture. His power didn't lie in violence, but in the way he manipulated public opinion and the media. Siala realized Egostic was more of an anti-hero, and the man had managed to grasp her deepest ambitions. Looking at the USB in front of her, she knew she never really had the choice to refuse. Siala decided to plug the USB into her computer to check what was inside. A folder appeared with a shocking title, Essential Information for Siala to Take Over South Korea. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process what she was seeing. Inside was a massive array of incredibly detailed and valuable data files. A smile slowly spread across Siala's lips. She realized she could succeed much sooner than she had planned. Ambition surged within her, and she laughed aloud as she envisioned a future where the entire country would soon be at her feet. A week later, Dunn appeared at Busan Station in his everyday clothes, carrying a suitcase. He returned to Siala's office, building exactly as promised. Egoistic sat casually stroking the cat, then turned to ask Siala if she was satisfied with his gift. Siala told him she wouldn't question the source of that information anymore. Egoistic asked what her answer was regarding his offer of a partnership. She nodded, admitting there was no reason to refuse such a lucrative deal, which left him quite satisfied. Holding the stack of documents, Siala noticed that this guy was starting to drop the usual social formality. Egoistic sat back comfortably while petting the cat, saying that since they were allies now, she should relax a bit. He urged her to quickly check the terms of the contract he had just handed her. Egoistic suddenly froze when he read a line that said, "Must meet at least once every week." Siala calmly explained that since they were on the same team, meeting frequently was only natural. He broke into a cold sweat upon seeing her demand that he travel all the way down to Busan once a week. The two began a tense negotiation over the meeting schedule, dropping from once a month to every 10 days before finally settling on every 2 weeks. In the end, Siala finalized the once every 2 weeks agreement with a mysterious smile. She suddenly shifted the focus, asking why he seemed so obsessed with Haru. Siala realized that all of his villainous activities seemed to be designed solely to help Shin Haru level up fast. Dane thought to himself that this woman was incredibly sharp, while she admitted she was starting to feel a bit jealous. She noted that every time he caused trouble, Haru's reputation skyrocketed, so she wanted to ask him for a favor as well. Siala made a bizarre request. She wanted him to terrorize her in the same way he had done with Haru. Egoistic stood frozen for several seconds, unable to believe his ears after hearing that request. A sharp sound rang out, shattering the silence between them. Siala clutched her forehead and groaned, complaining that his finger flick actually really hurt. He sighed, saying that nobody in their right mind would ever ask a criminal to come and attack. Siala snapped back that he wasn't a real villain, and that it was unfair for him to give all his priority to Stardust. Egoistic noticed that Siala was weaker than she was in the original story, and agreed to help her get stronger. He clicked his tongue and agreed, making her perk up and ask excitedly when exactly he was going to make his move. Egoistic said it would be soon, but in return, she had to fulfill a small request for him. The condition was that whenever she met or called Shin Haru, Siala had to constantly badmouth and insult. Meanwhile, Stardust was in another location, scrolling through social media with a look of utter boredom. Siala looked at him with a gaze of pure contempt, wondering if this guy was some kind of pervert with a very strange fetish. Siala crossed her arms, repeating the bizarre request the man in front of her had made. Basically, he wanted her to go around badmouthing him to Shin Haru. Egoistic leisurely stroked the white cat, affirming that she should smear his name as badly as possible. He wanted his image in the heroine's eyes to be that of the most perverted, trashy villain imaginable. After hearing him list off self-proclaimed titles like narcissist, Siala began to fear for the man's mental health, but he just smiled confidently, telling her to trust his process. As it turned out, Siala was no slouch herself. She was a genuine Stardust superfan who never missed an episode. She was confident she understood Haru's sense of justice better than anyone. For the sake of their shared partnership goal, she clicked her tongue and decided to give it a shot. With the deal successfully closed, Egoistic looked incredibly pleased while the white cat hopped down from the desk. He held out his hand, offering a formal handshake to seal the alliance. Siala stared blankly at his black-gloved hand for a moment. Egoistic adjusted his cowboy hat, a mysterious smile playing under his mask. He told her he was counting on her for everything. Having no other choice, she reached out and shook his hand, officially boarding the villain's ship. A handshake between a hero and a villain. It sounds dramatic, but it looked as sparkling as a scene from an idol drama. The moment she turned away, her face filled with awkwardness, as she realized she had just signed a very strange agreement with a madman. Siala clutched her head, seemingly starting to regret her impulsive decision. But then a mysterious smile returned to her face. To her, Egoistic was like a massive fish that was incredibly difficult to hook. With blushing cheeks, Siala clenched her fist in determination. She didn't just want to cooperate, she wanted to make him heard. That evening, at Haru's apartment, the doorbell rang, incessantly followed by the calling of an uninvited guest. Haru opened the door and froze when she saw Siala standing right there in front of her. Siala smiled radiantly, blowing her a kiss as if the two of them were the closest of friends. She hadn't come empty-handed either. She brought along a group of bodyguards and a mountain of luggage, as if she planned to move in permanently. Siala made herself right at home, kicking off her high heels and demanding to come in. Haru, still dazed, asked about the duty in Busan that Ciala was supposed to be on. She flippantly replied that the B and C rankers could handle those small fries. She needed to step aside and let her juniors shine. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it was a total win. The bodyguards bowed respectfully and retreated, leaving Haru scratching her head at this overly presumptuous senior. As soon as she entered the room, Ciala dove straight onto Haru's bed, rolling around like a cat. She even took a deep breath and praised how good Haru's bed smelled. Haru could only scream in helplessness at her senior's eccentric behavior. Snapping back to attention, Ciala suggested they have a few drinks since she had gone to the trouble of bringing the good stuff from home. Haru looked at her, completely speechless. There was truly no understanding this woman's mercurial personality. Seeing Ciala keep praising her scent, Haru even took a sniff of herself to see if she actually smelled weird. Ciala excitedly showed off the 2 bottles of liquor she brought, urging Haru with a squinty-eyed smile to join. Since it had already come to this, Haru gave in, thinking she might as well use the opportunity to distress. Beer cans and liquor bottles were soon popped open on the tea table. Ciala cleared her throat, putting on a serious face to begin the smear campaign, exactly as Egostic had ordered. She started her performance, calling Egostic a trashy narcissist like no other. She even pouted, saying she couldn't believe a pervert like that actually had a fan cafe. Haru broke into a sweat listening, not expecting her senior to have such a harsh view of the villain. The 2 sat opposite each other as Ciala continued her rant, claiming the guy only carried out terror attacks to draw attention to himself. As she went on, Ciala hurled heavy insults like societal trash and someone who thinks they're above the law, while Haru could only listen with her head down, unable to get a word in. At the peak of it, she even slammed the table and screamed that someone like him deserved to be torn apart. Haru started feeling that this was going a bit too far. She faltered, seeing that her senior seemed unusually passionate today. Unable to hold back anymore, Haru spoke up in his defense, reminding Ciala that Egostic had once risked his life to save her. Even if he was a villain, he wasn't as bad as Ciala was making him out to be. Haru looked at her beer can pensively. She didn't believe Egostic was the kind of person who only thought of himself, despite her senior's vitriol. After she finished speaking, she noticed Ciala had already face-planted onto the table, still mumbling that the guy was an absolute monster. As it turned out, she had gotten completely hammered after overacting her part, and was now sleeping soundly amidst the empty beer cans. Haru could only sigh, picking her senior up to carry her to the bed. Watching Ciala sleep, Haru couldn't stop wondering why she had suddenly unleashed such a torrent of hate toward Egostic. Haru stood watching the soundly sleeping Ciala. She suddenly realized that those insults from earlier didn't sound very sincere at all. Haru looked at her still glowing phone screen. It was open to Egostic's official fan cafe, and she was even a member of the Mango Squad. Haru began to worry about when the next attack would take place. The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion on a beautiful sunny morning. Young Chael was hurriedly finishing his soup to make it to school on time. Egostic's whole group was gathered around the breakfast table for a warm family meal. Chael said goodbye to everyone and dashed out to get to class. Dilin, Sehi, and Subin happily waved goodbye to him. Seo Yoon shuffled in wearing her pajamas, letting out a massive yawn. Dilin didn't forget to tell Chael to be careful on his way. Seeing Seo Yoon yawn as if her jaw might unhinge, Dilin teased her, asking what on earth she had been doing last night to look like a zombie this morning. Seo Yoon kept eating, while mysteriously stating it was private business. Dilin could only look at her with a face full of suspicion. Tapping lightly on the table, Dilin asked everyone to focus on the new plan. He told Seo Yoon she could keep eating while she listened. With a grave expression, Dilin announced that the next attack would take place next week in Busan. Seo Yoon was a bit surprised, wondering if Stardust would show up there to stop. Dilin wondered to himself what had prompted the leader of the Stardust fan club to travel all that way. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon was still diligently working through her bowl of rice. He revealed that they currently had a partner in Busan, and that this person was the one who requested a terror attack. Seo Yoon was shocked by the bizarre request from this mysterious partner. At that same moment, Ciala was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the upcoming plot. A week later at Busan Beach, the atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy with pitch-black clouds. People on the shore began to whisper and point toward the sky in terror. A massive pirate ship hovered directly over the city. People began to scream and scatter in a panic. Egostic appeared proudly on the bow of the ship with a microphone in hand, grandly announcing his presence in Busan. He raised his voice to call out his co-star, "Now make your appearance, Icicle." Loud explosions rang out right across the side of the pirate ship. From high above, a barrage of massive black spheres rained down like a storm. Those bombs were falling directly toward the crowded residential area below. Suddenly, a massive block of ice surged up from the ground to block the explosives. Icicle stood heroically on top of the ice block. Freezing power spread everywhere, flash freezing all the black spheres in midair. Ciala pointed toward the ship and shouted authoritatively, "You villain." At this moment, she looked exactly like a true hero of justice. But in reality, her heart was racing with excitement. She blushed, thinking that she finally got to say those cool lines. Haru happened to see this scene on a large billboard on a building. She was stunned to see Icicle in Busan and immediately decided she had to get there right away. A streak of golden light tore through the Busan sky. Haru was flying at maximum speed toward the scene. As soon as she landed, Haru gritted her teeth in anger at the chaotic scene before her. She roared, unable to understand what on earth was going on. Amidst the Busan sky, the airship Alice of the Lappy's Dan pirate crew sailed arrogantly through the cloud. Yellow sat cleaning his gun, still unable to believe their group had managed to pull off something so grand. Blue stood with arms crossed, looking pensive and deep in thought. They were all secretly thrilled that they had built such a high-quality ship and carried out a successful terror attack. Blue confessed that his heart was also pounding with pure excitement. Captain Red, the guy in the red rabbit hat, bellowed at his crew to fire them up, getting everyone ready to plunder the entire Busan region. "By your command, Captain," the whole crowd shouted back in unison, their energy hitting a fever pitch. Red was in high spirits, blood pumping as he declared that their group's style was simple. If they saw it, they stole it. But then a strange voice cut through the air, property of Egoistic. Red and Yellow nearly jumped out of their skins, having no clue what was happening right behind them. Egoistic loomed over them with his trademark smirk, bluntly announcing, "This ship belongs to me now." Red pulled his gun and took a defensive stance, barking at this guy to find out where he crawled out from to be acting so damn cocky. But just a few seconds later, the three big shot wannabes were on their knees crying their eyes out, their guns tossed aside. Egoistic casually told them to just relax, saying there was no need to be so stressed out. He then announced some good news. From now on, the Lappy's Dan crew was officially an ally of the EgoStream organization. Red's face was twisted in a grimace. He clearly wasn't feeling the joy of being forced into this situation. But faced with Elektra's overwhelming power, the whole bunch had to scream at the top of their lungs about how happy and thrilled they were. Egoistic began assigning positions, ordering everyone to get ready for the terrorist show that was about to go down. The amateur pirates ran off sniffling, secretly grumbling to themselves that Egoistic was a real piece of work. Egoistic told Subin to take the helm, and the assistant agreed immediately with total professionalism. Sehi confusedly asked what she was supposed to do, and Egoistic just told her to head to the cabin, kick back, and enjoy the show. Everything was set to head toward Hyundai Beach. Sehi was still dazed, wondering who the hell was actually behind all of this. Right then, Icicle appeared in midair, looking every bit the superheroine coming to serve justice. Ciala was really selling the performance, laughing as she pointed directly at the villain to ham it up for the camera. The EgoStream live broadcast exploded as netizens scrambled to react to the appearance of this new villainous alliance. The audience started nitpicking the Lappy's Dan group, wondering why these guys looked so pathetic, like they'd just been completely drained. Egoistic grabbed the mic and played the villain role perfectly, challenging the pride of Busan to come and stop him if they were actually good enough. Icicle wasn't backing down either, declaring that she was going to freeze every last one of them. And then fake explosions began to thunder through the streets of Busan, following the script to a T. Icicle lunged forward like a frozen whirlwind, cutting through the sky. Giant blocks of ice shot up toward the heavens, creating an absolutely spectacular scene for the viewer. The stream audience was hyped to the max, flooding the comments section with the Mangastic ship name. Ciala unleashed her moves, determined not to let the evil Egoistic get away. She leaped high into the air, aiming directly for the flying ship Alice. Her performance was truly flawless for such a meticulously staged action sequence. Standing on the ship and watching, Egoistic silently praised Ciala for her rapidly improving acting skill. Meanwhile, Stardust was streaking through the air like a brilliant bolt of golden lightning, tearing across the sky. Back at headquarters, the higher-ups reported that Icicle had handled the situation and told her to return, but she completely ignored them. Haru's eyes were full of determination. She was certain she had to get there in person to be at peace. A streak of golden light shot off at a terrifying speed, heading straight for Busan. On the ship, Yellow was still diligently firing his gun according to the script, screaming, "Die." Ciala unleashed a wide-range freezing attack, her blue aura radiating with a magical glow. Looking at that dead serious expression, it was obvious she was fully immersed in her role as the savior hero. With a leap into the air, Ciala dove toward the flying ship, trailing a streak of frost behind her. Egoistic stood on the deck watching, silently noting that Ciala's control over her power was even better than he'd imagined. A stylish mid-air acrobatic maneuver, left the pirates on the stage below with their jaws on the floor. The two Lapis Dan leaders were playing their parts just as well, howling for Icicle to stay back. Ciala approached the ship at breakneck speed, her power creating shimmering light trails in the sky. Then it was Egostic's turn to speak. He shouted out his villainous line to protect his lackeys. "I won't let you catch my people that easily." A powerful blast of ice shot out, colliding with the ship's defenses and creating a massive explosion. Ciala poured in more power, deciding to end this act with her most large-scale attack yet. Frost began to spread at lightning speed, encasing a portion of Alice's hull. The weight of the massive ice caused the ship to tilt sharply to one side as thick smoke and dust filled the air. Even Egostic was stunned by the sight, not expecting Ciala to go this big. Ciala flashed a triumphant smile, looking exactly like a heroine who had just achieved a great victory. A massive pillar of ice surged up from the ground, locking the flying ship in place midair. The ship Alice now looked like nothing more than a giant ice sculpture suspended in the sky. Egostic clutched his head, playing the role of the defeated villain, blaming himself for leaving an opening for Icicle's direct hit. Ciala smirked and asked what he planned to do now that his ship was about to blow sky-high. Egostic screamed, "We're retreating," as the ship began to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. Icicle kept up the act, shouting that he wouldn't escape before reaching out to stop him in a mock display of futility. Egostic collapsed onto the floor, muttering that terrorizing Busan wasn't easy at all before stealthily cutting the live stream. The moment the stream ended, both of them breathed a sigh of relief, and Egostic didn't hold back his praise for Ciala's top-tier performance. He also reminded her to defrost poor Yellow, who was currently stuck and looking absolutely pitiable. Just as things were getting lighthearted, Egostic suddenly froze, sensing that something was very, very wrong. Seeing Egostic suddenly go silent, Ciala looked over curiously, having no idea what was going on. Egostic broke into a cold sweat, whispering to himself, "No way, you've got to be kidding me. Why is she here?" A streak of brilliant golden light, like a meteor tearing through the clouds, plummeted toward the ship at an incredible velocity. Stardust appeared with a face full of burning rage, leaving both Egostic and Icicle paralyzed with shock. Ciala was gliding rapidly, using her ice powers, telling herself she had to keep her cool in this moment. Her gaze was intensely focused, preparing herself for the absolute worst-case scenario. A blinding light erupted ahead, and Stardust stood alone within that radiant aura, facing Ciala. Stardust stood motionless as the rays of light slowly faded, her expression looking incredibly grave. She looked up at the sky where Egostic's ship, Alice, was disappearing behind a layer of gray clouds. Ciala rushed over, unable to hide her shock at seeing Stardust show up here of all places. Stardust just kept her head down, her hair obscuring her eyes and making the surrounding atmosphere feel suffocatingly heavy. Without a word, she started trudging along the beach, leaving Ciala to watch her go with a worried look. Stardust suddenly turned back and asked a question that made Ciala flinch. "What were the two of you talking about just now?" Ciala laughed it off, trying to de-escalate, saying it was nothing, just some insults being thrown back and forth. But Stardust stepped closer with a sharp gaze, firmly stating that she had seen them both laughing quite happily together. Ciala started sweating bullets after being caught red-handed. She could only stay silent and take. She tried to justify it by saying she was only laughing at him and that it wasn't anything interesting. Seeing Stardust remain terrifyingly silent, Ciala started to feel genuinely anxious. Stardust suddenly hunched over, making Ciala jump because she thought her friend was about to snap. Ciala quickly grabbed Stardust's arm to stop whatever her next move was going to be. She pelted her with questions, asking if Stardust was really planning to go after Egostic. Stardust whipped around with eyes full of fury, demanding that Ciala let go of her arm immediately. Ciala refused to let go, thinking to herself that if Stardust went now, something truly terrible would happen. She reminded Stardust of his threat. If anyone followed him, he would drop bombs and level the entire city. Stardust went still as Ciala continued to plead with her to think about the safety of the innocent civilians. Stardust paused. It seemed she realized she had no choice but to stop. She silently turned her back and walked away, and Ciala sighed in relief that she'd finally stopped that hothead. Stardust announced she was heading back to Seoul immediately and told Ciala to take care of herself while staying behind. Ciala waved goodbye, not forgetting to tell her friend to call as soon as she made it back safe. As soon as she saw Stardust off, Ciala clutched her head and groaned, feeling like the stress had just shaved 10 years off her life. She looked in the direction Stardust had gone, still feeling uneasy about that bizarre atmosphere earlier. Ciala stood there dazed, staring up at the sky where the ship had just vanished. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, making her jump as she wondered, could that really be true? Ciala giggled to herself, thinking that a jealous Stardust was actually pretty cute. Meanwhile, Stardust was streaking across the surface of the sea at the speed of light, leaving a massive wake of water behind her. Images of Egostic kept swirling in her mind, refusing to leave her alone. She clenched her fist, silently asserting that he was her villain and hers alone. Back at the base, Dylan was grimacing as Subin scolded him for disappearing and making everyone worry. The news on TV was going haywire over the fact that Egostic had suddenly switched his target to Icicle instead of Stardust like usual. The reporters were even making up nonsense, claiming this was a sign the villain was entering a new romantic phase. Sehi was so pissed she felt like her eyes might pop out. She couldn't believe the media could be so full of crap. She and Seo-yoon glared at Dun with daggers in their eyes, making the guy sit there sweating in fear. Subin didn't even bother to care. She walked straight in and told everyone to just eat some chilled mangoes to cool their heads. While Dun was still dazed, a piece of bright yellow mango was shoved right in front of his face. It was Lee Subin, smiling radiantly, yet the air around her felt like it was emitting a powerful, icy chill. Subin stuffed the mango right into Din's mouth before he could react. This family atmosphere was certainly warm in its own weird way. Din turned and asked Subin to come with him somewhere, leaving her looking blank since she had no idea what he was up to now. Their destination was the Excal auction house, a gathering place for the wealthy from all over the world. The moment they stepped inside, Dane put on a serious face and said this was the place where the tragedy of a villain was born, which gave Subin a real fright. On stage, the host began introducing the next item, while Dane smirked with total confidence. It was a ring belonging to a deceased B-rank hero, with a starting price of $10,000. But Dane knew full well that behind that ordinary appearance lay a power capable of creating an S-rank villain, and he silently calculated his next move. An old man started bidding $25,000 with an extremely smug look on his face. Without any hesitation, Dane raised his paddle and closed the bid at $100,000, giving the whole hall, especially Subin, the shock of their lives. The old man was shaking with rage at being outbid so aggressively, while Dane silently savored his victory for stopping a future villain. The old man grimaced and squeezed out another $5,000, though sweat was already pouring down his face. Dane showed no mercy, shouting out a bid of $150,000, leaving his opponent completely stunned. Finally, the ring belonged to Dane. He pushed up his glasses and gave a small smirk, saying the item was his now. When they got home, Sehi and Seo-yoon were in a panic because they saw 200 million won had suddenly vanished from the account. The two of them stood there with hands on their hips, interrogating Dane and Subin, while he calmly asked if they really wanted to know where the money went. He opened his hand and showed off the ring he'd just bought with a completely triumphant look. Sehi looked at the ring and dismissed it as ugly, but Dane insisted that this was no ordinary item. He began to spin the ring on his finger, getting ready to activate the power hidden within. Instantly, a burst of deep purple dark energy erupted from the ring, making Dane look incredibly mysterious. The girls gasped and recoiled as the gloomy energy filled the entire room. A vortex of darkness appeared in midair, looking like a portal leading straight to the realm of the dead. From out of the void, pieces of cold iron armor and glowing eyes began to take a clear, solid form. A giant knight stepped out, radiating a spine-chilling pressure, and spoke, asking who had awakened him from his long slumber. Subin, Sehi, and Seo-yoon were completely frozen, their faces pale as ghosts in front of this terrifying entity. Dane looked at the knight for a moment and then asked with total nonchalance, "So, are you a death knight?" The knight was about to introduce himself with some grand name, but Dane cut him right off and decided his name was just Death Knight. Not stopping there, this young man even decided to call him Dzik for short because it sounded cooler, leaving the knight standing there with a blank stare. A purple aura suddenly blazed from the ring on Dane's hand. A summoning ritual was being performed. From within the purple smoke, a massive figure clad in horned armor and a demon mask stepped out. He took a deep breath, marveling at the air and sunlight of the outside world. Dane remained lounging in his chair, calling out the name Dzik and telling him to get ready to work. The demon, having just arrived, looked around in total confusion. While Dzik was rambling about being some kind of saint, Dane tightened his control through the ring. A purple halo enveloped. The new subordinate roared in pain as he was forcibly subjugated. Dane didn't care in the least, maintaining a perfectly calm expression. Choi Sehi, standing nearby, asked wearily what kind of game Dane was playing. He smiled smugly, replying that he was just training him. Dzik prostrated himself, trembling as he begged his master never to lock him inside that ring again. For someone so fierce-looking, he was clearly a coward. He whined that it was incredibly dark and cramped inside. Dane just hummed dismissively. Dane promised to find him a proper opponent for some amusement after his long imprisonment. Hearing this, Dzik immediately perked up with excitement. Dane flashed a cunning smile, remarking that Dzik would have to shoulder quite a bit of heavy lifting for him. Sehi asked in a panic if Dane really intended to have this smoke armor go up against Stardust. She couldn't believe her eyes. Sehi warned that Stardust was terrifyingly strong and wondered how long this thing could actually last against her. Din remained very confident. He goaded Dzik, telling him to prove his strength to Sehi so she would see he wasn't just some low-tier weakling. Instantly, a massive axe appeared in Dzik's hand. He was more than ready to carry out his master's order. Dzik gripped the handle of the axe tightly, preparing to show off his power. A thick purple energy radiated outward. He began to swing the axe around the courtyard, creating wind currents that tore through the air. The sheer force of his swings made the ground shake and sent dust billowing everywhere. This guy was clearly no pushover. One sweeping strike cleared the entire garden, blowing away everything in its path. Purple energy flooded the entire area. Sehi's jaw dropped in amazement. Dzik laughed loudly, claiming that those were just his basic skills. Dane revealed that Dzik was originally an S-rank villain, so this level of power was only to be expected. He looked very satisfied. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, making Dane jump. Sehi also turned around with a worried look. It turned out to be Hale, who was crying as she looked at the ruined garden. Behind her, the silhouette of another woman was trembling with rage. Hale turned and shrieked at Dane, asking if he had any idea how much effort it took to replant all the trees they had just destroyed during their training. Dane and Sehi broke into a cold sweat. Dane quickly shifted all the blame onto Dzik. The simple-minded subordinate then asked if the master wanted him to do it again, truly adding fuel to the fire. Dzik stood there dazed by everyone's reaction. He still didn't understand what he had done wrong. The end result was Dzik being punished by Hale, forced to exercise in the middle of the yard and keep his arms straight while doing push-ups. Dane and Sehi watched, not daring to intervene. The next morning, the base was peaceful once again, with the sound of birds chirping. Things seemed to have settled down for the moment. On social media, netizens were buzzing about new photos. Some were even acting jealous of the rising couple. A photo of Egoistic and Icicle taken together was spreading like wildfire. People began shipping them as a pair. The affectionate photos of the two sent fans into a frenzy. They praised the chemistry between the duo and gave them their full support. Meanwhile, Haru was typing away furiously. She was extremely annoyed to see the Egoistic X Icicle ship overtaking her own. Haru trembled with rage, unable to believe this new ship was getting so much support. A fire of jealousy was burning in the hero's heart. The scene shifts to the Hero Association headquarters, a modern, massive building in the heart of the city. A female staff member in a formal suit walked down the hallway. Haru was already there in her familiar hero costume. The staff member greeted her warmly and asked why Haru was there. Haru replied that she was on standby, waiting for sortie order. The staff member wished Haru luck and left. Haru forced a faint smile, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. Haru's gaze suddenly turned cold. She was worried about what to do if Egoistic continued his attacks in Busan instead of Seoul. She bit her lip, her fighting spirit rising. Haru told herself that if he showed up again, she would. Just then, sirens blared throughout the building. A terror attack had just been reported right in the center of Seoul. Instantly, Haru broke into a mysterious smile. This was the chance she had been waiting for. Haru soared away, enveloped in a brilliant aura of golden energy. She flew past high-rise buildings at extreme speed. The destination was an old apartment complex slated for demolition, where clouds of dust were billowing into the air. The upcoming confrontation was definitely not going to be simple. Stardust landed at the site of the attack. The thick dust from the collapsing buildings made visibility very limited. She froze as she felt a massive surge of pressure approaching. It seemed this enemy was no ordinary criminal. Dzik appeared in his deep purple armor, calling himself the Death Knight of Egostream. He arrogantly challenged anyone who dared to face him. Meanwhile at the base, Dane was eating popcorn while excitedly watching the live stream of the battle. Sehi, sitting next to him, was speechless at her brother's sheer idiocy. Dzik grandly announced that he was the opponent she had to overcome today. The purple energy surrounding him grew even stronger. Stardust narrowed her eyes as she observed the new enemy. She seemed completely unimpressed by the flashy introduction. The two lunged at each other immediately. The impact created a massive shockwave in midair, shaking the entire area. Dzik swung his massive axe in a continuous barrage, forcing Stardust to stay constantly on the defensive. Stardust's expression was terrifyingly cold. The only thing she cared about right now was where Egoistic actually was. A massive energy explosion occurred as the two powers slammed into each other, creating a blinding ring of light. Continuous explosions echoed throughout the demolition site. The battle was extremely intense, with neither side showing any sign of backing down. Stardust's power collided violently with the Death Knight's purple energy, sending sparks flying everywhere. Dzik laughed loudly with excitement, appearing quite surprised by the young hero's persistent strength. Below the livestream, viewers began to complain about the lack of Egoistic's commentary. Stardust also felt as if this fight was missing something important. She was starting to get truly frustrated. Was Egoistic really going to focus only on Busen from now on and ignore Soul? Powerful strikes continued to be traded between the two, destroying everything around the site. Dzik funneled all his power into a long-range energy blast, firing it directly at Stardust with horrific speed. He laughed and admitted that Egoistic was right to judge her as a very strong opponent. Stardust gritted her teeth in fury. She couldn't accept that Egoistic had only sent a subordinate here when she had mentally prepared herself to face him. She screamed, asking where Egoistic was hiding, and if he was just watching from some corner nearby. Dzik smirked, pouring cold water on her hopes by saying Egoistic wasn't coming, because he alone was more than enough. Haru stood stunned for several seconds. Those words were like a knife to the pride of a top-tier hero. She muttered in utter disappointment. He's really not coming. The feeling of being neglected hurt more than any of the enemy's physical blows. Dzik began to accumulate a massive orb of purple energy in his hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow and end the match. He urged her to hurry up and end this duel. He didn't have the patience to play around any longer. Stardust suddenly burst into a bitter, crazed laugh. She remembered how last time he had brought an entire massive warship to Busen just to face her. And yet here he had sent only a single henchman to deal with her. Haru felt blatantly disrespected, as if she no longer held any value in his eyes. At the base, Din suddenly froze, sweat pouring down his face. He realized something was very wrong when he saw the strange, awakening effect on the livestream screen. Stardust's power exploded with a fiery halo surrounding her. Her eyes turned solid white with killing intent as she vowed to show Egoistic that she wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Flashing back to a while earlier, Din was sitting on the ground, briefing his summoned henchman on an important plan. He told him that he must hold back his strength when fighting Stardust, then wait for the right moment to pretend to lose and retreat immediately. Hearing this, the Dark Knight felt deeply insulted. Was a nobleman supposed to put on a play in front of humans? But under his master's sharp gaze, he reluctantly agreed, stating the task wasn't that difficult. Back at the battle, Stardust flew in from above with overwhelming momentum. Dane's henchman wasn't about to back down. He decided to show a bit of his true prowess. The knight raised his spear in challenge, inviting Stardust to dive into the fight. Watching from afar, Dane could only sigh at his subordinate's excessive enthusiasm. Through the slit in his mask, the knight saw Stardust approaching like a bolt of fiery lightning. She delivered a punch so powerful, he didn't even have time to react. A horrific collision created a massive shockwave, blowing everything away as Dzik was sent crashing into the ground. Stardust landed with immense authority, while the Dark Knight began to fade into thin air. Before disappearing, he didn't forget to leave behind a few threats in a classic knightly style about being immortal. The purple smoke gradually dissipated, leaving behind a promise to return for revenge next time. Stardust watched the fading figure, while the henchman thought to himself that his master really knew how to make things difficult for him. She stood silently amidst the ruins, her eyes showing clear exhaustion after the duel. Night fell, enveloping the quiet mansion. On the Stardust fan forums, the video recording of the recent fight was uploaded and shared at lightning speed. Dane was sitting comfortably in front of his computer, intending to read the netizens' comments. But his smile vanished when he saw a strange message on the screen. The fans were gossiping that Stardust had awakened not because the opponent was strong, but because she heard the news that Egoistic wouldn't be appearing today. Din flew into a rage, immediately typing a warning that he would ban anyone who dared to speak such nonsense on his channel. After venting his anger, he wondered pensively why Stardust had suddenly become so abnormally strong. He had clearly told Dzik to go as easy on her as possible. Just then, Din's phone rang, breaking the silence. It was Siala on the other end, scolding him for sending someone else instead of appearing in person. She reminded him of their appointment tomorrow, and Dane could only click his tongue dismissively. The call ended, and Siala sat in her dark office with a calculating look on her face. She propped up her chin and smiled, appearing very satisfied with what she was doing. The lights from the high-rise buildings continued to shine brightly in the cold night. Contrary to her strong outward appearance, Stardust was currently tossing and turning in bed, constantly mumbling the name of her arch-nemesis, Egoistic. The following morning at the Yuseong Group headquarters, the atmosphere was quite solemn. Inside the luxurious office, Dane was already there in his Egoistic attire, sitting on the sofa waiting. A strange object whistled through the air and was skillfully caught by his hand. It was a USB drive containing important information that Siala had just tossed to him. She confirmed that this was the final set of documents he had requested. Dane took the item, offered a smooth compliment, and told her to handle the rest of the plan. Siala stepped closer with a mysterious smile, acting as if everything was under control. Din wondered how she had managed to get her hands on classified information that even large corporations couldn't find. He paused slightly when he noticed a somewhat unusual expression on the face across from him. Siala suddenly blushed and hesitated, asking if she could come visit his house sometime. Without a second's thought, Din flatly refused, making her cry out in frustration at the rejection. Siala pressed him for the real name of the villain sitting before her. Din acted indifferent, saying it was a bit awkward to keep going by a codename forever. She also complained that his mask looked cumbersome and annoying. Din remained silent, his eyes behind the mask still full of mystery. Siala asked sternly if he truly thought she was the type of person to betray an ally. He thought to himself that revealing his identity wouldn't be a big deal, except for the fact that she was way too close to Stardust. Seeing him remain silent, she grumbled that he should just forget it. Siala asked about the next plan, but Din's only response was to shake his head, claiming he didn't know. He intended to relax until the end of the year, waiting for a major event that was about to happen. She was shocked that this guy was actually planning on taking such a long vacation. Din stepped into the teleportation portal, not forgetting to tell Siala to check in on Stardust frequently. As she watched him blankly, he stopped abruptly, as if he had just remembered something. "From now on, call me Din," he said, his real name soft. Siala was completely stunned, unable to believe this cautious villain had actually revealed his identity. He vanished into purple smoke, leaving her standing dazed alone in the vast office. The click of Siala's heels echoed as she walked across the wooden floor. She returned to her desk, typing away with a focused expression. A mysterious smile appeared on her lips. It seemed everything was going exactly as she wanted. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, signaling an incoming call. On the other end, a pair of hands was also holding a phone, waiting for a response. Stardust was sitting at her computer when she was startled by the ringing of her phone. She picked up and Siala's excited voice rang out, demanding they go out together immediately. Siala smiled brightly, reporting that she was in Seoul and wanted to see her best friend. However, Stardust felt something was off. Her intuition told her that something unpleasant was about to happen. Returning home, Siala greeted Haru with open arms. Haru rushed over and hugged her sister, all her exhaustion melting away. Knowing her sister well, Siala pulled a bowl of mango shaved ice out of the fridge to comfort her. Haru hesitated as if she had something to say. The girl bowed her head and apologized. Siala set the overflowing bowl on the table and asked what she had done wrong this time. Haru was still brooding over what had happened in Busan, specifically her cold attitude towards Siala at the time. Siala gently took Haru's hand, telling her not to worry about such trivial things. She comforted her by saying anyone would have reacted that way in that situation, so she should just eat in peace. Hearing her sister's words, Haru finally looked up with a less worried expression. Late at night, Siala sat alone with a glass of wine, quietly watching the city lights. Haru was sound asleep after a long day, but Siala still couldn't close her eye. Egostic's gaze and smile from that day kept lingering in her mind. She guessed that he would probably stay quiet for the rest of the year. But Siala had a hunch that this criminal was plotting something massive for next year. The scene shifts to a gloomy space where the Moonlight Cult is performing a ritual. Ancient murals are illuminated under the flickering torchlight. Under the dark stone stairs, the cult leader declared that this world needed to be cleansed. He raised his staff high, calling upon the power of the moonlight. Every follower below screamed fanatically in response to the leader's words. The leader suddenly raised his hand to command silence. The massive doors slowly creaked open, emitting a bone-chilling cold. This person's appearance made the followers tremble with fear. The sound of teeth chattering echoed throughout the temple. A young girl stepped slowly up toward the high altar. Every eye was fixed on that mysterious back. The cult leader broke into a sinister grin. He declared that as dark energy enveloped the world, the priestess of the moonlight, with her blood-red eyes, would be the one to execute punishment upon humanity. Back with Dain, the guy was shivering from the winter cold. Breakfast at the Egostic base began. Subin explained that Cheon had left early for school duty. Subin brought over a bowl of steaming rice, urging everyone to eat quickly before it got cold. But the peace was shattered when Subin yelled at Seoyun for secretly picking the beans out of her bowl. Over here, Sehi was trying to do the same, but had already been caught. Dain sat to the side, looking at the pile of beans in his own bowl and breaking into a sweat. He felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he were being scolded by his mother at home. At that moment, Din realized that his team members were actually very reliable. Seoyun, who possessed superintelligence, was likely S-rank. Hayul, who had unique healing powers unmatched in all of South Korea, was also S-rank. Choi Sehi, in charge of combat, was currently A-rank, but was destined to grow stronger and stronger into an S-rank. And Dazik, who was S-rank in the original story, was still an S-rank now. Din smiled to himself, his lineup was now top tier. Lee Hale politely said goodbye to everyone and rushed off to school. Subin stood by, reminding her to study hard, while Dane could only watch and marvel at her diligence. Sehi watched the girl walk away, reminiscing about the old days while not forgetting to cheer Hale on. Seo-yoon cheered enthusiastically. The atmosphere in the base was now no different from a real family. After finishing breakfast, Subin started clearing the dishes. She urged Seo-yoon and Sehi to quickly head down to the basement to start their work. Subin wondered what those two girls were up to down there lately, given that she hadn't seen their faces all day long. Watching the two girls stomp down the stairs, Dane thought to himself that the days were starting to get shorter, and the first snow of the season was about to fall. Outside the window, the Death Knight silently stood guard. Dane knew full well that the moment the Moonlight cult made their move would coincide with the snow. He turned to call Subin's name while she was still preoccupied with a mountain of housework. Dane flashed an implicit smile, asserting that while he wasn't sure about the sunlight, he would definitely give them a taste of the moonlight. Subin could only look back with a gaze full of suspicion, having no idea what kind of nonsense her master was rambling about. The scene abruptly shifted to a cold night, accompanied by a sudden, echoing, blood-curdling scream. It turned out that Seo-yoon was shivering uncontrollably from the cold on the rooftop. Dane could only sigh and remind her to wear more layers next time. Choi Sehi was grumbling just as much, asking if Dane had called the whole group out here in the middle of the night just for a romantic view of the city lights. Dane's face suddenly turned serious as he asked the two girls if they had ever heard of the reputation of the Moonlight cult. He explained that they were a bunch of brutal fanatics who were planning to level this country in the near future. His assertion that no one in this country could stop them left the two girls feeling completely stunned. But immediately after, Dane flashed a haughty smile, claiming that except for him, no one else was skilled enough to handle it. He ordered Seo-yoon to quickly take the special protective goggles out of the backpack. The specialized goggles were quickly prepared and made ready for use. Dane told everyone to put them on to see the magic circles that the cult had secretly spread all over Seoul. Putting on the goggles, he excitedly asked the group if they could see the wonder appearing before their eyes. However, the reaction from Seo-yoon and Sehi was a stunned silence. They were frozen in place by the terrifying sight. Choi Sehi snapped at him, calling him an idiot, because through the lenses, the entire city of Seoul was glowing with massive magic circles like a minefield waiting to explode. The whole city had been covered by the cult's magic, signaling a horrific disaster about to strike without anyone knowing. In the dead of night, Sehi was shivering from the bone-chilling cold. She complained that since everywhere was glowing, she didn't know where to find that specific glowing circle. Dane hovered beside her, telling her to try broadening her field of vision. He reminded her to try squinting a bit to focus her focal point. Seo-yoon focused her observation through the specialized goggle. A strange bright spot appeared on the radar screen. It seemed she had finally found the target. Seo-yoon pointed toward the edge of the city, where a faint glow was flickering in and out of sight. Overjoyed, Dane lifted his little sister up and showered her with praise. Being picked up so suddenly, Seo-yoon let out a panicked scream. Her face turned beet red as she demanded that her eccentric brother put her down immediately. Seo-yoon muttered under her breath, calling Dane an idiot, while Choi Sehi still didn't understand what was happening. The young girl turned her face away, a sulky expression clearly visible on her face. The whole group landed in a back alley. Sehi was amazed as she saw glowing gold magic characters covering the wall. Dane explained that this was the work of the Moonlight cult, who had been secretly drawing it for years all across Seoul. According to him, anyone who touched this magic circle would suffer memory loss or a decline in power, which was the reason the heroes failed miserably in the original story. That event had once left Seoul in ruins and stardust, in the depths of total despair. Sehi asked if they should just wipe it all away, but Dane had a different idea. Suddenly, a burst of purple light flared up right in the middle of the alley. Sehi jumped in surprise as a strange woman appeared out of thin air. Dane introduced her as the Vine Witch, the person who would help him modify this magic circle to his liking. The Vine Witch looked at Dane with a suggestive gaze. Seo-yoon and Sehi began to sense that something was fishy. Sehi observed the seductive woman closely, thinking to herself that this was a type of person she had never met before. The Vine Witch leisurely stepped closer to the glowing wall. She placed her hand on the magic circle, causing the characters to begin moving and shifting. A powerful surge of emerald green energy spread out, enveloping the entire alleyway. The Vine Witch cast an ancient type of magic, creating vines made of pure light. She unexpectedly touched her finger to Dane's chest, causing Sehi to scream out in worry. The magic energy from the Vine Witch slowly flowed into Dane's body. Once the spell was complete, Dane asked if everything was finished. The Vine Witch explained that now, when the magic circle activated, Dane would be completely free within its reign. He flashed a smug smile, knowing the plan was going exactly as intended. The Vine Witch looked deep into Din's eyes, saying he already knew the result, so why ask? She glanced at the two younger sisters grumbling behind him, immediately guessing they were his associates. Din clapped his hands excitedly, telling everyone they worked hard and that it was time to go home, wash up, and go to bed. Seo-yoon and Sehi were still cranky, demanding that Din take them out for something delicious tomorrow to make up for it. The Vine Witch silently observed the lively scene of this family group. All of a sudden, she leaned down and gave Din a loud, clear peck on the cheek. Din froze, reaching up to touch his cheek with a look of pure disbelief. The Vine Witch flashed a mischievous smile, stating that she would always support. The two girls in the back screamed at the top of their lungs because of the cultural shock they just witnessed. Shifting the scene elsewhere, a muscular man was gritting his teeth and crushing a stone in his hand. He spat on the ground with a look of pure contempt. This A-rank villain laughed gleefully, declaring that his body enhancement process had been a resounding success. The newly enhanced villain was seething with murderous intent, his veins bulging, as he vowed to wipe out anyone who dared to stand in his way. Meanwhile, back at the base, the atmosphere seemed quite peaceful after a long day. Dane was eating popcorn with his eyes glued to the news. He was stunned to see that Stardust had once again finished a battle with just a single blow. Han Seo-yoon, sitting next to him, confirmed it as well. The image of Stardust standing amidst the magic smoke after taking down the enemy so quickly and cleanly made everyone admire. The whole group gathered on the sofa, and Dane let out a long, worried sigh about the current situation. He leaned back, feeling dejected because Shin Haru had recently become powerful beyond imagination. At this rate, she would lack the necessary training and become overconfident. Din muttered his calculations, certain that the greatest disaster would strike on the day of the first snow. Seo-yoon sat nearby, muttering something about costumes and destructive power. Din turned to ask her what she had been so busy with lately, having her eyes glued to her phone all day. The hacker girl didn't even bother to answer, her hands still moving swiftly as she typed continuously. Den looked on in confusion when Seo-yoon suddenly shoved her phone screen in front of his face. It turned out she had just created an official fan cafe for Egostic called Mango Squad, appointing herself as the group's resident white-haired genius hacker. Having said her piece, Seo-yoon vanished to finish her work, leaving Dine standing there scratching his head in total confusion. Seeing this, Choi Sehi turned around and stuck her tongue out to tease her brother. Din decided not to care anymore and sat down at the table to focus on his own important work. He diligently wrote an anonymous letter to the president of the Hero Association, warning them to prepare for a civilian evacuation because a major terrorist attack was set to occur on the day of the first snow. At that moment, Lee Subin had just walked in. Seeing Dan writing a letter, Subin teased him about suddenly becoming so sentimental late. The whole group then went out together to celebrate Hale's completion of an important exam. Hale, in her school uniform, smiled brightly and offered her sincere thanks to everyone. The party was incredibly lively. Dane advised Hale to just enjoy the meal and that they could worry about the grades later. While eating, Dane curiously asked which university department she was planning to apply to. Hale shyly revealed that she had applied to medical school. Both Dane and Sehi were wide-eyed, not expecting a healer like her to choose that path. The meal was going well until Dane was nitpicked by Seo-yoon. He snapped back, telling her to just eat and stop being so critical. Just then, the phone in Dane's pocket vibrated incessantly, catching him a bit by surprise. On the other end of the line was Siala. She suggested taking Dane out for dinner, but he flatly refused since he was already busy eating with his family. But immediately after, Dane's expression changed completely when snow was mentioned. He asked in shock, "What? You're saying the first snow is falling right now?" Looking out the window, a wind carrying strange pink snowflakes began to blanket the streets of Seoul. Din's eyes hardened. He knew that the greatest act had officially begun. Amidst the brilliant pink snow, a woman with glowing red eyes appeared threateningly. She was the Moonlight Priestess, the one who would trigger the upcoming pink snow disaster. A pink vortex of energy was plowing through the ground, sweeping up all kinds of debris and stone. Shadow Walker stood at the very heart of the storm, looking absolutely miserable. He was slammed directly into the dirt, his shadowy powers splattering everywhere like thin mud. Shadow Walker looked up with a face full of shock, his mouth murmuring, unable to comprehend why this was happening. Seeing this, Icicle rushed over in a hurry. Over there, Shadow Walker was screaming in pure agony. He grit his teeth and endured, realizing that his powers were completely useless against this bizarre energy. Icicle glanced back over her shoulder, her face visibly tense as she watched her teammate being tortured. The pink storm continued its frenzied destruction, turning cars and buildings into piles of scrap. Shadow Walker was tossed into the air like a rag doll, completely devoid of any ability to resist. Icicle held her ground by creating massive pillars of ice, but they were quickly swallowed up by that mess of pink energy. Shadow Walker let out a desperate howl as he was sucked into the center of the blurred swirl. Witnessing that scene, Icicle could only stand frozen to the spot, paralyzed by shock. A burst of energy exploded, laying waste to a vast area. A pillar of brilliant golden light struck down, as if it intended to level everything in sight. Icicle screamed as she realized the figure that had just streaked past her was none other than Stardust. She was sent crashing into the ground, forced to grit her teeth and strain every muscle just to push herself back up. The heroine looked up with eyes full of determination, even though the situation appeared to be dire. In stark contrast to the battlefield, Din's group was sitting calmly in a noodle shop. On the TV, the online community was frantically calling out Egostic's name. Seoan was screaming, demanding they go save people, while Din was still casually eating black bean noodles as if nothing was happening. The whole group sat gathered around the table, everyone looking at the TV with expressions of concern, except for Din, who remained loyal to his bowl of noodle. He flashed a bright smile, telling everyone to just keep eating because it wasn't time for their appearance yet. Din began explaining the plan. They had to let that saintess cause a bit more trouble to make her easier to lure. He even claimed this was for Stardust's own good, while the TV continued to broadcast scenes of her being beaten to a pulp. Din flourished his chopsticks, arguing that a hero has to taste suffering so they don't become lazy and complacent. Looking at Din's philosophical expression, Seoan's crew was left completely speechless, privately thinking their older brother was a total psycho. Back at the fight, Icicle was gliding along an ice path to dodge deadly streaks of energy. She concentrated her power into her hands, preparing to unleash a large-scale attack. A massive ice spear was fired, piercing through the rubble with impressive force. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. The moment it touched the pink energy flow, it shattered into 100 pieces. A pink whirlwind once again began to surround Icicle. She spun around in surprise when she realized someone was right on her flank. Ribbons of energy bombarded her incessantly, smashing the frozen structures she had just erected. Icicle was sent flying, her face etched with pure panic. She tried to create an ice slide to break her fall, but it didn't seem very effective. Drenched in sweat, she realized that if this continued, the entire group would be wiped out. Suddenly, Stardust shot past Icicle like a blur. Immediately after, Stardust dove straight into the heart of the cyclone. Stardust threw herself into the center of the explosion, ignoring the dangers lurking around. A heavy impact sent her reeling back, spinning through the air. Stardust braced herself to regain her balance, right in the middle of the sky-brightening flashes. She wondered in shock what the hell this energy actually was to be so horrifying. Without a second thought, she swung her powerful fists toward the cyclone. A second later, Stardust's eyes widened in surprise, completely unexpected that they could pursue her so relentlessly. Stardust realized with horror that it was things like these missiles that had leveled the entire neighborhood. She clenched her teeth tight, trying to keep her spirit steady amidst the thick barrage of energy. Looking toward the heart of the storm, she gasped in amazement when she spotted the silhouette of a child there. The heroine streaked through the air, trying to dodge the attacks aimed directly at her. A collision caused her to lose her footing, and a cry of pain escaped her lips. Stardust landed on the ground, her body swaying under the crushing pressure of the pink vortex. Suddenly, a blinding light rushed in, leaving her no time to react. A powerful beam of energy shot directly into Stardust, making her let out a tragic scream. A massive explosion occurred, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The dust cleared to reveal a scene where all three heroes had collapsed onto the cold ground. Icicle and Shadow Walker looked toward Stardust with faces full of deep concern. Stardust sat slumped on the ground, her eyes staring blankly at the ruins before her. Gasping for breath, a painful truth flashed through her mind. It turned out that all this time, Egostic had just been going easy on her. The pink streaks of light continued to plow through the earth, destroying everything that remained. Amidst that hellish scene, civilians were screaming in chaos, fleeing in a hopeless struggle. Stardust knelt low on the ground. She realized she had been far too arrogant when facing Egostic's games. Compared to this disaster-level power, the previous terrorist attacks seemed like mere child's play. Her eyes trembled violently as the mental breakdown began to show clearly on her face. Icicle looked at the desperate scene before her, wondering shiveringly how they could possibly stop. Then she jumped when she noticed her teammates' strange behavior. Stardust couldn't hold it back any longer. Tears began to stream down her mud-stained face. At the restaurant, Din's face twisted upon seeing that, and he let out a pained shout. The guy completely lost control, intending to rush straight out to save his crush, despite the entire team's efforts to hold him back. Han Seo-yoon and the other members had to pile on to keep a tight grip on Din. He just kept howling Haru's name like a madman. Seeing the situation was getting too intense, Choi Sehi stepped forward with sparks flying from her hand, telling everyone to move aside so she could handle it. A powerful electric shock made Dane's skeleton visible, his scream echoing throughout the restaurant. While Dane lay face down, the other members had to bow and apologize to the surrounding diners for the commotion. The guy lay unconscious on the floor, his mouth never ceasing to murmur Haru's name in his delirium. Over on this side, Stardust was still sobbing uncontrollably amidst the wreckage, a state of utter helplessness.